So look at the veteran, Jim Kelly. Last year was upset the Bills didn't throw enough, so this year hits a wide open Andre Reed. Kelly 10 for his first 10. And Kelly hits James Lofton. Notice how much time Kelly has in the pocket, okay? Kelly again, tons of time, dumps off to Thurman Thomas. The short pass is working for the Bills, and Jim Kelly goes 14 for his first 14 this year. So how did the Bills score? You got it. Short pass, Kelly to Butch Roll. It's 10-3 Bills. And for Roll, his last 6 receptions have all been touchdown catches. So how was a rookie faring? Well, he didn't have Kelly's luxury of time. Bruce Smith will get to him, and Leon Seals recovers the fumble. George dropping back again, and he is sacked again. Jeff Wright this time, and yes, just a tad bit excited. And when he does get the pass off, Albert Bentley just lost among a sea of blue jerseys. The Bills are fired up for this season opener. And Jeff George not too happy about his first half of NFL football. Mom and Dad a little nervous. Second half, and it started to get better. George lost a great pass to the veteran Stanley Morgan, who grabs it, keeps his feet in. Colts pulled to within 16-10. But then it all faded to black for the rookie. Yeah, Cornelius Bennett puts an incredible hit on George, and he is down in pain. And now Jeff's parents have good reason to be nervous. Take another look at this hit. Bennett gets a helmet on him, and his head hits the turf hard. That was it for George and for the Colts as they lose by a final of 26-10. But the rookie, not too bad. He was, well, not too bad in his passing. 13 for 24, 106 yards, and also a touchdown. Not too shabby.
He hung in there. He'll do
picks at quarterback. He wasn't the worst by far. John Elway had a concussion the first game he played. Marino wasn't bad, Axe. Vinny had some yards. Jeff George did okay. He hung in there, although he got the loss.
On the Buffalo Bills when they played in Florida, the Miami Dolphins. I mean, the Bills, they could never buy a win in the Orange Bowl, but in the history of Joe Robbie Stadium, they were 3 for 3 going into today's matchup, a little bit north of Miami. The way the Bills played today, though, they should have tried the Orange Bowl. They might have been better off. Don Shula looking for his 200th win as Miami head coach. Dan Marino, Shula, they've had some differences lately, but on Sundays they try and win football games, and it was defense that helped the Bills win today. Look at him stack up Kennebrew on 4th and 1. Then Marino took over using all his receivers. Out of the shotgun, Tony Martin, first down. Into Tony Page, Marino, another first down. Then the second-year man, Sammy Smith, makes a reception out of the backfield. Then on 3rd and 6, just activated yesterday, Crash Jensen with the big first down reception, bowling over Williams. Then Marino again to Page, takes it to the 3. Into the first quarter, Don said, whoa, it could be a fast game, especially if we keep it on the ground. And on 4th and inches from the 1, Sammy Smith can pound it over. Dolphins, a 9-minute, 11-second drive. They lead it 7-0. Bills' next possession. Kelly dumps it off to Pete Metzelaars. He dumps it off after he's hit by John Offerdahl. Albert Oglesby recovers, turns into a Stoyanovich field goal. Bills' next possession. Kelly deflects it. Look at Louis Oliver. What a great interception. Leads to another field goal. Offerdahl and company playing the tough D. Interesting matchup between Bruce Smith and the rookie left tackle Richmond Webb, and the youngster did fine, Tommy.
Webb matched up head-to-head with Smith much of the day. Here he gets a little help from Tony Page, but they did a good job holding Smith out. Here you see Webb. He allows him to get to the quarterback, but Marino still has time to get rid of the ball.
In the second half, as Bruce and company befuddled, the Bills try to go to their hurry-up offense. Kelly couldn't make it work. He throws way over the head of James Lofton. Jimbo today, not the kind of day he wants to write home about. 14 of 23 for $140. Sammy Smith wasn't done. He'll write home about this one. 2 short runs, but 2 touchdown runs. The Dolphins led it 23-0, went on to lead it 30-0 before the Bills finally broke the shutout. Smith's numbers, and the number for Don Shula as head coach of the Miami Dolphins, 200 wins, and our congratulations to him. The Dolphins, after just 2 weeks all alone in first place of the AFC East, as they lambaste the Buffalo Bills by the count of 30-7. Only 4 coaches have got 200 wins with one team. Shula, the second fastest to get there. The Papa Bear beat everybody. It took him 288 games to win 200 as a head coach of the Bears. Shula took him 298 to win 200 as head coach of the Miami Dolphins. Curley and Tom Landry, they weren't bad coaches either. The Miami Dolphins picked Webb and Sims, and they started in 1990, just 2 games in. He averages 108 yards a game, as opposed to 50 a game all last year. Touchdowns, he already has half as many this year as he had all.
Being the Bills. We're still waiting for that. Let's head to the Meadowlands. Giant Stadium turned out to be the house of pain for the Jets, especially for JoJo Townsell. Runs into his own man, Rick Tootin. On the Rick Tootin punt, John Galvin runs him over. Later in the first, Ken O'Brien looks for Townsell. He's hammered. On the replay, Mark Kelso catches Townsell right where it counts. He wouldn't be the only guy in green. Woozy after this one. Thurman Thomas wore out the Jets. Late in the first quarter from the Bills' 17. There he goes, Thomas. 60 yards, the longest run in his career. Down to the Jets' 23. Bruce Coslett says, big deal. Thomas says, okay, I'll do it again. From his own 10, he rumbles 40 yards this time. 18 carries, 214 yards on the game for Thurman Thomas. Second quarter, game tied at 7. Jim Kelly finds Butch Roll from the 2-yard touchdown. His last 7 NFL receptions have resulted in 7 touchdowns. The Bills were up 20-7, and Bruce Smith went to work. Taking on 2 Jet linemen, Jeff Criswell bumps Johnny Hector. Fumble. On the outside rush, Smith hits Ken O'Brien. Fumble. Then Cornelius Bennett pursues O'Brien. Fumble. You get the idea. Even when O'Brien had time, the only guy he could find who was wide open was the ref. And a lousy catch at that. That led Jets fans to amuse themselves with other diversions. Let's move along. 30-7 was the final score. Buffalo dominating the Jets again. Thomas a career-high 214 yards. The Bills moved to 2-1. The Jets dropped to 1-2. The Bills have now outscored the Jets 111-10 in their last 3 games. Domination of this series in the last 6 games, rather, is the rushing yardage. Take a look at it. The Bills have averaged over 200 yards a game on the ground against the Jets.
Have been to the Super Bowl. The Bills feel they can finally get to the Super Bowl. They met at Rich Stadium today. The Broncos have been winning very close Cinderella-style games the last couple of weeks. Bills were beaten 2 weeks ago, 30-7. Last week they won 30-7. Would the real Bills show up? Well, that was the question today. Maybe what we saw. Which Bills were they? Well, we know which Denver Broncos they were. Bobby Humphrey, number 2 rusher in the NFL, going in. He was unstoppable today. Look at him slice and dice the Bills defense for a touchdown. 7-0 Denver. His counterpart, number 1 rusher in the NFL, Thurman Thomas, going in, had a woeful day. The Broncos did a nice job of rush defense. Nice, the understatement of the year. 13 carries, 36 yards for Thurman Thomas. But Humphrey's still hot. 6 yards for a first down, and look at the front line, Tommy.
And anytime you see a great runner, you're going to see a great offensive line. You see the hole created by the counter trap, which the Washington Redskins made great. Bobby Humphrey is a very good instinctive runner. He knows how to make the cut.
Yeah, instinctively for 177 yards. And Steve Sewell, valuable guy, continues to be for Dan Reeves' squad. A touchdown, and here's the hole again, Tom.
Steve Sewell comes through, and he's actually untouched until he gets to the end zone.
14-3 Denver at the half. In the second half, a bad omen, maybe. Treadwell going to kick it off, and the ball rolls off the tee. But maybe not. Broncos get it back. Elway dropped off, and Kirby Jackson picks off the poorly thrown pass. But the Bills couldn't capitalize here as the Broncos defense continued to do their job. Next possession. Fumble as Bruce Smith sacks Elway. Darryl Talley recovers for the Bills. And soon thereafter, the Broncos would pay for this one as Don Smith, kind of a trick. Whoa, it never gets to Kelly. Tommy at the time, they have to score on plays like that. 12-yard run. It's a 14-9 Bronco lead. Thurman Thomas continues to struggle with the fumble. Broncos recover. And the Broncos want to take advantage. Elway to Sammy Winder. 6-yard plus the late hit by Shane Conlon. Soon after, Winder scores 21-9. The Broncos lead with 10:27 to go in the game. David Treadwell's 24-yard field goal blocked by Nate Odoms. Cornelius Bennett scoops it up. Let's get him go. He could go all the way. 80 yards, a touchdown. The Broncos thought they could pad their lead. Now their lead only 5, 21-16. Next series for the Broncos. Dr. Sack, Leon Seals tips the ball, picked off by Leonard Smith. He could go all the way. Touchdown, 39 yards. The point after by Scott Norwood was no good, but the Bills still led it 22-21. Elway looking for magic after the pit back on the kickoff and the penalty. Crowd too loud. Bob McElwee says, please help us.
Has been requested to assist in quieting the crowd. We appreciate your cooperation.
So on the next play, Elway fumbles. Cornelius Bennett recovers. Davis scores from 2 yards out. In a minute 17, the Bills lead 29-21. But Elway to Ricky Nattil, and here come the Broncos back. It's a 29-28 Buffalo lead. Onside kick. Treadwell with a good job. Pete Metzelaars scoops it for the Bills. And the Bills hang on in one of the wildest games we've seen in a long time. The Bills beat the Broncos 29-28. After the game, each coach reacted to the bizarre nature of the contest.
You know, it's just one of those crazy games. Around long enough, I guess you'll see everything. And, you know, it's a tough way to lose. But we've won some unusual games, too. And, you know, they did what they had to do to win the game. It's a tough loss for them.
It's a tremendous win for us against a team that's the defending champion that beat us here and that apparently was on their way to beating us again today. Sure, it's a tremendous lift, absolutely. You have to feel good winning a game like this, and your team should gain some confidence even though you didn't win it pretty.
Marv, shout about it. I mean, it was unbelievable considering, Tommy, that the Broncos, you know, it's almost as easy to score against their offense.
The Bills came due with defense, the likes of which we haven't seen since, last week. Jim Kelly early in the game finally throws a TD pass this year to a wide receiver. It's Andre Reed to tie the game at 7. 13-yard reception. Talk about concentration and body control. We're 7-all. LA up 10-7. Jay Schrader to Mervin Fernandez. And watch the hit by Mark Kelso. Part of the helmet goes flying. It's part of a protective shield that Kelso wears. Raiders would score on that drive, make it 17-7. And the Bills go to work. Kelly to Keith McKiller. And the Bills coming back, they're only down 17-14. It's a 24-14 Raider lead. Kelly looking for James Lofton and finding him for 43 yards. And the Bills only down 3 on their next possession. The Raiders have it back. Gossett, Jeff to punt. Steve Tasker with the block. Right into the hands of James Williams, and he takes it 38 yards. And the Bills, their special teams, their D doing it again. Up 28-24. Raiders trying to come back. Willie Gault, sideline, little button hook. He's got it, but Nate Odom says, give me the ball, and give me the 6 points, and give me 49 yards of headroom, and I'm gone. The critical play of the game is the Bills win it 38-24 with a 24-point rally. Buffalo with 44 fourth-quarter points their last 2 games. They tonight scored 3 more points against the Raiders, and the Raiders gave up the first 4 weeks. Each of these teams now 4-1. And what a day and what a night at Rich Stadium again for the Buffalo D.
Buffalo Bills. The last 6 times these two teams have met, the Bills have squashed them, as Axe likes to say, like a grape, including Week 3 on a Monday night in the Meadowlands when the Bills won it 30-7. Thurman Thomas was wearing thermal underwear. He ran for 214 yards and only 18 carries in that game, and he carried the Bills to their big win. So, the Bills expect a laugher off of their bye last week? Well, the Jets said early in the person of Eric McMillan, don't expect it. Thomas was hurt making a clothesline tackle on McMillan there, so 214 the last time, 2 rushes for 5 yards today. What a difference a couple of weeks make. Jets lead at 7-0 in the first, 4th and 2. Leahy. No, it's a fake field goal. The punter and holder, Joe Prokop, goes left. He does step out of bounds, but the Jets have the first down deep. That leads to 2nd and goal. Kenny O'Brien to Mike Boyer. Touchdown surprise in Buffalo. The Jets lead 14-0. Bills score to make it 14-7. On 4th and 5, O'Brien hits a wide-open Altoon, beats Kirby Jackson, and the drive stays alive. 2 plays later, Kenny O fakes, rolls right, 19-yarder, Altoon, 21-7 the Jets.
But the Bills, as they have been known to do this year, come back. 3rd and 13. Jim Kelly to Don Smith. Hits the reverse to Andre Reed. Look at Kelly out there trying to lead some interference. Anyway, not a good idea. 25 yards. One play later, Kelly to Reed. Second TD of the day. 21-17 Jets at the half. Reed, 8 catches, 116 yards. Bruce Smith, meanwhile, as he usually does, was making lives miserable for the Jets.
And Chris, he can be awfully dangerous when he gets that quick start. He was working on Jeff Criswell all day. Here he catches Johnny Hector from behind, goes right around Criswell, gets the sack, and this forces those false starts. It forces the offensive linemen to try to do things that they just can't. Here he battles, gets knocked down. Criswell gets the holding call, and he's upset with the referee.
Couple of sacks today for Bruce Smith. Second half, the Jets lead at 24-17. Kelly to James Lofton. He beats James Shake Your Booty for 60 yards at the touchdown. 60 career touchdowns for the venerable Lofton. We're tied at 24. Fourth quarter, we're still tied. Scott Norwegian Norwood misses the 25-yarder. We're still tied. Want to see a great catch? Watch this by Rob Moore. Are you kidding me? Leads to 17-year veteran Pat Leahy. Of course, he's good for 25 yards out. Jets lead 27-24. Under 3 minutes to go. Bills trying to come back. Kelly pass. Joe Mott almost makes it applesauce for Buffalo, but he doesn't come up with the interception. 26 seconds. Kelly scrambles to the unlikely receiver, Jamie Mueller. 14-yard touchdown. Boom! Norwood misses the extra point, but the Jets couldn't get the Hail Mary. And the Bills come from behind. This wasn't your normal 18-block punt effort in the fourth quarter for Buffalo. But the last seconds, Kelly to Mueller wins it, and the Bills beat the New York Jets by the count of 30-27. So the Jets have lost 2 tough divisional games on the road late. At Buffalo today, at Miami a few weeks ago, and the Bills continue to keep pace with the Miami Dolphins. They are at 5-1. When we return, the 49ers. Can anybody beat them? Maybe the ghosts of Steeler Pass could do it. Back to the Bills-Jets game. When Jim Kelly plays the rest of the NFL, well, that's what he's done this year. Okay. 2 games against the Jets. Numbers are up. Bills won them both. We'll be back. The AFC East remain tied with them. The Buffalo Bills at the Patriots. Cover up, although at Foxborough, Steve Grogan was back, so there was hope. Except the first play from scrimmage, it is Mark Wilson imitation. Second play, John Stevens had 90 yards rushing, but he was stuffed by Bruce Smith. Marv Levy's squad has been a slow starter this year. In the first quarter, they've had only 1 touchdown. But watch Andre Reed right here. Is this beautiful or what? One-handed grab of the Kelly pass, pickup of 18. Same drive. Patriots blitz. Andre Reed gets the first down to the 3. The next play, Don Smith. Airborne, stays there by, yeah, it's a touchdown. 7-0 Bills. That was Don Smith. This is a more famous Bill, Bruce Smith, Tommy, as he handled Chris Gamble.
Well, Bruce, a force to be reckoned with in any game. Here he blows by Chris Gamble to sack Steve Grogan, and then on 2nd and goal, he stuffs John Stevens for no gain.
Which sets up a 3rd and goal. Grogan going to the end zone. But Nate Odoms makes a nice interception. Pass intended for McMurtry. Didn't get any better for Patriots beleaguered head coach Rod Rust. 3rd and 9, Jim Kelly. Is James Lofton open here, Tom?
Slightly.
Yeah. Ball was slightly underthrown. Otherwise, it would have been a touchdown instead of just 52 yards. Thurman Thomas, hurt last week in the first quarter against the Jets, had a big day. Here he takes the handoff, gains a tough 10 yards down to the 3. Next play, look at Kelly looking like J.C. Watts. Pitches it back to Thomas. Around Ron McSwain. Touchdown Bills. They lead it 14-0. Andre Reed was leveled by Maurice Hurst. Reminded him this is a divisional game. Then he gets leveled by the wall outside the end zone. Andre woozy, but he was all right. The man who was really all right was Thurman Thomas. 22 carries, 136 yards. Just so quick getting through the hole, runs for 26 yards. McSwain saves the touchdown. Then the pitch around left end. Thurman runs for 15 more. Thurman had a TD. We mentioned his stats. He was back in form. Might not be the year of the Buffalo, but today in New England, it certainly was, as the Bills stomp on the New England Patriots 27-10. They had lost 7 of their last 8 at Foxborough, but today it was, how you say, a veritable last. Browns won 34-30. That was last January. This is November. What a difference a year makes. Man on the hot seat in Cleveland, Bud Carson. Squad 2-6 going in. Made the move to start Mike Pagel instead of Bernie Kosar. Didn't decide till late in the afternoon. Art Modell, well, this is going to be interesting. See how this works. Bill's defensive line, yeah, they were working. Will Wolford, 69. Jim Richer, 51. Couple of veterans double-teaming Michael Dean Perry, pushing him out. Thurman Thomas, he's quick, and he's in the end zone, and the Bills lead early, 7-0. Then Thurman, from the 11-yard line, second quarter. He waltzes in for the touchdown. It's 14-0. Some good blocking here.
He waltzes into the dance of John Davis and Howard Ballard, and Raymond Claiborne and Thane Gash pay the price.
Bud watching as his team trails 14-0. For a while, Pagel and the offense heated up. The nice catch by Brian Brennan inside the 10-yard line. Soon, Pagel over the middle to Webster Slaughter for a touchdown. But Jerry Seaman says,
pass interference, number 82 offense.
Well, they call it on Ozzie. Penalty gives away the touchdown. And then the blocked field goal attempt by Tony Korick. John Hagee picks it up. Bruce DeHaven, special teams, once again doing the job for the Bills. Browns get the ball back. Pagel to Ozzie Newsome. He's passed Charlie Taylor into 4th in the all-time receiving list. He had 3 today, now has 650 for his career. Then they can't even snap it to Mike Pagel, the holder. Mike Morris to snap over his head again. The Browns waste the scoring opportunity. Art into the darkness. Second half, Jim Kelly throwing to Andre Reed. Watch this catch and run by the Pro Bowl receiver. He had 7 catches on the day. That one was good for 43 yards. The Bills scored a touchdown on the drive. They led it 21-0. Oh, by the way, Bills have a pretty good defense. Watch number 97, Cornelius Bennett. Bat down the pass of Mike Pagel. Browns tried anything. Razzle-dazzle. Reverse to Webster Slaughter. The rookie corner. J.D. Williams just throws him down. And when Pagel passed it, sometimes it wasn't a great idea. Tip, the unsung linebacker Darryl Talley picks it off. Bernie never played. Pagel wished he never did. Art Modell has a decision to make with a bye coming up for the Browns. His team is 2-7, and we're drawn and quartered by the Bills, 42-0. AFC Seeger game because it was against the wind. They were young and strong with the Cardinals, but they were running against the wind. Larry Centers can't handle a kickoff. Rich Camarillo. Weather's not like this in Arizona. But the Cards do one thing right. Cedric McNails. Jim Kelly recovers the ball at the 7, and it sets up a touchdown, and the Cardinals, smelling upset, they lead the Bills 7-0 in the first. But Jim Kelly comes back after the hit. Watch him respond. Man, it's quietly becoming a big target for him. The tight end, Keith McKellar. We're tied at 7. Kelly goes to Butch, shake, rattle, and roll. 8 straight catches of his have been for a touchdown. It's 14-7. Then 30 seconds left in the half. Kelly to the white flash. Don Beebe for a 44-yard pickup. And then on the next play, usually the special teams player extraordinaire, with Andre Reed out, Steve Atasker catches the touchdown. It's 21-7 Buffalo. Second half, beautiful day in Buffalo. The Cards said when's the next flight out. Rick Rootin' Tootin' tries to get this punt off. Bicycle hammer off his head. The Bills recover in a comedy of errors. And you think Rich Camarillo's enjoying himself? Nice. Call a travel agent near you. You too could have been at Rich Stadium. This punt, 12 yards. The next one, 10 yards. Meanwhile, the Bills, hey, it's beautiful here in Western New York. Thermal Thomas
carry for 112 yards, and look at him speed up, Tommy.
The great thing is the acceleration once he gets to the hole.
And he gets 112 yards. And what about the play of Jim Kelly this year, Tom, as he looks for Don Beebe?
This is the worst of situations to play under. He threw with poise. He threw with touch. He's showing the leadership that they expected when he came to the Bills.
4 touchdown passes for Kelly, 11 for 16. The Bills piling it on. Kenneth Davis. Nice cutback. Looks like it's an 80-degree day to me. 13 yards for the score. Not even Joe could blow the bugle on this one. The Bills over the Cards 45-14. They are 8-1 to keep pace with the Dolphins. They've won 7 in a row. Their last 3 games they've won by a combined score of 114-24, and the Cards got only 127 yards in offense.
Up north, figured to be a long day for Rod Russ. On the Bills' first possession, they go immediately to Thurman Thomas, who marches the Bills down the field. 9 yards on this play. 9 more on this play. And from 5 yards out, behind the block of Howard Ballard, Thurman Thomas gives Buffalo a 7-0 lead. There is the block by Ballard. Meanwhile, Mark Wilson and the Patriots were able to move the ball on the Buffalo defense. Wilson finds George Adams all the way down to the 2-yard line. Adams, the former Giant. Patriots knocking on the door. 4th and goal. Marvin Allen gets the handoff, and he is met head-on by Ray Bentley. Again in the second quarter, the Patriots are on the move. Irving Fryer, downfield, gets nailed by John Hagee. Patriots drive and stop in the 4th quarter. Time running out. Marv Levy a little nervous. Wilson moves the Pats downfield. That is Marv Cook with a terrific catch, and he pays dearly. A couple of plays later in Bills territory, Wilson is picked off in the end zone by James Williams. Then the Bills take over. The very next play, Thurman Thomas runs 80 yards. Thomas gives the ground game that Buffalo so desperately needs late in the season, going 80 yards, 165 on the day, as the Bills shut out the Patriots 14-0. Bills won their 8th straight while the Patriots lost their 8th in a row. Thurman Thomas outgained Jim Kelly today. Thomas rushed for 165 yards.
The Buffalo Bills hadn't lost at all since week 2, but the AFC's most fearsome team finally met someone who knew that sometimes the best way to fight a giant is just to run the other way. Lorenzo White frustrated the mighty Bills, totaling career highs in rushing and receiving, forcing Buffalo to chase the Oilers all night long. Buffalo trailed early, but the Bills' offense has been the league's highest-scoring unit this year. Still coming back against the run and shoot is a heavy load to bear, and Warren Moon's 4th straight 300-yard game finally broke Buffalo's back. Buffalo became the final division leader to lose last weekend, the only time since the merger that all 6 first-place teams took a fall together. But for one team, the fall may have been especially hard.
Full of NFL heavyweights. The Philadelphia Eagles, winners of 5 in a row, and the Buffalo Bills, co-owners of the best record in the AFC at 9-2 going in, and it was a real heavyweight fight. Bills scored early, Eagles scored big in the middle rounds, but it was Buffalo that was left with a couple of punches to pull out the decision. And I'll tell you what, Ray Bentley, one of his heroes is Alice Cooper. He was no more Mr. Nice Guy. He paints his eyes that way every now and then. Not often a nice guy. Andre Muddy Waters, clean hit on Thurman Thomas with the flip. Shane Conlon with the stick on Heath Bar Sherman on the goal line. It was that sort of game. But I'll tell you what nobody in Philadelphia was expecting. Jim Kelly to James Lofton. And look at him go. The veteran races across the field and he could go all the way. 63 yards. The Bills lead at 7-0. 100th touchdown pass in the career of Jim Kelly. When the score 10-0 still in the first. A quick slant to Andre Reed. And guess what he's going to do? He beats Waters and Wes Hopkins. He goes all the way. 56 yards. 17-0. Buffalo.
Buffalo employing the no-huddle offense here. Kelly alert to the blitz. Both outside linebackers come. Middle of the field open. Andre Reed showing that speed that nobody suspects that he has. He just beats everybody to the end zone all the time.
Then, no huddle offense. Kelly to wide open Lofton. He fakes Waters. Finally is run out of bounds. This set up a Thurman Thomas touchdown, and the Bills would lead at 24-0 at the end of the first quarter for Lofton. 174 yards receiving. More on that later. And for Jim Kelly, his first 300-yard day of the season passing. Defensively, while the Bills were running up a big lead, Bruce Smith made sure it stuck that way for a while.
In all likelihood, the fastest lineman off the ball in the NFL. And here he goes around Ron Heller. I don't even know if Ron Heller got a whiff of him there. Forces the bad throw. And he looks like he's offside on this play. He is not. He knocks the ball out of Randall Cunningham's grasp. It was not ruled a fumble. They did not even review it.
In the second quarter, Randall Cunningham was exactly where he wanted to be, down 24-0. On 2nd and 9, nobody open. He cuts back. Randall ran for 71 yards on the day, 40 on this play. Look at this is a quarterback. Give us a break. Then on 2nd and 7 from the 18.
Certainly shows he's a quarterback here. The great play fake to Tony, and then shows that nice touch that he has when he gets inside the 20. And oh, let me tell you about Keith Jackson.
They missed the kick, and it's 24-6. Late in the second quarter, 3rd and 14. The play of the year, folks. Randall Cunningham in the end zone. Bruce Smith goes in for the sack. No, he doesn't get the sack. Running against his body. Throws it 60 yards. Fred Barnett makes the catch. Are you kidding? 95-yard touchdown from Cunningham to Fred Barnett. Rich Stadium stunned as the Eagles are shooting their way back in the ball game. I'm not sure I believe it, Tom.
The great athleticism of Randall Cunningham here. I think he got a peek behind him right there at Bruce Smith. He manages to duck out of it, keeps his poise, keeps his head and eyes upfield, and unleashes this ball off the wrong foot. It's all arm, and he throws it about 60 yards, and he can still go all the way.
There's a habit forming here. In the third quarter, on 3rd and goal, Cunningham to Keith Byers. He threw a 95-yarder, went to throw a 1-yarder, and it's a 24-23 Buffalo lead. In the fourth quarter, it's now 30-23, and here comes the sack machine. Cornelius Bennett gets to Cunningham. Then, does Randall have one play left? Down by a touchdown, 13 seconds to go. The hook and ladder. Out of bounds with 7 seconds to go. You know he can throw it all the way into the end zone. The Hail Mary, but can he throw it 80 yards? Almost far enough, but batted away, and the Bills remain undefeated at home this year. For Marv Levy, they're 7-0 in Rich Stadium, and the Bills beat the Philadelphia Eagles 30-23 in a wild, wild ball game. Nothing wilder than the play made by Randall Cunningham. James Lofton, a couple of milestones for him. He's one of those guys that he's just still fast, like Isaac Curtis, like Cliff Branch, like Wesley Walker, like Harold Jackson. Today, bad day for Don Maynard because on the receiving list, Lofton passed Ray Berry and Don Maynard, now 6th all-time in receptions. He also passed the Jet Hall of Famer on the all-time yardage list. Lofton now almost 12,000 yards. Again with the Buffalo Bills at the Indianapolis Colts. And this game had all the makings of a trap. In years past, the Buffalo Bills would see a game like this at the Colts, kind of lay down, not play well, and get smacked. They were 1-5 at the Hoosier Dome the last 6 years. But these Bills are not those Bills, as somebody might say. They're our Bills. Bruce Smith, dominant force. Everybody wants him for our Bills. Moss and Ray Donaldson double team. That's the only way they keep him away from Jeff George on this play, but you can't always stop him.
You know, and part of his success, he's such a great player that the Bills move him around a little bit. Here he comes through the middle of the line. A good little stop and start there, puts pressure on Jeff George and bats down a pass.
When Jeff George was on the move, he couldn't escape Bruce Smith, who may have better speed. Smith had 4 sacks today, all of them in the first half, Tommy.
And we said you could double team him and stop him. You certainly can't leave him uncovered and expect him to do anything but crush Jeff George.
19 sacks on the season for Bruce Smith. And, oh yes, the Bills offense has scored more points than anybody in football. Jim Kelly, Andre Reed, 34-yard touchdown, 7-0 Bills very early. Next possession, same combination. Kelly to Reed for 13 yards. 2 plays later, Kelly over the middle to Reed, breaks the team touchdown reception mark held by Elbert Golden Wheels to Benyon. Reed now has 37, 21-0 Buffalo at the half.
One of the great receivers in this league, Chris, and Kelly knows it. You get the ball to him on the cross slant, the short slant, and you just let him go with it. This looks like the same play. It is not, but they know that he has the kind of legs that once you complete the ball to him, 15, 20 yards, even 70, 80 yards, it's not something that you don't think about.
Jeff George remembers his first NFL start. Week 1, it was against the Buffalo Bills. He was knocked out of the game. This time he showed a better arm, but the problem, John Hagee of the Bills was there to snare it. They picked him off 3 times. They also helped him up, but they also helped him down. Same guy, boom, number 97, Cornelius Bennett. When George got away, he had the deflected pass intercepted by Dr. Sack, of all people, Leon Seals. Obviously his first INT of his career, 3 on the day against Jeff George. And if that wasn't enough for Buffalo, they also have Thermal Thomas, a little warmer inside of the Hoosier Dome. He can catch it for 63 yards from Kelly, and he could go all the... No, he doesn't. He gets tackled here. But Thomas then runs up the middle, and he does go all the way. 23 yards for a touchdown. 76 yards rushing, 91 yards receiving, a $167 overall for Thurman Thomas. And the Bills just shellacked the Indianapolis Colts 31-7. Total offense, they had 408 yards, holding the Colts to only 127 yards. And Tommy, we said before, this the type of game that the Bills would lose in the past, but they're showing something different this year. Killer instinct.
Well, killer instinct, and the thing I like is, you look at the Giants, the Niners, the Chicago Bears, all teams headed for the playoffs. That's the kind of team that the Bills are. They're strong defensively, and the thing that's most impressive is they run the ball, yes, with Thurman Thomas, but they run it with everyone. That offensive line gets the job done blocking.
Great. The NFL record for sacks. Now, they only started keeping record of this in the last decade. Mark Gass.
Blanketed by an icy rain and temperatures in the low 30s last Sunday, the Meadowlands featured what Bill Parcells likes to call giant weather. But it was the Buffalo Bills, 4-11 in December games under Marv Levy, who seemed at home.
I'd rather have snow. Huh? Between me and you, I'd rather have snow.
I don't care. Whatever. It's soon play. Whatever it is.
Right.
Supposed to play whatever kind of weather. It's the way this game is meant to be played outside.
The sun will be out soon. Huh? The sun will be out soon. Yeah, right.
The sun was only wishful thinking for the Giants as the Bills were focused on turning Sunday into payday.
Today's a hitter's game.
Up front,
Let's show them what we got. Huh?
Let's get it right.
Good luck to you today. Good luck to you today.
The Bills more than made their presence felt. But instead of folding, the Giants simply changed tactics.
They're holding the ball deeper than they've been doing before. They're playing Ben back on us all the way because they know we run well.
To counter the speed and strong upfield rush of the Bills' defense, the Giants began using deeper handoffs. With Buffalo defenders caught across the line of scrimmage, Giant blockers simply had to wall off the Bills and allow Rodney Hampton to find his way.
Hampton cuts back through left tackle. Hampton gets to the 40-yard line, the 35, to the 30, 25.
Hampton finished the day with 105 of New York's 157 rushing yards and set up the Giants' only touchdown.
Handoff. O.J. touchdown.
With a 7-0 lead to protect, the Giants knew what to expect.
Look, same thing as we talked about before now. On the zones, inside guys, okay? Thomas, McKellar, Reed, whoever the 3 inside people are, they're the big guys, okay? Under center, be alert on the sub run, okay? Reed on the crossing patterns, take them.
Kelly passes to relief on the left side on the screen pass. It is complete to the 30. Big break. 35-40, 45-50. The Giants are going to have to hustle to get to him inside the 30. Knocked out of bounds by Williams.
My kind of game, baby. 48. 3 yards in the cloud of dust, and let's have it.
A run to the left corner, and cutting back, Thurman Thomas dives in. Dropping back, looking, throws, and it is caught by Reed, and he's in for the score. Yes! Yes!
But as quickly as the Bills took control, the advantage swung back to the Giants when Jim Kelly became the first of the weekend's KO'd QB.
Kelly is hurt. He is hurt horribly.
And holding his left knee.
No, don't do that, Doc. Don't do that.
Jimmy, hold on a second. Tell the guy we need the cart over here.
What? Don't let him, if you feel comfortable with that gun, don't let him come out. I'll tell you what.
Kelly's departure triggered a change in strategy for both teams.
Make a good first play. You know, I was wanting to make it there. I think it would have been a play. Because they're really coming across now on the runs.
Without Kelly, Buffalo was left without its deadliest punch. But before the Giants could capitalize, they were dealt a blow equally as devastating.
Sims is down and getting up slowly. Sims is starting to limp off the field here. It's a first down for the Giants. Now we'll get Jeff Hostetler.
Sims' injury put the teams back on equal footing and left the Giants unable to convert on 2 late-game chances.
Shoot by Ingram, and a bad snap from center. Hostetler falls on the ball. Back to throw. Looks, and he throws, and it is incomplete, and the Bills will get the ball and win the game. He tried to hit Troy Kyles. The Bills are going to win it at Giant Stadium.
Yes! 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 Bills #1!
It was winner take all, just about, at least on Buffalo's side. If they beat the Miami Dolphins in Miami's first trip to Buffalo ever in December, and they play every year since 1966. If the Bills won, home field throughout the playoffs. Dolphins won today, won next week, they would get the same honor. And the question of Frank Reich at quarterback for the injured Jim Kelly. But to steal a song from Free, they were all right now. Baby, they were all right now. And so their 80,000 fans at Reich Stadium thought so. Jim Kelly trying to give a helping hand on the sidelines. Frank Reich, see the guy behind him, Thurman Thomas? It's a good thing he was behind him. Reich wasted no time. The opening kickoff goes to the Bills. Reich puts it up to Keith McKellar, but the big tight end can't hold on. Third play from scrimmage. Reich to Thurman Thomas across the middle. Pick up of 15 yards, and Marv Levy told us this week he'd run the hurry-up offense with Reich. Marv doesn't lie. Reich to the white splash. Don Beebe nailed by Jarvis Williams, but it's a 14-yard pickup. 3 plays later at the Dolphins 27. Reich tries to scramble, but he fumbles. Was he jittery? The Dolphins recovered. Marv Levy had to wonder, Tommy.
You know, blocking Bruce Smith for that line was their #1 job. Richmond Webb got the task. He's a Pro Bowl rookie. He was successful on the day here. He worked him inside, gets some help from Keith Sims, and Bruce Smith held without a sack all day.
And that protection helped Dan Marino engineer the best drive, certainly early, to Mark Clayton. Just back in the lineup, took some sticks today and was tough. Farrell Edmonds, Pro Bowl tight end, across the middle for 24 yards. Then on third down, watch John Hagee. It's called your clothesline of Tony Martin. They're going to call it a personal foul. It's going to keep Miami's drive alive. Don Shula watches his team on a nice 16-play drive. Pete Stoyanovich had hit 18 in a row from inside the 40. His 19th, no good. And we remain scoreless. The Bills, meanwhile, got a charge led by our Christmas greeter, Kent Hull, on the offensive line. Hull, the Pro Bowl center, blocking for Thurman Thomas. Runs behind Hull and Jim Richter. It's a gain of 11. Right? Another Pro Bowler, Andre Reed. A nice play that picks up 20 yards. And then Thurman Thomas.
Here he swings out of the backfield and takes advantage of Lewis Oliver's hesitation right there. Scampers upfield for a 22-yard gain.
This is a 13-play, 80-yard march for the Bills. Reich said they'd use everybody, including James Lofton. They did. He zips it. Lofton booms it past McKyer, and the Bills lead it 7-0. $1:21 to go in the first half. Miami has a chance, but Marino is picked by Clifford Hicks at his hot licks. Buffalo leads 7-0 at the half. Nothing went right for Miami to start the third quarter. Short kickoff by Scott Norwegian Wood, but it's fumbled by Mark Logan. Carlton Beetle Bailey recovers it for Buffalo. Reich capitalized. Zips to Andre Reed. 14-0 Bills. Jim Kelly says, I don't have 14 fingers, but there's 10. Marino tried to keep Miami close. To Mark. Super duper with the great catch. Miami hanging tough. They were game today. They cut it to 14-7. But Frank Reich's numbers, 15 of 21. One of them, the bomb to Beebe of 44 yards, setting up a field goal, 17-7 Buffalo. And then, when the weather is frightful, it's Thermal Thomas. Thermal nuclear warfare. Thomas scores the touchdown, 24-7. Thomas running on the day, 154 yards on 30 carries. Miami scored a late touchdown, but it's party time in Buffalo. Bruce Smith says to fans, let's tear down the goalpost. I guarantee there'll be no beer consumed in Western New York tonight. Sure. Buffalo beat Miami 24-14, and they're home all the way through the AFC playoffs. Bruce Smith said, how sweet it is.
We've been ready the whole week to play them. I mean, we had coaches coming into the meetings, banging their heads up against lockers and fired up and ready to go. We had to tell a couple of our coaches, hey, you're not playing Sunday. You know, we got to play the game.
You coach for 40 years, you play about 3 or 4 games in your career that's like this, and this is one of them. I told Scott before the game that this is the most butterflies I had before an event since I was in the 2nd grade play for the PTA. I was a tree.
Marv and the folks in Buffalo have good reason to celebrate. Miami played a pretty good game, but Tommy, we talked about it on game day. There was a checklist here for the Bills.
Yes, and keeping that checklist, if it was a report card, Chris, the Bills made the honor roll today. It began with total dominance of the offensive line against the Dolphins' defensive line. That led to Reich being comfortable in the pocket and handling that pressure of the AFC's biggest game of the year. How he did it, he distributed the ball offensively. The first touchdown went to James Lofton, his second touchdown to Andre Reed, and in between he hit everybody else on the Bills squad. And oh yeah, a guy named Thurman Thomas, the best go-to guy in the NFL, accounted for those yardage that we saw rushing the football. He also put up another 29 receiving.
Dance. Teams already in the playoffs, playing today not for position, but maybe the Bills and the Redskins were trying to decide which one would go to the postseason with more of a forward spin. Let's go to RFK Stadium. The Bills and the Redskins. Jim Kelly encouraging Frank Lloyd Wright, the architect of the big win last week over Miami, but he's pressured by Wilber Marshall. Down he goes with help from Andre Collins. On 3rd and 1, Reich is looking for his tight end, Keith McKellar. Makes the catch, but again it's Wilber Marshall. Causes the fumble, and he recovers it. For Reich, who was hit several times by the Skins, played the first half with 7 for 14. Even the most reliable seemed out of it today, Tommy.
Chris, a good sign that the Bills may have had a little bit of an emotional letdown after their game last week is when you see Thurman Thomas fumble the football as he does here. It's forced by Tracy Rocker, and Timmy Johnson recovers.
If you like kicking, and if you like the Redskins, you love Chip Lomel from 37, from 24, from 19, from 43. And from 32 yards. 5 for 5 on field goals, a pair of extra points. Chip Lohmiller most of the Redskins offense. One guy who did play up to his normal Pro Bowl status, the Bills' Bruce Smith.
Bruce Smith did not get a sack today, but he showed why he may indeed be the best defensive player in this league. Here he comes inside on Jim Lachey to put the rush on Rippon, forcing the incompletion. Here he splits the double team, but has the presence of mind to read the screen, get back out to the play. He does not make the tackle on Clark, but he forces him back to the inside where Leonard Smith cleans up.
Only Bruce Smith is fast enough to be even in the neighborhood.
Only Bruce Smith.
Gary Clark, that's for sure. In the second half, Reich turned it over to Gail Gilbert. But unfortunately for the Bills, he turned it over to Alvin Walton, and he could go all the way. But he doesn't. Kenneth Davis tackles him after a 60-yard return. Gilbert threw a pair of touchdown passes, also threw a pair of picks. On 2nd and goal, Gerald Riggs, just off the IR. Touchdown from 3 yards out. The Skins are up 22-7. Later in the 4th, a 3rd and 6. Look at the throw by Mark Rippon. Going down, fires it to Stephen Hobbs. He takes it in. And while Marv Levy wasn't that concerned, he still couldn't have been that pleased, but Mark Rippon was, because the Redskins, of all the teams going to the playoffs on Sunday, they probably look the best. Hello. To help us drive the road today here on Primetime, as always, Tom Jackson, Pete Axthelm, and we saw the #1 seeds in action today in both of the conferences.
The Buffalo Bills and the San Francisco 49ers. Now, up north in Buffalo, the Bills hosted for the third time. They played for the third time this year their AFC East rival, the Miami Dolphins, the teams with the two best records in the AFC, 13-3, 12-4. They split their regular season games. Miami winning at home early, Buffalo winning in Buffalo just 3 weeks ago. The intrigue, would Jim Kelly play? And if so, how effective would he be after a month off? Now, what 80,000 plus people in Western New York were saying, since we've got no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. They figured that would be to their advantage. It wasn't snowing at the start of the game, but the wind was blowing and the extra sweaters were out. The Bills fans, knowing their team was undefeated at home this year, 8-0, 23-2 over the last 3 years. Dan Marino, Tom Olivadotti, the Dolphins defensive coordinator, wondering how could they stop Jim Kelly? It was a good thing to wonder because on the first play of the game, look at the Kelly pass, look at the Thermal Thomas catch, good for 21 yards. Kelly going with the no-huddle offense. Looked like he hadn't missed a beat. A few plays later, Andre Reed beats Louis Oliver. He could go all the way. Touchdown. One drive, 7 points. Buffalo, 7-0. So Dan Marino said, this is what we're facing. Looks for Jim Jensen, but throws to the center instead. What happened here?
There was a reason that Jensen wasn't in the picture. Cornelius Bennett here plows over him, knocking him right out of the pattern. They contain Jensen all day. Here, Darryl Talley will tackle him as he tries to get out of the backfield. It wasn't called, but they punished Jensen on the day.
The Dolphins drive stalled, but we've seen this, haven't we? A long-range field goal through rain, through sleet, through sun. Stoyanovic's 49-yarder. Now traction a problem as the Dolphins pulled it within 7-3. Second series, Kelly to the man that excels in cold weather. Remember him in Green Bay? Sure you do. Here's James Lofton, 3.5 feet in bounds. Concentration as he beats McKyer. That sets up a Norwood field goal, 10-3 Buffalo. Marino to Mark Clayton, off his hands into the hands of Nate Odoms for the INT. So, next time they have the ball, what about the knee brace? Kelly is stripped by E.J. Jr., rubbed in, bumped in, stumped in, but all-pro center Ken Hull falls on it, saves the day, saves a field goal, 13-3 Buffalo against Don Shula and company. Then, Kelly. Andre Reed burning Oliver again, finally brought down by Jarvis Williams.
And Louis Oliver put in a bad spot all day, brought up on the line of scrimmage to deal with a guy who's much quicker, much faster than he is, and it showed all day.
It also showed that Thurman Thomas could still run at home against Miami. 6-yard touchdown. It's going to be a dog day afternoon. No, sir, because the Bills favored to win in the cold lead at 20-3. But the Dolphins. Last week it was Marino to Clayton. This time he reacquainted himself with Mark Duper, who was super duper on this play. 64 yards. Could the Dolphins stay in? They trailed 20-10. On the next series, here come the Bills again. Kelly to Lofton. He walks in from 14 yards out. 5 series, 5 scores, 27-10. Looked like it was going to be 50-10. Those are Kelly's numbers in the first half. Lofton on the game, almost 150 yards on 7 catches. Meanwhile, how could Marino come back when he's facing Bruce Smith?
Well, Bruce Smith had to face rookie Richmond Webb all day, and it was pretty much a standoff. Here, Webb holding off Smith as Marino gets a pass off without being hit. Then Smith eludes Webb and Kenneth Sims to knock Marino down after he throws the ball, but that's a lot of pressure to throw under. Then Smith beating Webb, dragging down Mark Logan for a 5-yard loss. He excels playing the run game, something people don't talk about a lot.
And then Bruce combined with the unsung Darryl Talley to sandwich the referee, Rex Stewart, who had to be tough. Last minute of the half, Miami gets a break. The rookie Al Edwards hits a Fedman, and the punter Reggie Roby recovers. 4th down on the same series. Marino not going just for first down, going deep to Duper. Sets up 1st and goal. 3 plays later, the mercurial one. Marino always runs well in the snow. Touchdown, 27-17 at the half. Who would have thunk they would score this many points in this sort of weather at the half? In the second half, you knew it'd be a dogfight. Miami. Marino, after his first 6 or 7 passes were flutterers, he bulleted the ball all day. 31 yards to Mark Clayton from
Louisville.
Then Sammy Smith chugs up the middle for 16, and the Dolphins look like they're going in. But on 3rd and short, Shane Conlon and Gary Baldinger snuff Smith. Dolphins settle for a field goal to win the touchdown, 27-20. The Bills come back.
Looks like an INT, but look at Lofton make the catch between 3 Dolphin defenders. But then Kelly threw one he shouldn't have. Going for broke. Jarvis Williams picks it off at the 1. Why the bad pass?
Chris, we see the other end of the play coming in from Kelly's left side. Hugh Green hits him so that he can't step into the throw. Kelly showed a lot of toughness with that bad leg today.
After a field goal by Norwood made it 30-20, the Buffalo Bills. Mark Logan, who until the end excelled in this ball game, 43-yard return. And Tony Page, we saw him block so beautifully last week for the Dolphins against Kansas City in the cold. He did the same thing, Tom.
Here you see Page working on Carlton Bailey as Smith goes up the middle for 7, and then he runs right over Ray Bentley, opening up a good hole for Smith again, down to the 2.
I believe said to Ray, welcome to my nightmare. Fourth quarter, see that guy number 61? Roy Foster reported in as an extra tight end. Look at this. He knew what he was doing. He knows everything except how to spot. Well, what do I don't know. Okay, it's a touchdown. And the Dolphins have forged a tremendous comeback, 30-27. But the Bills get a break. When the deflection off Reed's hands can't be held by Reichenbach, Thurman Thomas later in the drive, 5 of his 117 yards, and Buffalo's back up by 10, 37-27. We mentioned Logan. Fumbled up there 3 weeks ago on a kickoff return. Here he gets popped by Hal Garner. Norwood recovers.
And he's trying to make something happen. That's the shame of it all. Return man always vulnerable with the football. Just an unfortunate case there for him to fumble that ball.
You know what happened? Kelly to Andre Reed. Touchdown. And it was about over. 44-27. Kelly threw for 339 yards. First man to throw for over 300 against the Dolphins this year. Marv Levy said, yes, we can score with anyone. Dan Marino said, you know, we played pretty well up here, but it wouldn't quite work. Get back, you fans. Don't go near those goalposts. The police guarded the post. 2 members of the class of 83, Kelly and Marino, shake hands. Shula, Marv Levy wave at each other, shake hands. An outstanding ball game, folks, as the Bills beat the Dolphins 44-34, and they played like it was 75 or 80 degrees with beautiful skies and no wind. The 78 points in this game, the second highest scoring game in the history of the NFL playoffs. Only the overtime classic in the Orange Bowl between the Chargers and Dolphins, 41-38 San Diego, was more. The third highest was Dolphins-Steelers in the 84 title game. We all remember 73-0, the Bears and the Redskins. So second highest scoring total ever. And Jim Kelly said afterwards, you know what? Maybe the rest helped me.
I thought it helped me. The rest of the arm, I felt I had to zip today. I had it all week in practice. As a matter of fact, a couple of the receivers saying, take it easy a little bit. But overall, felt excellent. I think everybody was in tune. Everybody knew exactly what we had to go out and do today, and we did it. And like Coach Levy says, one more river to cross.
Defensively, we just struggled. We tried to put pressure on him. We blitzed him. He killed us blitzing. When we stayed back off, he had all day to throw the football and made the throws there. And we just, except for the one play, the big interception, we didn't get anything done defensively. And
I was kind of ticked off about the way they talk about us. You know, I really don't think at this point in time that Miami really gives us the respect that we deserve, really, because the way they shoot off at the mob and saying that, you know, they didn't play well the last time we were up here. Well, I think they played pretty damn good today, but they got their ass kicked.
Well, they did play pretty darn good, but they were beaten by 10 points. I'll be a little more eloquent than Thermal there. You know, we spoke about on game day, Tommy, that maybe Miami had to gamble, that maybe Kelly was rusty. Obviously, he wasn't rusty even in the snow, and he had a veteran that helped, number 80.
Yes, he did, Chris. You know, anytime you have inclement weather, I think it works on the receivers more than anyone else just because they have to catch the ball. And I couldn't help but be reminded by James Lofton today of a game in 1984 on Monday night that we played in a blizzard in Colorado. We took a 14-point lead early in the game, but he had a career night throughout that game, made 11 or 12 catches. Well, he did the same thing today. I think that under pressure in bad weather, he shows the kind of poise and concentration that's going to take the Bills a long way.
You know, Tom, I'm sure a lot of viewers watching those highlights are wondering why was a safety, Louis Oliver, assigned to try and handle Andre Reed? Well, the answer is, as I mentioned on game day, defensive coordinator Tom Olivadotti was not dealing from a full deck today. He didn't have his best defensive player, linebacker John Offerdahl. So he had to experiment with different zones, try and make something work. Obviously, nothing worked. But I want to know, Why do we have to put up these graphics that show that not only was this the second highest scoring game, but the first highest scoring game? My Dolphins lost that one too.
But you notice they were in the top 3? So you know it's a habit here. And speaking of the Dolphins, Axe, let's say one thing before we wave goodbye to the Dolphins this season. Twice they went into Buffalo, 3 weeks ago and today. And twice they waged war. Twice they played better than a lot of folks thought they would. Looked like this could be 50-3 at one point in this game. They were right in it. Marino is now a mature quarterback. When he was in the playoffs before, he was a second and third year guy. This is a much better Marino, and this is a team that is going on from here. They can hold their heads up high because they had a shot to win that game. But it's Buffalo that moves on to the AFC title game, which they will host against the Raiders or the Bengals. And one reason why they beat the Dolphins again, Thermal Thomas at home against Miami. Year of the Super Bowl play to go on and represent the AFL in the Super Bowl. They hosted the Kansas City Chiefs in the AFL title game. They didn't win it. This is their first time hosting it since. Meanwhile, the team they played today, the LA Raiders, have been in 12 chances to make the Super Bowl. The Bills had never been to the Super Bowl, but boy, are they going now with a vengeance. Let's take a look at the action at Rich Stadium. A record crowd, over 80,300, saw no bowl for the Raiders. The red, white, and blue colors were out. American flags, and the red, white, and blue of the Buffalo Bills. Right from the get-go, they won the toss and the game was over. Thurman Thomas from the shotgun for 15. No huddle offense. No backfield. Where is it? It's down there. It's Thermal for 13. 2 plays later, Kelly to, Thermal Thomas. Over the middle beats Tom Benson, a gain of 9. Defensive coordinator Dave Adolph said, this doesn't look good. He was right. 4 plays later from the 5, Kelly rolls out. Finds Andre Reed, touchdown. 5 yards, 7-0 Bills. But working his 9th and final championship game, Jim Tunney says, holding on Jim Richards. So, all right, then we'll throw a 13-yard touchdown, no problem. Kelly even fumbles the snap. Eludes Greg Townsend. Finds James Loft at 5 playoff games, 5 times in the end zone at least once. 7-0 Buffalo.
And the great thing about this play, Chris, is the presence of mind that Kelly has. Once he fumbles the ball, makes a tremendous pickup of the ball, then keeps his head up in order to find Lofton for the touchdown.
So the Raiders, Jay Schrader, down 7-0. How would they respond? Well, it's got a couple of good cold weather receivers like Swervin Mervin Fernandez out of the CFL. That picked up 26. On the next play, Schrader to the former Chicago Bear, Willie Galt. He of the bobsled, picked up a 24. 2 plays later on 3rd and 5, Schrader to Fernandez. He can't hold on. But the Raiders do answer with some points. Jeff Mick Jagger nails the field goal at 7-3, but if you're a Raider fan, that was it. Dave Adolph hopes the Raider defense can adjust. One thing they tried to do is Gary Lewis, put him in the nickel package, but it doesn't matter. Kelly, undaunted, the bomb to Lofton, 43-yard pickup. Tommy, the guy gets better, he's like fine wine.
And he did a tremendous job today fighting his way off the line of scrimmage and then just watch the catch and enjoy it.
On the next play, Kelly finds no one open. He of the knee brace. Let's get it go for the first down. The Bills in business again. Next play, the draw to Thurman Thomas. 12 yards, touchdown. 14-3 Buffalo. It was not a good day for the Raiders.
Raiders get caught in a line stunt with Howie Long going inside. Thurman Thomas reads it perfectly and then accelerates to the end zone.
Speaking of Thurman Thomas, watch this. Are you kidding me? The one-handed grab and another first down. However, the Bills' drive is actually thwarted as Gary "This Diamond Ring" Lewis makes the interception right there. A golden opportunity for Schrader and the Raiders to get back in it. With about 3 minutes to go in the first quarter, Schrader picked off by the unsung linebacker Darryl Talley. Once again, he's not in the Pro Bowl, but he's in the end zone for a touchdown. 12 minutes in, the game was over, 21-3, Buffalo. So Mike White trying to calm Schrader down on the phone. That's the quarterback coach, but it was a connection that was not good. Marcus Allen, split wide. No, sir. As you see what happens here, he's just frustrated, Tom.
And Marcus Allen never got looked at by Schrader here, and you can see the frustration as the play ends.
You move Schrader's feet, he gets to be in trouble sometimes. Bruce Smith psyched for his namesake, Don Smith. But on the goal line, he stopped. 11th play of this drive.
Thurman Thomas is stopped. So on fourth down, never a question for Ted Marchibroda's offense. Kenneth Davis, first of his 3 touchdowns, 27-3. Rich Stadium going berserk. Art Shell knew what was going on. And if he didn't know then, it was convincing when Jamie Holland tried to return the kick, but Buffalo's Jamie was better. Jamie Mueller recovers it. The Bills, the knockout punch against Al Davis. Even though Norwood missed the field goal, they get it back. A Tasker. Steve Tasker catches the 44-yard bomb. Kenneth Davis with another touchdown. 34-3. We're still in the second quarter. You could feel momentum. The Raiders just had no shot. Picked off by Nate Odoms, and Odoms going to turn it into a nice return. While James Lofton had plenty to smile about today.
The Bills have developed a great knockout punch. His name is Lofton. Look at the strength as he leaves the line of scrimmage there, beating Washington for a big game.
So on the next play, you go to Lofton, 41-3 before the end of the half. For the Raiders, it was simply a very long day. Halftime stats, the score 41-3. The Bills almost 400 yards, the 41 points in the first half, the most ever in postseason play, the history of the NFL. Third quarter, more of the same. He goes deep and it's going to get picked off by Kelso. Kelso picks it off at the Buffalo 5. Another Raider threat. No, Leonard Smith with the pick. Fourth quarter, Schrader connects with Darryl Talley. Even Vince Evans came in and threw a pick to Alice Cooper's favorite, Ray Bentley. Jay for the day, a lot of hot air. 13 of 31 for $150 and 5 picks. For Lionel Washington, he can play some good corner, but Jamie Mueller, boom! That's the kind of day it was. 3 plays later, Kenneth Davis, he scored 3 touchdowns, 48-3. Al Davis could only shake his head. No more bickering Bills. A year ago, those 2 men, Thurman Thomas and Jim Kelly, were in his other throats. Today, they're smiling, laughing. And the only man who's ever owned the Buffalo Bills, Ralph Wilson, finally gets his dream of the Super Bowl. Cornelius and Bruce, some dirty dancing. Jim Kelly lined up the coach for a little Buffalo shower. And the Bills lined up the Raiders to a 51-3 bashing at Rich Stadium, which is probably still flying, although the game was over about 4 hours ago. After the game, the no-huddle offense, which worked so well, Thurman Thomas talked about it.
Prepared. I felt we had good sessions. I felt we were mentally prepared to play the game, but you still got to come out and play. We just didn't do that today. We didn't play well enough to win the football game.
I thought I could throw the ball very well today. It's just one of those things where I tried to force some things. I didn't make some good throws here or there. Plus, they made some good plays here and there, and it just snowballed.
Teams get their chance, but 20 years down the road, they're not going to know who was. They'll say, "Oh, Buffalo was in it," but they're going to know who won it. So our goal is to win it, not just to show up.
I don't know how right now we could be as modest as we're going to be, but we really have to win the Super Bowl. That's the final goal.
Let's cut right to the chase. New York, New York. Would they be singing that song a la Frank Sinatra for the Giants? This is how we start a game day. Or would they be singing Fool for the City by Foghat in honor of the guys in upstate New York who come from the smaller town of Buffalo? It was the closest Super Bowl ever. It was very possibly the best Super Bowl game ever. The silver anniversary Super Bowl at Tampa Stadium came out sterling silver. No question about it. And it all got set at the Big Sombrero, Tampa Stadium, hosting its second Super Bowl. What a scene before the game. The flags, the Jets, the national anthem, a great show. And fittingly, 2 teams who wear red, white, and blue. The Bills and the Giants faced off. Bills got the kick, but Marv Levy's team went 1, 2, 3 and out. Bill Parcells' Giants looking much more polished at the beginning of the game than the Bills. Jeff Hostetler finds Howard Cross on the play fake. Hostetler showing some pause to Mark Ingram for a first down. The Hoss and the Giants moving on their first possession. Phil Simms looking on from the sidelines. An 11-play, 58-yard drive results. Last week's hero, Matt Barr, early hero today, 28-yard field goal, 3-0 G-Man. Jim Kelly and the Bills come back, though, as you know, they do it quickly. Kelly goes deep to James Lofton, has the step, and Perry Williams tips the ball. But look at Lofton. Ever
Anderson Walls saves a touchdown right there, but it goes down to the 7 in the hurry-up offense work.
Perry Williams here gets caught in single coverage. He tries. He does tip the ball away, and that tip, combined with the Walls tackle, saves a touchdown.
It did, and it ended up in a Scott Norwood field goal, 23 yards, 3-3 after one. Joe, the Bills wanted to rattle the Hoss today.
They did. They really wanted to. Now watch the screen here. It comes from Kirby Jackson on the outside. You see the corner blitz? He and Cornelius Bennett nail him. Now, it's important to remember that Hostetler kept his confidence after that.
That's right, because he really had to keep his confidence after Dr. Sack. Leon Easter Seals nails Hostetler. Looked for a while, the Hoss wouldn't get up. Leonard Marshall knocked Montana out last week, took 3 steps of blatant roughing the passer call against Jim Kelly. Kelly gets the Bills going on another drive, hitting his favorite receiver, Andre Reed. But watch what happens to Reed. Nailed by Mark Collins. He would remember that hit all game long. 2 plays later, Kelly to Thurman Thomas, who was marvelous. Finally, he is thrown down by Carl Banks, had to leave the game for one play. Later, Kelly to Reed on the crossing pattern. The no-huddle Bills pick up another first down. Then he checks off to the tight end, Keith McKellar, in the flat. Bulls inside the 10-yard line. Bill Parcells' defense in a state of confusion. 12-play, 80-yard drive capped off by Don Smith. 10-3 Buffalo in the second.
Here you see Gary Reasons in the middle of the field, number 55. He does a good job of filling the hole, and the fullback Mueller does a good job of taking him out.
Of filling Reasons. So Parcells very concerned. They're backed up near their own end zone. And Hostetler's going to pass. Watch what happens to the deep back. He collides with the feet of O.J. Anderson. Bruce Smith is there before he can escape. It's a safety. Last team to get a safety in the Super Bowl was the Giants against Denver. It's now 12-3 Buffalo.
And even if Hostetler had not stumbled, I think Bruce Smith was going to get this safety. He blows by Jumbo Elliott here and Otis Anderson. He made it look easy, Joe.
Yeah, but the thing you got to look at is watch what happens to Hostetler. He trips over O.J.'s foot. Notice, watch the left side of your screen. Bruce Smith grabs for the ball. Hostetler, using his presence of mind, keeps it in, doesn't fumble the ball.
So it's 12-3. The Bills couldn't move after that, had a chance to put the game away. And the Giants, with a few minutes to go in the half, get O.J. Anderson. Not going to go for 18 yards. Then, Haas, play action. Mark Ingram into Bills territory. Then, look at that little Meggett run in the misdirection. He goes for 15 yards. The Giants moving the ball when it looked like they were in deep trouble. 3rd and 7. Howard Cross, again, a big reception, dives for the first down. Bills defense can't stop the Giants. On 3rd and 10, Stephen Baker beats Nate Odoms, the same play that Haas made a couple weeks ago against the Bears. Touchdown, just 25 seconds to go. 12-10. The Giants trail by only a deuce.
You said it, Chris. We've seen it 3 weeks in a row. We also saw it against the 49ers. Corner pattern.
Take a look at those game films next year and figure that out. LT along with Thermal Thomas, wondering what would happen in the second half. 12-10 Buffalo. Otis Anderson on the sweep. 3rd and 1, you think he made it? Yeah, he got 24 yards. First down, impressively. 3rd and 13. You hearing this 3rd down number? To Mark Ingram, maybe the play of the game. Look at him. Hustle, bustle, rumble, stumble. First down for the Giants. Another 3rd down situation on 3rd and 4. Play fake. Haas to Cross. Howard Cross is killing the Bills. It's down to the 3. Then on 2nd and goal, Anderson, touchdown, standing up, 17-12 Giants. The longest scoring drive in the history of the Super Bowl, 9 minutes and 29 seconds. Bills haven't had the ball yet. Momentum going the Giants' way. On 3rd and 18, Kelly all day found his guys covered deep. Leonard Marshall with the sack. But the Giants aren't in the clear yet because the best all-purpose back in football, Thermal Thomas, looking to warm things up. Blow past Myron Guyton. And on the first play of the 4th quarter, it's a touchdown. The Bills lead 19-17. But the Giants refuse to fold. Haas to the regular tight end Bavaro. Gain of 13. 3rd and goal. Haas. Almost intercepted, batted down by Cornelius Bennett. From there, the 21-yard field goal, Matt Barr, 20-19, the Giants. Minute 42 to go in the game. Thurman Thomas off the left side. And he's down to the Bills' 40-yard line. The Bills cross midfield. Kelly doesn't really zip it. McKellar scoops it off the ground down to the 40 of the Giants. Then Thurman Thomas cuts down to the 30. It's going to be a long one, but Scott Norwood has made 47-yard field goals before. The snap, the ball is down, it's up, it's no good. No good. With seconds to go, Norwood and the Bills slide left. The Giants, the Bills are in shock. Pepper Johnson and Bill Parcells' hug says it all. Marv's frustration, LT's elation. Super Bowl 25. Was there ever a better one? We doubt it. The Giants 20, the Buffalo Bills 19. Into Buffalo in September or October. Last year, it was different. They had to go up there in December and play a big game. They had to go back and play a playoff game in January. Dolphins were tough, but lost each by 10. This time, though, they said, we get to try it in our kind of weather. Week 1 in Buffalo. And let's see what happened. The Bills try to write the first chapter of a Super Bowl season, but Jim Kelly banged up all day, limping during the first series. Bills scored on their first possession 8 times last year, but Scott Norwood, just like he missed a field goal in the Super Bowl, the field goal to the right, misses his first field goal to the right, and the crowd booed a little bit. Bruce Smith was out, and Sammy Smith was out for Miami. Mark Higgs, of all people, the diminutive one, raced for 147 yards today. Flea flicker. Dan Marino to Mark Clayton from
Louisville.
It's a 43-yard touchdown, and it's 7-0 Dolphins. Next series, Kelly doesn't see Louis Oliver. He's picked off, and Oliver returns it 35 yards. Kelly makes the tackle, but Marv Levy is furious. But then Jim finds his touch. Hits his favorite target. Andre Reed makes the little turn on Oliver, and he's going to read his way into the end zone right there. 54 yards, 14-7, though. Miami leads it at the half. Early third, T.J. Turner with the hit, Tom.
Yeah, and Jim Kelly, it didn't look like he really took a bump on that ankle. Looked like he just got it stuck in that turf a little bit.
But Frank Reich came in. The beat goes on. Reich beat Miami last December. A touchdown to put shake, rattle, and roll. His last 9 receptions are all touchdowns. Kelly on the bench fighting off the pain. He returns. He saw Reich do it, and he goes to Thermal Thomas. Didn't need to be thermal on this day. He was scorching. 50 yards, 21-17 Buffalo. Kelly not too gimpy now. 381 yards passing. 28-24 Bills. Big play. Third and 1, Mark Higgs is popped. Mark Kelso finally falls and picks up the football. It's like the 4 corners in basketball. He's running down the clock himself. And that helped Thermal Thomas. 165 yards rushing, 108 yards receiving, 2 touchdowns. He ruins everybody, doesn't he? He's ruined the Dolphins again. The Bills had to play tough again against the very game Miami Dolphins team. But Buffalo, who didn't lose at home at all last year, now 26-2 over the last 3+ seasons in Rich Stadium. They win at 38-35. Palace of points. The Bills had won 11 in a row at Rich Stadium. Second possession, Jim Kelly to James Lofton. Sound effects are free. 53-yard touchdown at 7-0 Bills. Rod Woodson is burnt. And by the official right there. It was not Woodson's day. Next possession, Scott Norwood. His first 50-yarder or more ever as a Bill, and his first field goal since the Super Bowl miss. 10-0 Buffalo. Kelly to the white flash. Don Beebe, 34 yards. It's 17-3 Bills. Think they're fired up? Look at Steve Atasker. Run down Rod Woodson on the kick return. When Kelly gets the ball again, not Reed, not Lofton. It's Don Beebe. 14-yard touchdown. 24-3 Bills. 240 yards passing in the first half with 3 touchdowns for Kelly. Woodson and the Steelers' outstanding defense were winded. Meanwhile, the Steelers were undaunted, though. Barry Foster, remember him last year? He fouled up that kickoff in the San Francisco game. He must be a pretty good player for Chuck Noll to keep him around. He gets rid of it, a 57-yard run, and the Steelers are in business.
And offensive people wait for a chance to hit a defensive player just the way Shane Conlon got hit by Cooper.
24-10, 24 seconds to go. Big play here. They rule that Jim Kelly is in the grasp by Gerald Wilson. Therefore, Huey Richardson can't pick it up.
and run it in the end zone, much to the chagrin of Joe Green.
You know, I thought the call may have been made a little quick, but as you look at it again, it may have been a turning point, but I'm sure in the mind of the Bills it was only going to be 52-41.
Well, here's what happened. Thurman Thomas said, okay, they thought about getting close. I'm going to rumble for 29 yards before Carnell Lake knocks me out of bounds. Then, Kelly. Oh, here's Andre Reed, 31-10, Buffalo. Chuck Noll says, you know what, let's get back into the Steelers, showed some heart. Look at Barry Foster. He looks large, 19 yards to the right. Then Foster, up the middle. A classic Steeler trap blocking down to the 3-yard line, set up a touchdown. Foster gained 121 yards at only 9 carries. But the problem is when you score a touchdown, the Bills get the ball back. But not this time. Brian Hinkle, the veteran. He tries to stumbling. It's a touchdown. 57 yards, 31-24 is the game. And you tell me, doesn't he look a little like Ted Hendricks in that shot? I think he does. He's taking the oxygen. Kelly with the ball again. This time picked off by Rod Woodson. This sets up a field goal. What was a laughers? Now 31-27. The Bills only by 4. But Thermal Thomas. Cut back. Cut again. Unbelievable moves. 33 yards down to the 14. And Tommy, we were impressed with Thurman all day.
What heart he had. He was going to leave the game. The play before decided to stay in for one more.
And that set up Kelly to Don Beebe. 12 yards, 38-27. Could they do it again? Kelly with his 6th, Beebe with his 4th. 45-27. 10 catches, a $112, 4 touchdowns for young Don Beebe. And Nate Odoms applies the coup de grace as he picks off Bubby Brister and runs it at 32 yards, 52-27. Jim Kelly, 363 yards, 6 touchdowns. They were dancing in Buffalo because the Bills, by winning 52-34, have beaten their opponents in 2 weeks, 87-65. They've won 12 straight at home, and they've gained over 1,100 yards, Tommy, in the 2 wins. But, you know, we give all the name players here. There's some unsung heroes for the Bills as well, aren't there, Tom?
Yeah, Chris, forget the skill ball players. When you're talking about the best offensive line in football, this is it. And I'm not saying they're the best run blockers or the best pass blockers, but they do both exceptionally well.
You know what? I knew you were watching the game and saying, you know, I played with a defensive team on defense in Denver. We never knew if we'd score in double figures. What would it be like being a defender on this team?
It would be great. You know, most times, if you give up 14 points, you wonder the whole game, how will we get it back? How will we get it back? With the Bills, they get it back before you get to the end of the quarter.
Of course, they're most dangerous at home. They've had the 2 home games. And one thing, though, they have given up 65 points. I think what they need is the defensive 88 with the offensive now. They don't have all that, but they're certainly on their way. And you're wondering, Don Beebe. Well, remember late last year, big regular season game for the Bills against Miami? Beebe broke his fibula, but he was carted off. This was his attitude then. Here's a speed receiver breaking his leg. They figure that's it for his career. Wrong. He caught 4 touchdown passes today from Jim Kelly. Against the Steeler pass defense that had been excellent. Last year, they were the stingiest. But this year, against San Diego and most notably against today, against the Buffalo Bills, their numbers 100 yards more per game in New York or just across the Hudson River. The Buffalo Bills, yes, they made the trek down the New York State Thruway to the Meadowlands to play the Jets. In 2 games, the Bills had amassed 2/3 of a mile in total offense, over 1,100 yards. They were sky high. Fittingly, they were playing the Jets. Could they keep it rolling? Jim Kelly has been Machine Gun Kelly. But the Jets' strategy, keep him on the bench. Freeman McNeil, like days of old for Freeman, a 12-yard gain. Then Kenny O'Brien to Rob Moore. First down at the Bills' 5. 3rd and goal on the 2. McNeil powers through. It's 7-0. Jets lead. The Jets shoot up over 8 minutes on the clock, and their 15-play, 85-yard drive. Then the Jets drive deep again. Pat Leahy, 32-yard field goal. The Jets lead at 10-3. Leahy passes both Jim Bockett and Mark Mosley's 4th all-time on the all-time list. Congratulations to the venerable Jet. 2 minutes ago in the first half, and Kelly goes deep for Don Beebe. But the youngster, Tony Stargell, looks like he knocks it away. He's called for interference. Buffalo moves into Jets territory. Then Kelly to Thermal Thomas for 11 yards.
And then just like that, the Jets have the ball the whole half, and Kelly to Andre Reed, touchdown, and we are tied at 10. The Bills 80 yards in a buck 9. The Bills lead at 13-10 in the second half. But Kenny O'Brien and the Jets hung tough. They've done this a couple of times at Rich Stadium. Usually get blown out at the Meadowlands. But O'Brien to Al Toon for 20 yards. Second-year man Blair Thomas, the 5-yard touchdown catch on the Jets. Thinking upset, they lead at 17-13, a 7-minute drive. 20-16 Jets in the fourth on 4th and 6. Kelly to James Lofton for the first down. One play later, Kelly, Thurman Thomas, money. 15-yard touchdown, 23-20 Bills. O'Brien looking for Rob Moore. It's incomplete. The Jets complaining.
Well, it looked like James Williams is all over Moore as he tries to make this catch, but it doesn't count unless the official calls it.
Pat Leahy has a chance to tie it for 51 yards. No good. Bruce Coslitz, team valiant, but the Buffalo Bills up their mark to 23-20 as they didn't score their 50-odd points, but they do win it again. The Raiders and the Colts. Tampa Stadium has been a house of horrors. They lost 5 in a row there, 4 to the Bucs, and this little game that they play in late January, Super Bowl 25. Could they get off the schneid today against the Tampa Bay Bucs? Oh, that little game. Remember Scott Norwood's 47-yard field goal missed wide right? Well, as Yogi Berra once said, it's deja vu all over again. Norwood, second quarter, same end zone, same wide right on a 36-yard field goal. Rod Serling phoned home. But teammate Jim Kelly had a big first half. The bomb to the venerable one. James Lofton, 41 yards. Then Kelly to the hero of a couple of weeks ago, Don Beebe. And Beebe BBs himself down to the 1-yard line. Sets up Cardwell Gardner's first 1-yard touchdown, and the Bills lead at 7-0 on the next drive. Kelly, who's Pro Bowl receiver Andre Reed, makes the diving catch and dives to the 17-yard line. But Kelly had trouble penetrating the end zone because Tony Covington was there for the pick, and the Bills come away empty. The next drive, Kelly to Steve Tisker, a Tasker, for an 18-yard gain, but a missed field goal by Norwood. So, Kelly in the first half, excellent numbers, 2:41 at the half, but it's only 7-0 Buffalo. Vinny Testaverde left in the second quarter with turf toe. So Chris Chandler in at quarterback. He's a good backup. He drives the Bucs down, and Reggie Cobb goes in from 1 yard out. The Bucs smelling upset. We are tied at 7. Then Buffalo ball. It's the reverse. Thermal hands it to Andre Reed. He's going to go 49 yards. It's a great play for Buffalo, except for one minor detail. He fumbles. Broderick Thomas recovers, but they rule out of bounds. This was close.
Yeah, after we reviewed this further, you know, we both thought that if any part of your body's out of bounds, the ball is out of bounds. I thought it was a good call by the official.
Bills kept the ball. They got a field goal. We run the same place as Buffalo with a 10-10 tie in the fourth, and Reed goes 15 yards. Then Kelly to Keith McKellar. It's a 29-yard touchdown, and the Bills lead at 17-10. But the Bucs were tenacious all game long. 2 seconds to go. Chris Chandler, no. Nowhere near. Mark Carrier in the end zone. A valiant effort for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. For the second straight week, the juggernaut Bills struggle on the road, but they finally win on a grass field on the road, and they finally win in Tampa Stadium. Buffalo beats the Buccaneers 17. It is winner of all the close games and the Buffalo Bills. They met at Rich Stadium. Would the Bears win another nail-biter, or would the Bills do what they do to everybody at home, i.e. blow them out? Well, early on, Mike Ditka's club had the way against Marv Levy's club. Bills welcome back for the first time this year, Bruce Smith. And Tommy, this is awful.
Oh, Chris, you do not do this in this game. Everybody is trying to make a living. Bruce Smith will not soon forget it.
It was James Rouse. Bruce, you now know who it was. Jim Kelly didn't have Don Beebe's number. He didn't have James Lofton's number early. And Lofton, the Bears' good pass defense, does the job. So early on, the Bills sputtering. Chicago doing what they do best, ground control. Neil Anderson, ground control to Major Neal, 8 yards. Second quarter, Anderson is up the middle. Nice block by Van Horn on the play. It's 14 yards. Jim Harbaugh, boy, has he looked great this year. Zips it into Anderson, 24 yards, sets up a Butler field goal, 3-0 Chicago. But the Bears wasted opportunities. It looks like a touchdown pass to Neil Anderson, but offensive pass interference called. Negates the TD. They settle for a field goal at 6-0.
And then Mike Ditka's club ruins a golden opportunity. Mark Carrier, Pro Bowler as rookie last year, picks up Kelly. He could go all the way, except for one minor detail.
You have to be on the field to finally feel exactly what you want to do. Tim Ryan replacing Trace Armstrong, obviously offside, cost him a touchdown.
Certainly did. But first 5 possessions for the Bills, only 38 yards of total offense until the 2-minute warning. Kelly to Thermal Thomas. Black get him tipped for 19 yards. Kelly, well, that'll work, to Thermal Thomas for 5. Just a 2-minute drill. Kelly to Al Edwards for 11. Kelly to the veteran James Lofton for 12. And all of a sudden, an offense that had been bottled up is now rolling. Kelly to Andre Reed for 11. Now look at McMichael. This is his new career.
Well, a la Monday night against the Jets, Steve McMichaels is reaching in there. Not so much concerned about getting the tackle as he is getting that ball, but Thurman Thomas has a handle on it. They stand there for a little while. The whistle obviously blows before McMichael can get the ball out.
And Thurman's determination enables Kelly to hit Al Edwards. Forget all the big names. 1 week it was BB 4 times. This is Al Edwards. And the Bears outplayed him in the first half, and they trail at 7-6. First drive of the second half for the Buffalo Bills. Thurman Thomas going to move outside for 12 yards. Why don't we give it to number 34 again, the best all-purpose back in football, Thermal, for another 8 yards. And then Thurman Thomas. It's a good idea, Tom.
What a burst he has once he gets through the line of scrimmage.
That was 19 yards. Then Kelly to Keith McKellar, the tight end, for 15. 3rd and goal, and Kelly's going to call his own number. He's tough, but Mike Singletary was tougher, and it's 4th and goal. A big play. Carwell Gardner, stop! It's a fumble, and it's Gardner in the end zone. Not the old-fashioned way. Not the way they draw it up, but it works.
Great alertness by Gardner. He feels that ball slipping out as he gets to the 1-yard line. You can see him trying to scoop it up there. He's alert enough to get up, beat everybody else to the football for the touchdown.
14-6 Buffalo. The next time the Bills have the ball, 3rd and 14, Kelly to Thomas for 15 yards and a first down. On the next play, 10 receptions in a row for touchdowns for Butch, Shake, Rattle, and Roll. It's 21-6 Buffalo. The Bears, next time they have the ball, Jim Harbaugh to Wendell Davis, and it's 1st and goal, Chicago. They're not dying. But on 4th and goal, Neil Anderson is stopped by the Bills defense. Nate Odom's making the first hit. Goal line stand for the Bills, and they take over. After a 4 and out, the Bears have it again. Neil Anderson, 21 yards on the sweep. A few plays later, Anderson gets in the end zone, and it's an 8-point game, 21-13. Now, a lot of teams would get the ball on their own 23, just try and use the clock because they're ahead by 2 scores. Not Buffalo, 1 play. Kelly to the veteran James Lofton, who turns to the Bears. Remember, he was once a Packer, and he said, for years you gave me a hard time. Now I'm giving you a hard time. Touchdown, 28-13. Jim Kelly, 3 yards passing. Each team scored another touchdown late. Somebody predicted that the Bills would win by 15, and they did. The Bills beat the Chicago Bears 35-20. Thurman Thomas had 147 yards total on offense, had 117 on rushing. And the Lofton number you see there, he's now 4th on the all-time list in receptions as he's passed Ozzie Newsome on that all-time list. Bruce Smith back in the lineup defensively for Buffalo, Tommy, I think it made a difference.
Well, I think the first month of the season, a lot of people trying to measure what Bruce Smith means to this club. And it's not only what he brings physically, it's what he does to this team as far as their attitude. This team has been giving up almost 150 yards a game against other teams running the football. And today, they only gave up 84 yards. I think Bruce Smith's presence speaks for itself.
It certainly did. And at home, Buffalo has now won 28 of their last 30 games. They've won 13 in a row at home now. Interesting to note that on their 12-game winning streak in today's score. Well, what was today's score as we go inside the numbers? Well, that was 35-20. In the 12-game winning streak at Rich Stadium before today, average score, 35-20. It's like clockwork. And the Bills are 5-0. The Bears finally lose their first game. But again, they were valiant in a very, very tough place to work. We'll be back with more. They were hammered on Monday night. They had to be angry. They're playing the worst team in football, the Indianapolis Colts. This looked like a blowout going in. Guess what happened? You're right. Here we go to Rich Stadium in Orchard Park, New York. Niagara Falls. The Colts kind of going over the falls lately. Rick Venturi in his second job as head coach. He's trying to do a good job, but the deck was stacked today. Ken Clark early on. Fumbles. Shane Conlon picks it up at the Bills at the 14-yard line on the first play. Forget the Clarence Thomas hearings. It's the Thurman Thomas hearing in Orchard Park. It's a 14-yard touchdown. And the Bills lead it 7-0 after minute 18. Kelly to Thurman Thomas. Unbelievable.
You know, when you watch Thurman Thomas, you see the total package, the great speed run, and then you see the great catch.
Now, the Colts had an 18-play drive. They had 6 plays inside the 10 because they picked up a first down. But Ken Clark, playing for the injured Eric Dickerson, stopped once, stopped twice, stopped 3 times. 18-play, 9-minute drive, got only a field goal. Meanwhile, Thurman Thomas gets 7 points, and the Bills lead it 21-6. Thurman had 107 yards in the first half. Jim Kelly knocked Woozy late in the second quarter. He didn't know where he was. They took him out, and Frank Reich came in. Reich, he can play. Watch him to Keith McKellar for the 5-yard touchdown. 28-6 Buffalo at the half. Thurman Thomas left the game in the second half, but you know the line want to do a good job. Like I get it, David, stumbling, number 37, Chris Good. Bad. He can't get him. 78 yards. Kenneth Davis, a touchdown. And on this day, it was the Bills that flipped the Colts. And the Colts kept the ball for 35 minutes. Throw that statistic out the window. The Bills won 42-6. They're 29-2 at home over the last 4 seasons. The Dolphins at the Kansas City Chiefs.
Low in Cincinnati. The Bills have the look of repeat in the eyes. Another trip to the Super Bowl, perhaps. Maybe win this one. The Bengals have the vacant stare of a team that is winless. 1/3 of the way through a long trip. Their coach openly talking about getting fired. And cornerback Lewis Billups didn't even make the trip tonight after breaking a bone in his hand last Friday night in a fight outside a local nightclub. ESPN has learned that Billups was in a scuffle with former Bengal Robert Jackson and that a baseball bat was involved in that fray. That means Billups was at home watching along with you. This game tonight in Buffalo. Sam White's trying to get his team fired up. The first time the Bills have the ball. Jim Kelly. Pass deflected by Keith McKellar. Ricky Dixon's got it. The Bengals would get a field goal on this exchange and take a 3-0 lead. Bills' next possession. Kelly right into the hands of Leo Barker in the white jersey. So Kelly not having a great night early on. Kelly makes the stop. Bills' next possession, Kelly underthrows McKellar. James Francis with the pick. And at this point, Marv Levy worried about his $1 million+ quarterback. Second interception by Kelly. Jim Breach tries to kick the field goal. Lee Johnson pitches to Rodney Holman. Cornelius Bennett stops him short. So with the 3 points after 3 intercepts, Sam's going to be a long night. Kelly comes back. Airmail James Lofton, 74 yards, 7-3 Buffalo. And Kelly atoning for the intercepts, getting his team on the board. Ickey Woods activated, had his first carry tonight. Nailed here by Darryl Talley. And Carlton Bailey will make the recovery, and the Bills at halftime up 14-3 into the second half. Boomer Esiason goes to work, finds Eddie Brown. 19 yards, and only down 4 are the Bengals, but the Bills answer in turn. Kelly again. Where's Lofton? There he is, 48 yards. Touchdown. Now, rookie Richard Fain wants offensive interference. He's playing for Billups, who did not make the trip. Did he push off? Tough to tell. Sam White was livid. 15-yard penalty called on the bench, and Leo Barker did not respond well to that call as well. And the Bengals began to lose their composure and their tempers. Kelly to Lofton. Mitchell Price gets extra rough with Lofton, and he was ejected from the game. The Bills try to stay cool. Kelly hits Andre Reed over the middle, and he goes 24 speedy yards for the score. It's 28-13, and Leonard Smith with a clean hit on Boomer Esiason knocked Boomer out of the game. Eric Wilhelm would come on. Sam White's trying to play peacemaker in the middle of there. The final 35-16. 0-7 the start for the Bengals, and that picture may just about say it all this year for the Bengals and for Sam, who has had that conversation on the plane last week with Mike Brown, the GM. Says, I will understand if you let me go. It may not be coming to that yet. James Lofton tonight, 10 catches, 2 touchdowns, 220 yards receiving for a career high. The Bills lead the NFL with 245 points. They do not do well in time of possession. They only had the ball 10 minutes in the first half, but had that big lead. And what do they do at home as opposed to what do they do on the road? Well, you see what they've done over the last 15 games at home where they won 15 straight. They scored 35 points tonight. That is their average for their last 15 home wins. They had 487 total yards in offense. And you see that on the road, they are some 12 points worse and some 80 yards worse.
This one looked to be a mismatch, but the Patriots have different ideas.
Yeah, they've been playing tough, and you didn't think that they would play the Bills tough at home because the Bills, of course, going for their 16th straight win at Rich Stadium. But after upsets over Houston and Minnesota and a near upset over Denver last week, the Patriots were a handful for the Bills at Rich Stadium, no less. And you know the Bills like to move down quickly. They have the lowest average time possession in the league, but I tell you what, they were trying to hang on to that ball in the latter moments of this ball game. It was, as we take a look at what was going on at Rich Stadium. A stiff breeze in Orchard Park, 20 to 30 mile-per-hour winds swirling around the stadium. The Pats were able to move the ball with that man, Leonard Russell. He finds the seam, and into the Bills' secondary he goes for 19 yards before being driven out of bounds. The second quarter, same drive, 3rd and 8. Hugh Millen feels the pressure, goes down. The Pats drive stalls. Leonard Smith on the safety blitz. On comes Jason Starofsky. His 35-yard field goal in wide left. Pats trail 3-zip. Third quarter, trailing 13-3, 1st and 10. Millen to Greg McMurtry on the crossing pattern, breaks 2 tackles. He goes out of bounds after a 28-yard gain. Pats are on the move, but the drive stalls again. Starofsky's 39-yard field goal is good, but he's roughed up by Nate Odoms. So then later in the drive, Starofsky again goes, this time from 35 yards out, and he misses it, TJ.
Yeah, and when you're talking about the Bills and that offense, that receiving core, there's nobody better at the catch and run over the middle of the field than one Andre Reed, and that's why Jim Kelly looks for him all the time. Here, you see him make the nice move, run through a few tackles, doesn't have blazing speed, has that Jerry Rice kind of speed, just enough to get away.
Effective, gets the job done.
And when they concentrate on him and Lawson, Don Beebe will always get open for you. There he catches a touchdown.
13-3, Bills in the lead, as you see Jim Kelly's numbers on the day. 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. Sean McCarthy may never have a bigger day punting the ball. With today's win, this one gets a most favorable roll with a little help from his teammates. It goes for 63 yards out at the 3-yard line in the third quarter from his end zone with the wind at McCarthy's back. A booming kick over Al Edwards' head. It keeps going and going and going. Down at the 1, 93 yards, the 3rd longest in NFL history, a team record for the Pats, you better believe it. Fourth quarter, 16-10, Buffalo in the lead, 3rd and 1, Thurman Thomas. Couple of nifty moves, and he's in for the score. From 14 yards out he goes, 22-10, Bills in the lead, but the Pats did not give up. Al Edwards calls for the fair catch, fumbles. Chris Gannon recovers Edwards' second fumbled punt. Pats back in it with 7:34 to go. 2nd and goal. Leonard Russell finished off the drive with a 3-yard touchdown run. It's 22-17. 50 seconds to go. I don't know why Jim Kelly is passing. It's picked off by Jerome Henderson. The Pats are alive again. 1st and 10. 46 seconds to go. Millen to Irving Fryer, complete for 18 yards. He can't get out of bounds. Shades of Denver last week. Millen hurries up from midfield. 25 seconds to go. Millen looking for McMurtry. It's deflected off his hands, intercepted by Darryl Talley. 2nd week in a row, the Pats fall just short, losing by a final very respectable 22-17. Thurman Thomas rushed for 126 yards. Leonard Russell enjoyed his 2nd straight 100-yard rushing game for the Patriots, gaining 106 yards on 27 carries. Let's check in on the Dolphins and the...
Maybe even win it. 5 of their last 7 games are on the road. They began today with a first of 3 in a row on the road, on the frozen tundra of Milwaukee's County Stadium, playing the Green Bay Packers. First drive, the Bills start out of their own end zone. Andre Reed can't hold on. Second drive, Jim Kelly looking like he's having trouble with the Packer defense. You know he's having trouble on the third drive. So Green Bay playing some inspired football against Marv Levy's Buffalo Bills. Then, down 7-0 in the second quarter. Kelly's pass tipped out of the hands of Thurman Thomas, but in the hands of Andre Reed. Before they changed the rule, that wouldn't have been a touchdown, but it is one at 7-7. Later in the second quarter, the Bills down 10-7. Don Beebe gets the Beebe from Kelly for 12 yards, 14-10 Buffalo at the half. Scare in the third quarter big time. Chuck Cecil, Sean Patterson wedged Kelly to the turf. Major back pain, missed a play, missed another series, but in came Thurman Thomas to the rescue. And his tribute to Magic Johnson, those feet were magic for the Buffalo Bills, as they always are. Looking to make the move, make the cut into the end zone touchdown. Buffalo was in trouble, but now they lead at 21-10. Mike Tomczak starting for the injured Don Majkowski for Lindy Infanti's Packers. And Tomczak shows some presence of mind, Tom.
Under a lot of pressure by the Bills here, he starts out of the pocket to his right, has the presence of mind to look back and lateral the ball to Daryl Thompson, who runs it up for a first down.
They said in Chicago that Tomczak didn't have the big league arm, but watch this play as he throws on the move to Sterling Sharp, and he makes a nice play, too.
Going to a big lead receiver who has lots of strength. You can't arm tackle him on the way to the end zone.
Mike Tomczak throwing 23 of 38 today for 317 yards. Nice job in relief of the Magic Man. Once upon a time, James Lofton was a Packer hero. He knows the weather, he knows the turf, and he knows how to catch balls from Jim Kelly. On the same drive, Kelly fakes the Kenneth David the Butch roll, but he drops an easy touchdown. Would have been 11 for 11, so Jimbo says, hey, forget Thurman Thomas, I'm going to run it myself. So the Bills struggled for a while, but then took a big lead. Packers scored a touchdown late, but it was a 10-point win for the Buffalo Bills. They win it 34-24, and unless they play Tampa Bay, the Green Bay Packers have absolutely no chance of winning. The record falls to 2-8, and the Bills are 9-1. Thomas, 106 yards rushing, 140 more receiving. The Lions...
Points for the Bills, but Buffalo got even. Remember the Snow Bowl last year in the playoffs? Well, the Dolphins do. They finally thought out from that 44-34 sleigh ride that Buffalo did win. Tonight, a game much more important to the 5-5 Dolphins than the Eastern leading Bills, and certainly no snow within sight of Joe Robbie tonight. First Dolphins possession, Dan Marino. Where are you, Mark Duper? There you are. 41 yards to set up a field goal to make it 3-0, and Marv Levy worried on the road, but his first possession, Jim Kelly to Thurman Thomas, 10 yards, and the Bills out to a 7-3 lead. It's 10-3 Buffalo into the second quarter in a game that would see yards and points fly up on the board. Marino to Mark Clayton, this one for 28 yards. Cornelius Bennett, tremendous game on defense. Sammy Smith's only 2 fumbles this year came at the goal line. They were been disastrous. First and goal, Bennett nails Smith short of the goal line. They call Smith's number again on the next play, and again Smith carries, and again Bennett with the big stop at the 1, but no fumbles. Third down, will they call Smith's number again? They do, and this time Smith beats Carlton Bailey to the goal line. 1-yard score, we're tied at 10. Bennett had another big play. He goes back on the pass rush and strips it out of the hands of Dan Marino, takes it into the end zone. He's got it, and he's gone. 17-10 Bills. That's the way to play on the road in the warm weather. Nick Wanakani tonight honored with the retirement of his number. That did not help the Dolphins on the opening kickoff of the second half. Aaron Craver stripped of that ball by Carlton Bailey, and it's recovered by Carwell Gardner. Buffalo gets a TD to make it 27-13, and Don Shula's ship is taking on water. Miami gets the ball back. Marino back to throw, deflected by Clifford Hicks. Darryl Talley will make a diving pick for the interception. And at this point, Marino, he'd get 300 yards tonight, but he would not have the good night with good fortune, and he knew it. Sometimes the karma just is not on your side. The Bills capitalized. Thurman Thomas. Whom else? Thurman Thomas. That made it 34-13 for emphasis right at the side wall of Joe Robbie in a wild 41-27 victory. The Bills, 262 rushing yards tonight, 50 carries as a team, 12 straight victories within that division. They run it up to 10-1. The Dolphins drop to 5-6. Buffalo, a 4th straight over Miami and 12th straight, as we said, in the division. Marino tonight, 22 of 41 for 308 yards. But look at the ultimate weapon, Thurman Thomas. In 89 and in 90, he led the National Football League in yards from scrimmage, combined when he does running and when he does receiving. Tonight, he went over 1,000 yards to go to 1,103 rushing, and now is at 495 receiving, and he leads the league again currently for the 3rd consecutive year. The Bills, when Thurman Thomas rushes for 100 yards, are 19-0, which means they are on their game plan, and their game plan now is for a return trip to the Super Bowl again, and they played like it tonight.
You know, you wonder, here's a team that doesn't... That the Bills, looking for their 4th straight AFC East crown, would turn on the gas. But it turned out that New England was the team loaded with fuel as they went up to Foxborough in their 3rd straight road game. Pretty good crowd turned out in inclement weather, and Dick McPherson was happy to see everything. Jim Kelly, he had trouble. Tried to hold up, couldn't hold on to the ball. This is how the Bills look. Hugh Millen, tell you what, this guy's having another Pro Bowl year. Cornelius Bennett playing some middle linebacker too. For the Pats, Vincent Brown is unsung. He's a heck of a linebacker as he sacks Jim Kelly. Special teams for Buffalo is very good. Pro Bowl special teamer Steve Tisker, a tasker, blocks the punt by Sean McCarthy. The Bills recover. Bills lead at 3-0. Jim Kelly doesn't look pretty, but the dump to Thurman Thomas, he does the rest. 10-0 Buffalo, Tom.
And Chris, this is the reason he's the best all-around back in football. To make this catch alone is almost impossible, but the catch and get to the end zone.
But New England had other ideas. Maurice Hurst with a pick up Jim Kelly, and he returns it upfield. Soon after the Patriots are threatening, Hugh Millen figures he has the receiver, but the long reach of Darryl Talley stops the Patriots rally. Back to Kelly and the Bills on offense. It's that man Maurice Hurst again. Makes the pick in front of Lofton at midfield. 10-3 Buffalo lead. Millen
deep to Irving Fryer, knifing his way through the Buffalo defense and into the end zone. They missed the kick after. It's a 10-9 Buffalo lead. It's now 13-9 Bills. Millen to Fryer, having his best year as a Patriot, rejuvenated this year. Down to the 11, Millen takes it in. The Patriots lead at 16-13. Fryer on the day, 134 yards against the Bills defense. Hugh Millen was a guy that gave Marv Levy fits. Millen is surprising. He's coming on every week. He's got good feet, and most of the times he's got some good reach. Jim Kelly's had the best year of any quarterback this year. Hits Al Edwards. But the wheels started to fall off. I mean, the Bills are looking like the old Patriots. Wasn't ready for the snap from Kent Hall. Then, this is ruled a sack. It's a bad-looking play no matter what. Williams and Ray Agnew on the play. 4th and 9. Can the Bills keep the drive going? No, sir. Short hop, the Patriots hold, their fans, and Jim Kelly's not happy. There are his numbers. 4 interceptions today by the Patriots. Guess who is happy? Dick McPherson. Win or lose, that's the scene we've grown to love this year. And the Buffalo Bills won 5 in a row, but they're stymied at New England 16-13 as the Patriots pick off Kelly 4 times, sack him 4 times. And New England continues to impress after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Oilers at the...
They were playing their second-place team in the division, the New York Jets, and with added zest to the fuel of clinching a division at home, Bruce Smith was back. The Jets and the Bills, a pair of 87s. Butch, shake, rattle, and rollin' with Chris Burkett, the former Bill. In the first quarter, Burkett's been a terror on special teams. Look at him come in on Chris Moore, and he has to dump it to Pete Metzelaars. It was scrappy play. The Jets turned this into a touchdown, 7-0 New York. Bruce Smith back. What does he bring to the team, Tom?
He brings quite a bit to the table, Chris. Here he goes inside. Blair Thomas forces him back outside, but he still manages to get in on the tackle. Then Bruce gets double-teamed, and anytime you see a defensive end getting double-teamed, it's going to open up something for his teammates here. Cornelius Bennett and Jeff Wright get in on Ken O'Brien, and then you see Bruce Smith playing the part of Bruce Smith.
Yes, he does that pretty well. Then the turnovers began. Thurman Thomas, usually sure-handed, fumbles, and the Jets recover as the Bills are going in. Then Kenny O'Brien is picked off by Mark Kelso with the interception. Then 3 plays later, Jim Kelly to Andre Reed was his only catch of the day, but fittingly a touchdown. We're tied at 7. Jets lead at 10-7 in the second quarter. Jeff Loggeman, the youngster, chasing Jim Kelly. Loggeman keeps on coming for it. And James Hasty hastily recovers the football for New York.
Great thing about this play, Loggeman staying after it and then using that chop block to get that ball out.
Well, what did the Jets do? Look at Bruce Smith force it. Kenny O'Brien, the bad throw, picked off in the end zone by Kirby Jackson. Just over 2 minutes to go in the half as the Jets waste a great opportunity. Jim Kelly going to 2-minute drill. Who would you go to?
Thurman Thomas.
No. Who would you go to? Ross. No. Al Edwards. Of course, it's Al Edwards. You remember Al Edwards, the young man from Northwest Louisiana. It's Kelly to Edwards. 9 times they would hook up in this game. This including a 12-yarder, then a 10-yarder. Edwards 9 catches for 78 yards. That helped set up a field goal. 10-10 at the half. Then Marv Levy's club 17-10 up. Kelly to Edwards. This time he bobbles. That's it. Watch. Eric McMillan picks it off for the Jets. This will lead to a field goal, and it's 17-13 after this play. But later on, the Buffalo Bills know they're in trouble against Pete Carroll's defense. Hasty hastily intercepts Kelly another time. In the fourth quarter, when the Bills will try to put it away. Jets try to march. Kenny O'Brien to Rob Moore, but watch 56. Darryl Talley with this pop. Mark Kelso with the ball. And again, a Jet turnover. Bills have a chance to ice it. Kelly to James Lofton. He is brought down. You don't see him brought down from behind very much by Brian Washington. A penalty wiped out, a touchdown. No matter, we'll do it again. Kelly to Lofton, 27 yards, and the Jets lead by 11. The Bills do 24-13. Kelly 21 of 38 on the day, despite the 2 INTs. Oh yes, Thurman Thomas. Just watch. Zip, zip, zip. A workmanlike 124 yards for Thermal. Bruce Smith whooping it up. Only his second game with the Bills this year. Both have been big home wins, and Buffalo wins the AFC East for the 4th straight year. They beat the Jets 24-13. Meanwhile, down Shell 18-3 in the Mausoleum. Raiders come out hitting. Keith McKellar waxed by Winston Moss. Steve Wisniewski, helmet ripped off by Leonard Smith, number 46. It was that sort of game. Bruce Smith, only third game all year, and the Raiders had some plans for him.
Yes, and when I talked with Bruce Smith this week, he realized guys were going to be going for his knee, and Mosbar right here goes right at that injured knee.
Raiders lead 3-0 in the first quarter. Jay Schrader to Timmy Brown. Steps past one man, and Kelso isn't going to bring him down. 78 yards. Touchdown. Raiders. That was a short pass, turn long ball. 10-0 silver and black. But on the ensuing kickoff, Al Edwards. Get him go. Bruce DeHaven special teams. There's Steve Tasker with a tremendous block. It's 91 yards. Bills have been totally outplayed, but the special teams get him in, and it's 10-7 Raiders. Al Davis can't believe it. Raiders offensive line inspired. The large rookie Nick Bell. The huge hole. 12 yards. 17-7. Archell's squad up by 10. Raiders want to control Thurman Thomas. Doesn't everybody, Tom?
Yes, and here you see Ronnie Lott coming up and giving one of his patented shots to Thurman Thomas. He stayed out of the game for exactly one play.
In the fourth quarter, Marv Levy's Bills are behind 27-14. Scott Norwood from 32. We've seen him go right before. Doink! It's off the upright. His second miss right of the day. Now, the Bills have gotten it within 27-20. Norwood has missed an extra point, so they're still down 7. Kelly to Lofton, 9 yards. We're tied at 27. The extra point barely gets in. Schrader tries to make something happen. Nate Odoms picks off the Schrader pass. And look what happens for the Bills. He gets some blocking. He's smelling end zone. A great return by Odoms to the 13. 16 seconds to go. Super Bowl 25. You remember this? Everybody does. 47 yards, wide right Norwood. Back to today. 35 yards, Norwood. Wide right. He's missed 3 times. And we go to OT. Kelly to Andre Reed for 30 yards. And now from 42. Can he make good? 4th time a charm. Scott Norwood. And the Bills come back from a big deficit in the fourth quarter in the Mausoleum. And the Buffalo Bills beat the Raiders in a thriller 30-27. The Bills up their mark to 12-2. They hope that will translate into home field advantage. They just need to win one of their last 2 games. Hurry up offense, I guess when you run it all the time, you're better at it late, Tom?
Yes, well, granted, the Bills got a couple of special teams breaks during the course of the game, but the thing about this offense is that when they're behind, it gets to the fourth quarter, they're so used to running that hurry up that they feel like it's their natural offense. It is their natural offense. Very easy for them to make up a 2-touchdown deficit.
And the way the Raiders played defense early, it didn't look like even the vaunted Bills offense would be able to come back in this game, but they did. Big win as the Raiders tried to
us in on whether the Colts could offer any resistance.
Down to the wire tilts. Well, tonight we had our 8th game in 7 straight down to the wire tilts. The Buffalo Bills against the Indianapolis Colts, and let's face it, it was indeed Goliath at David. The Colts, house of frustration, only 1 win all year. They watched Jim Kelly to James Lofton, 14 yards early on. The Bills led a 14-0. Then watch goalpost cam show you Jimbo to Kenneth Davis. It was 21-0 Bills. Bills do it on defense. Bruce Smith now back in the lineup, 3 games. Played only his 4th game all year. There he is. Hello to Darvell Huffman. It was such a blowout that Steve Tasker said, I got to hit somebody. How about my head coach, Marv Levy? Ouch, babe. I'll tell you, in the Hoosier Dome, a glue factory. The Colts, with the loss, clinch the #1 draft pick for the coming year. And if they win next week at Tampa Bay, they clinch the #1 and #2 draft pick because they own the Buccaneers as well. Oh, by the way, Buffalo clinches home field advantage throughout the AFC playoffs. 35-7, that's the final score as the Bills roll the Colts. But who does? Keep alive their shot for a NFC Central. But Thurman Thomas, along with Jim Kelly, didn't play. By the way, Barry Sanders did play. Are you kidding? Cornelius Benathoni had him down. There's Bruce Smith. There's Darryl Talley. There's Barry Sanders. Unbelievable.
You know, Bum Phillips used to say that some of Earl Campbell's best runs were 1-yard runs or 1-yard losses. Not since those days have we seen this kind of balance, this kind of strength from a single running back. Barry Sanders shows you all of it here. He has a lot of speed, a lot of strength, That low center of gravity has resulted in a new breed of running back.
Look at Darrell, Tommy. He can't believe it.
And we talked this morning on game day about what would Barry Sanders be like if you wanted to throw him the ball. He'd be like that.
Pretty good. First quarter, the Lions are down a 2nd and goal. Wayne Font's looking on as Kramer tries to keep it stuffed. Kramer tries to keep it stuffed. It's 4th and goal. Why not go for it? Kramer with the rollout. Is he in? He thinks he's in for a touchdown. Marv Levy says, forget about it.
Yeah, and as you look at the play, you can see Kramer's knee hits down before the ball crosses the plane. It was no touchdown.
On the ensuing drive, Thomas's replacement is pretty good. Kenneth Davis off the left side for 35 big yards. On 1st and 10 from the 35. Frank Reich played today all at quarterback for Kelly, who sat out to Andre Reed, the Pro Bowl receiver, for 15 yards. And 2 plays later. Reich, Reed, touchdown. Sound like Ray Scott, don't I? 7 yards. It's a 7-0 Buffalo lead, a 99-yard drive. The Nanook of the North, Wayne Font's upset, but Kramer to his favorite target, Willie Green, the color of money, for 33 yards. As the 3rd quarter ticks away, Nate Odom. The swing and a miss. Sanders spins, looks easy. There, his yards and touchdown, 7-7. A couple of big turnovers later from his own 11 right. Picked up by Tyler Wright. He gets up. He gets it. It's a touchdown. And Detroit leads it 14-7. Are you kidding? Nobody comes into Buffalo and beats the Buffalo Bills. But Detroit trying to do it. Barry Sanders. Fumble. Global linebacker Darrell Tyler recovers the Bills in business with 2.5 to go. The next play, right to Steven Tisker and Tasker. Touchdown. We're tied at 14. Can the Lions come back? Here's Reich's numbers. Pretty good day in relief for Kelly. Minutes ago, 3rd and 9. Eric Kramer to Brett Perryman just short of the 1st down. That sets up Eddie Eat, Drink, and he's not Murray. It's no good from 39 yards, but too many Buffalo Bills on the play. So a couple downs later, they throw the snow. Another field goal. It's no good. We go to overtime, tied at 14. The Lions win the toss in OT. Kramer goes right to work. Clark battles for extra yards, gain of 13. Kramer under pressure to Brett Perryman. Finally wrestled down at the 9. Eddie Murray, normally reliable, but he's missed the 2 field goals. This time from 21. Once, twice, 3 times a lady. The Detroit Lions become the first team at 18 games to beat the Bills in Rich Stadium. They beat them in OT, 17-14. They've never won as many as 12 games before until this year. They've won it. The Bills with the loss, they have home field anyway through the playoffs. After the game, Wayne Font's beside himself.
I'm so excited for this football team. They come along there. Now we go home and sit and see what Chicago can do. Great win. Thank you very much, Ray.
Even with our impressive record, a lot of people still doubt whether or not we're legitimate, whether or not we're a real contender in the league. And so beating a team that by all rights probably should have won the Super Bowl last year was pretty impressive.
Barry's so low-key, isn't he? I mean, here's a guy going for the rushing title. The Lions now can win the division if the Bears lose Monday night to the San Francisco 49ers. Now, look, Tommy, Detroit's a good team, and Buffalo sat out a lot of people. But the Bills had won 17 in a row at home. Detroit 0-4 outdoors until they struggled to beat not a good Packer team outdoors. You didn't think Eric Kramer and the Detroit Lions would go into Rich Stadium and win, but you know, the Detroit Lions keep impressing. The gut check week after week they have. Hello once again, everybody. I'm Chris Berman. Welcome to ESPN's NFL Primetime. We're running the slot left once again. Joining me as always, Tom Jackson and Joe Theismann. Can you see out of those things?
I can see, but I got to be honest with you. I think the Kansas City Chiefs talked a lot too much of this.
Yes, I think they're seeing
Bill's glasses.
Yes, they're seeing double over there. Yeah, we have fun. We like football. Let's show you what happened today. Week number 6. Can you remember that far back? It was a Monday night in Kansas City when the Chiefs dissed the Bills 33-6. Buffalo at that time was knocked from the undefeated rank. They were actually embarrassed in that ball game. Well, 3 months later at Rich Stadium in Orchard Park, New York, Buffalo had the Chiefs on their turf. They played it at their pace, and they had the Chiefs at their mercy. Here we go in front of 80,000 plus. Bill No Mas says, Butch, you're shaking, rattling, and rolling. Get the helmet off. Fred Jones nails Clifford Hicks. Chiefs trying to come in hitting hard. But portent of what was to come, first play of the game, Jim Grunhard, the center, steps on Steve DeBerg. Nice play action, though. The entire Chiefs defensive front, are they anxious? Are they anxious or what? Rob Thomas is trapped, and Grunhard, come on, Tim, you can't do this and pull him for a first down. It's a flag instead. Bills took a while to get going, but late in the first quarter, Jim Kelly, hey, James Lofton is healthy. Why don't I go to him for 15 yards? Jim Kelly says, hey, Don Beebe's healthy. Why don't I go to him for 19 yards? Hey, like every other week, Andre Reed is healthy. Why don't I go to him for 25 yards? Touchdown, late first, 7-0, Buffalo. And as the crowd is excited, Pearson was beaten, Tom.
Yeah, Chris, as Joe has explained to me many times, when you spread the offense like this, hard to guess at what a receiver's going to do. Here, Reed blows right by J.C. Pearson for the touchdown.
Kelly continued to go to his newfound old friends. Beebe beats Eric Everett. And then, with Irvin Randall blitzing, Kelly lobs it to Thermal Thomas for 5 yards, and a good read by Jim Kelly, Joe.
Yeah, right in the circle. You see Randall. Of course, Kelly says, I know where you are. You're going to move. It doesn't matter. I don't want it. Here, Thurman, you take it. And Thurman puts his head right in Duran's 2-0, and he still gets the game.
Duran played a big game today, though, in a losing effort. Now, who knows what evil lurks the shadow does. Thurman moves left. Kelly steps up. Andre Reed is open. Right down the middle. It's a touchdown. 53 yards, and it's 14-0, the Buffalo Bills.
The man in the circle this time is Duran Cherry. What happens when they commit to the blitz? He knows he has Thurman Thomas in coverage. Thomas blocks, but it's too late. Andre Reed's gone by him.
Reed in the first half. This would be his game stats. 4 receptions, pair of touchdowns. Yeah, we'll buy you, Andre, a pina colada at the Pro Bowl. 19 of 28. Kelly in the first half for 245 yards. Finished just shy of 300. One of those interceptions, not his fault. Keith McKellar is picked. Lonnie Kmart picks it. And then Eric Everett comes up with the football. And Tommy, you practice this, don't you?
Yeah, every defense practices a tip drill, Chris. You won't see it run much better than this. The last guy has to focus on catching the ball.
But the Chiefs couldn't convert it into points with the score 14-0 still. Kelly to Kevin Ross almost made it 14-7, but could not. What about the Bills defense? Walt Core, defensive coordinator, hoping Buffalo could stick the Kansas City running attack. Barry Word, never a discouraging word, says Cornelius Bennett. Bennett throws Jonathan Hayes aside, make him feel like Purple Hayes, and he stops Ward again. Chiefs rushing in the first half today, 51 yards back in week 6 when they won 117. So they know that threesome is in trouble late in the first half. And rushing beats Derek Graham. And along with Jeff Wright, they nail the gutsy veteran Steve DeBerg. Berge is a gamer, tried to keep going, but sprained ligaments in his right thumb. So DeBerg had to leave. And late in the first half, it was the turn of the pickle, Mark Vlasic. And he immediately was in a pickle. Leonard Smith on the blitz.
Yeah, and this is so Marty Schottenheimer like throwing the ball inside your own 20-yard line.
It didn't work. Neither did anything else in the first half. 17-0 Bills at halftime. Second half, the Chiefs' troubles continue. The first play, Harvey Way into but Jonathan Hayes falls on it, so they dodge a bullet. Or do they? Next play, Vlasic picked off. One of 2 interceptions on the day by Kirby's Jackson. 4 in all. James Lofton says, we got the ball. Why don't you throw it to me? Okay, I haven't caught a touchdown for a while. Here you go, says Jim Kelly. 10-yard touchdown. The Bills lead 24-0.
This is great coordination between Lofton and Kelly. Our own quarterback, Joe Theismann, will analyze this later on.
Well, the nose tackle of the Chiefs, Dan Salamua, was in shock, but unfortunately for him and the Chiefs, it was.
We're going to continue play.
Not what they wanted to hear. Certainly not Mark Vlasic. Completed 13 passes. These weren't some of them. Burden, incomplete. Burden, incomplete. Burden, incomplete. Of those 13 completions, 4 of them were to Buffalo Bills. Here's one to pick off by Clifford Hicks. Scott Norwood. He had a big day. Kicked 3 field goals. All in all, the Bills chopped the Chiefs big time. 37-14. The Bills 8-1 at home this year. Thurman Thomas ran for 100 yards. All told, 448 yards for Buffalo. Only 213 for the Kansas City Chiefs. The Bills ran 87 plays. After the game, Andrew Kramer spoke to some of the victorious Bills.
Thanks very much, Chris. With the wisecracking Jim Kelly over here, good day for him, obviously. 273 yards, 3 touchdowns. Why so much success audibling today, Jim?
Well, by watching a lot of film, we knew exactly what we had to do, and just married getting in the right play at the right time. But without a doubt, for those people who watched last a couple months ago's Kansas City game, they saw I didn't have much time to throw, and that was the key today. The whole 5 offensive linemen, they did one heck of a job.
Well, obviously, it's a real disappointment to our football team and our organization to come in here and not perform any better than we did. Clearly, it's a damn fine Buffalo football team and a tremendous gathering of fans.
The crowd noise was the loudest I've ever seen, during my career, and it was definitely a factor. If we'd have beat them today, we would have had to play much better than them with to overcome the crowd noise.
But I want to tell you one thing: when you plant the grapes and you harvest them, you deserve to taste the wine, baby. And I'm going to taste that wine today. You can bet on that.
Drinking wine, Spodioti drinking wine. This time, the Chiefs' offense rushed for only 77 yards. Time of possession, 25 minutes, almost 26 minutes. The last time they played, that blowout that Kansas City had over the Bills, little different story. No wonder the defensive players and staff. Hello once again, everybody. Welcome to Championship Sunday Primetime. I'm Chris Berman, and joining me, we had some interesting parties today. Interested slightly in the AFC game, Tom Jackson. Slightly in the NFC game, Joe Theismann. 2 tickets have been awarded to Paradise. Now, wait a minute. What's that?
This is, I have so much confidence in the Redskins, I went out and got my tickets.
Already?
My tickets to Minneapolis. I'm ready to go.
The nervous some guys. All right, well, you wait your turn. You wait your turn. That was the second game today. Let's start with the first game today, the AFC Championship game between the Buffalo Bills and the Denver Broncos. Think of all the offensive juggernauts you had on this field. I mean, Jim Kelly, Thurman Thomas, not to mention Andre Reed, James Lofton, John Elway, his band of receivers. Well, now that I've said all that, who would have believed that the only 2 guys to reach the end zone today were Carlton Bailey and Gary Kubiak? That's why they play these silly games. Orchard Park, New York, where the Bills are 33 through the last 4 years. Honorary Captain O.J. Simpson against your former teammate Randolph Charles Gradishar. And Gradishar would have loved hits like this by land and by sea and by air. It was a defensive struggle. Nobody played better than Cornelius Bennett. Biscuit. Watch as Elway steps up in the rush. And who was there? Number 97, Cornelius Bennett. And then Bruce Smith got in the act, Tommy.
Yeah, you see the full package he offers, the speed here as he goes around Harvey-Salem, and then the strength bringing John Elway down with one hand.
Scoreless first quarter. Early second now. First and 10 for the 35. Play action. Elway going deep for Vance Johnson. It's picked off by Kirby Jackson at the 2. Or is it, Tom? Not. Well, you say no. Why don't we ask the only man that can truly determine.
After further review, we have a reversal. The pass was incomplete.
So the pass was incomplete. So we know it's second down because that was the first. No, it's 4th down. No, it's first down. No, wait a minute. No, it's 4th down. No, Dan knows it's second down. No, guys, is it 3rd down? Hey, guys.
It'll be second down, 10.
I have a 6-year-old daughter that could have figured it out faster than that officiating crew. Wade Phillips did a great job on his defense today. Watch DS. Dennis Smith punish Thurman Thomas. And Steve Atwater, the other Pro Bowl safety, nails James Lofton. Now watch Ron Holmes deflect the pass, and a nose tackle played a great game, Greg Cragen.
We always wanted to switch Cragen to wide receiver.
Well, now Dan has something to think about in the offseason. Big plays taken away. Elway tried the little passes. Steve Sewell had a big game. Caught 7 passes for 78 yards, including this one for 21 yards. Then Elway again dumps to Sewell. He has a convoy running deep into Buffalo territory. Denver was in Buffalo territory often in the first half. However, Dan Reeves watched David Treadwell star in the role of Scott Norwood. It is no good from 47. From 42, it is doink. And from 37, it is doink. Denver has seen field goals hit uprights in big games before. Treadwell's 3 missed field goals kept the score scoreless at the end of the first half. Ominous skies. Second play of the 3rd quarter, a critical play. Elway forced to run. Dr. Sack Leon Seals falls on his leg. Came up sore with a bruised thigh. So on the sidelines, the veteran Gary Kubiak had to warm up, and Elway stayed in for a while. 2nd and 10 from the 19. Back to pass. No, it's deflected by Jeffrey. Carlton Bailey gets it. He escapes Elway's tackle. It's a touchdown. And the Bills have struck. It's 7-0. And why did Elway throw the ball, Joe?
Well, they couldn't do it on offense, Chris. So they're doing it on defense. This time, Jeff Wright got fooled before on the middle screen. He says, watch this. He goes right by Dave Waddell. He makes the move inside. Aha! You think you got me? No, you don't. It's a screen. I got you. Carl, you take it. You go. John, you can't catch him. Yes, touchdown.
Joe, calm down during these highlights. Elway was not able to continue. He had to leave 11 for 21. So enter the veteran Gary Kubiak to Ricky Nattil at the 30 and into Bubba. But the Bills recover it, or do they, Joe? They got the replay.
We have instant replay. No, we don't have a review. Why do we even have instant replay?
The drive continues. Calm down, Joe. Kubiak to Shanachuk, pretty looking pass. 13 yards and a first down. 4th and 11 to Michael Young. It's 10 yards, but the Bills take over on downs. Jim Kelly struggled all day. His favorite receiver, Keith McKellar, caught 3 from the tight end spot. This is a 28-yarder. And now it sets up guy who's been Mr. Reliable in these playoffs, Scott Norwood. 4 for 4 for field goals. And it's a lead for the Buffalo Bills of 10-0. The 44-yard field goal. Kubiak undaunted. Advance Johnson at midfield. Then with 2 minutes to go on 2nd and 5, Kubiak to Johnson. He intercepts a pass. It looks like it's intended for Michael Young. Good thing they're both on the Broncos. Once again, Kubiak to Johnson, and it's 7 yards. Next play, number 8 calls his own number, and number 8 gets 6. The extra point makes it a 10-7 game, under 2 minutes to go. You know what's coming. Could Kubiak pull a John Elway? Here's the onside kick. And what an onside kick it is, and Steve Atwater recovers for Denver. They're in business. Minute 38 to go. They trail at 10-7. Arv knows what's facing him. But on the first play, Kubiak, Steve Sewell hits a fumble. Kirby Jackson forces it and recovers it, and the Bills are saved.
Yes, Steve Sewell's done an outstanding job of running after he's made the catch. Here, he doesn't really have a chance to turn and plant himself. Kirby Jackson makes the hit and the fumble. Unfortunate for Sewell because he's had an outstanding playoff series, Chris.
Denver would have one last shot, although they would have to go just about the length of the field in a matter of seconds. There's one pass with 9 seconds to go. Kubiak, he needs John's cannon here. Doesn't have it. Throws to midfield. Advance Johnson. His 8th catch for 104 yards, but it's over. Barb Levy going to the Super Bowl 2nd straight year. Steve Sewell thinking about what might have been. Gary Kubiak start in his final game. And Carlton Bailey, the unlikeliest of heroes for the Buffalo Bills, who didn't look pretty on offense, but got it done at Rich Stadium. They have defeated the Denver Broncos 10-7 to win their 2nd straight AFC Championship. After the game, Andrea Kramer with one of the unlikeliest of heroes.
Thanks a lot, Chris. Along with the offensive hero of this game, what are you doing scoring offensive touchdowns? Actually, Carlton Bailey, they call you Mongo because you're supposed to have such terrible hands. What are you doing getting into the end zone with an interception for a touchdown?
I grabbed, I couldn't believe I had it. And then after that, the only thing I was thinking about was getting into the end zone. I knew that if I was to allow John Elway to tackle me, there'd be no way I could come back into this locker room because the guys would say, how in the world could you let a quarterback tackle you? So the only thing I was thinking about was really getting into the end zone.
I'm as disappointed as that as I didn't make the tackle because our defense has been playing so well that, no telling. I don't know where we were, 14, 15-yard line, somewhere in there, that if I could have made the tackle, no telling what would have happened.
So we expected to come in here and win. We felt that Houston was better, than Buffalo, and I'll say it now. We felt Houston was going to be our toughest game. We got past Houston, we would beat Buffalo. We always play well against Buffalo. We match up well, and I still feel the same way.
You do miss them sometimes. Nobody's perfect. As much as you try or strive for perfection in practice, you're not perfect. You're human.
We do have some unfinished business coming off the field. Just thought about how great a chance, God gave us to get back in the Super Bowl, and I won't smile until after the game over a couple of weeks from now.
The difference, we told you in the first half that Denver lived in Buffalo territory all 6 times they had the ball. They were in Bills territory. The bad news, 3 times they had to punt. 3 times, normally pretty reliable, Treadwell missed field goals. So after all that, they couldn't outlast the Bills at Rich Stadium. And I'll say this bluntly as I can. The Denver Broncos, in my opinion, outplayed the Buffalo Bills. But at Rich Stadium, Joe, they had to more than just outplay them.
Well, there wasn't any question, Chris. I mean, we saw the statistics were lopsided, everything else was. But the fact is, in any game, not just big games or playoff games, you cannot forego scoring opportunities. By missing all 3 of those field goals, whether they're early in the game or late in the game, it changes your approach at the end. Kubiak only would have had to complete enough passes to get Treadwell within range to kick a winning field goal, not just a tying field goal, had they had a few other points.
Yeah, and Chris, Joe, most games, and I say, yes, right, and I say most games are determined by great defense and turnovers, and both teams today played great defense. The one concern of Dan Reeves was we can't turn the ball over deep in our own territory. Not only did the Broncos turn it over, but it resulted in a touchdown by Carlton Bailey.
And we saw it in both games, Guy. You really had to outplay drastically your opponent at Rich Stadium and at RFK. Denver outplayed the Bills. I mean, they held them to only 213 yards, but in the end, it was not quite enough. They held them out of the end zone. That's not much more that defense can do. But Buffalo plays some defense, too, and that's why they're Sports Center. Super Bowl 26. This was, on paper, a game that was maybe going to be the Super Bowl of all time. The greatest Super Bowl of all time, many felt, was the last one, Super Bowl 25, which the Buffalo Bills were edged. This time, they're tasked to beat a Washington Redskin team that enrolled to the best record in the regular season at 14-2 and enrolled over Atlanta and rolled over the Detroit Lions in the playoffs. All year long, Joe Gibbs, coach of the Redskins, has kind of been yucking it up, almost auditioning for the job that Jay Leno got. Why was Joe in such a good mood all year long? After today's Super Bowl in the Metrodome, we fully understood why. Here we go. Let's take out the highlights from the Metrodome. And a big crowd on hand. Jeff Bostic, thumbs up. Mark Rippon, his first Super Bowl, how would he react? Thurman Thomas, that was the best that he would move all day. Bruce Smith going head-to-head with Jim Lachey. Scoreless in the first. Second possession for the Redskins. Mark Rippon finds Arthur Monk for 12. He finds Arthur Monk for 18. He finds Arthur Monk for 19. Many of these spectacular catches. Then the miss by Kirby Jackson. Mark Kelso knocks him out of bounds to the 2-yard line. Then on third down, it's Rippon to Monk for a touchdown. And the Redskins feel they have the early 7-0 lead, or do they, Tom?
No, Chris, if you watch the replay here, very athletic move by Monk as he gets the left foot down. Kirby Jackson makes contact, but if you watch Monk's toe right there, it's on the line. TD's negated.
And then to make matters worse, Jeff Rutledge fumbles the snap, so the Bills evade a couple of bullets right there, and Joe Rutledge just missed it.
The holder should get all the credit and all the blame in this case. It just goes through his hand, and Rutledge was happy it turned out the way it did.
Jim Kelly trying to get things going, but Darryl Green gets the tip, and Brad Edwards with the interception. But the favors return when Jeff Wright makes the tip, and Kirby Jackson, the man who'd been scorched earlier, comes up with the INT. Now Mark Rippon wants to go to work. He gets started. Possession in the second quarter. Kelso late. Ricky Sanders catches a 42-yard bomb. Isn't it always the second quarter for the Skins? That sets up a field goal, 3-0. Now, watch the move to Gary Clark for 15 yards. Rippon to Monk for a quick 7. And then a pretty play to Ernest Biner for a touchdown. It's 10-0 Skins in the second quarter. Next drive, Washington. They own this quarter in the Super Bowl. Rippon across to Gary Clark. Watch the move he makes on Nate Odoms. Turns it into a 34-yard game. And that sets up deep. Gerald Briggs behind the Hogs. 17-0. The blowout is upon us. It was scoreless at the end of one. But Marv Levy's club is now down 17-0. And Matt Millen, who didn't play today, says, let's see some defense. Tim Johnson smacks Kelly on his release. On the same play, Wilbur Marshall nails Keith McKellar. Thermal Thomas, he never got warm today. Eric Williams stops him there, and then Williams makes another play. There's Andre Collins nailing Thomas.
Yeah, if you watch Andre Collins here on the blitz, he comes in untouched, and that's what happens sometimes when you have the numbers stacked against you.
Kelly and Frank Reich trying to figure out what's going on. Don Beebe is nailed by Brad Edwards. Big play at the end of the half. Then Kelly looks for Andre Reed. Reed says, where's the interference against Edwards? They're in field goal range late in the half, down 17-0. But the unsportsmanlike conduct, 10-yard penalty takes them out of field goal range. Marv Levy's club goes scoreless to the half, 17-0. First play of the third quarter, goodbye. Collins with the pressure. Kurt Gouveia with the pick. It's a touch. It's almost a touchdown, but it's about to set up a touchdown for Gerald Riggs, and it's 24-0 Skins, and for all intents and purposes, it was over. Ted Marchibroda's offense gets it back to 24-10, but rip 30 yards to Gary Clark. Money just when the other team thinks they're in it. The Skins have that killer instinct, Joe, and they went for the jugular again.
Well, when you want to go after the Redskins, the big guys up front do a great job of picking up the stunts and pass blocking. Gives Mark the chance to throw the football. You can't cover Gary Clark one-on-one 30 yards down the field. That's what Williams found out.
As Rippon continued to impress as the game went on. Meanwhile, Marv Levy hoping that his quarterback would get protected. Not Alvoid Mays. Theodore and Simon and Alvoid make the hit. Fred Stokes recovers, sets up a field goal. Kelly fresh out of the pocket. Former Bill Martin Michoud sneezes on him, and Jimmy was down for a while. He came back, but this one was already over. Jumpy Geathers knew it. Jim Hannafin knew it. The Bills knew it. Oh, yeah. Now Joe Gibbs knows it. Third Super Bowl crown in the span of a decade. World champ, says Ernest Biner, and yes, they are. The victor in impressive style. The Washington Redskins, after a scoreless first quarter, rolled the Buffalo Bills 37-24, 8 in a row for the NFC. This was a no-doubter. And the MVP, well, I'll tell you what, you could have given it.
Speaking of the Buffalo Bills, they were at home today against the Los Angeles Rams. Now, we saw Ted Marchibroda, Back to the Future. Chuck Knox, Back to the Future. Head coach of the Rams, who he turned around in the mid-'70s, won 5 straight NFC West titles. Turned around the Buffalo Bills when he took over in 78, got them in the playoffs in 80 and 81. But more important today, Buffalo. Did they have a serious Super Bowl hangover? Not. Let's take a look at Rich Stadium, where no problem with Thermal's helmet today. Watch this. Jim Kelly, first quarter, 10 yards, zip, touchdown. Thurman Thomas, 7-0 Buffalo. Thurman Thomas, first quarter, sweeps around right end, 8 yards. Thurman Thomas goes right again, down to the 1-yard line. Thurman finishes off the drive, 1-yard touchdown. Second of the day, 14-0 Bills. And watch this, Tommy.
Look at the cut that he makes right there, Chris. And I think he's the only one in the league who can do that.
First half, 82 yards rushing, 33 yards receiving, 3 touchdowns. That's the first half. Oh, yeah, Bruce Smith looked good, didn't he?
Bruce Smith was healthy and ready. He showcased his skills both outside and inside. And I thought the move here that we're going to see coming up where he actually leaps over a defender proves that that knee is feeling good again. He had an outstanding day, either when he was blocked. The Rams often did not double team him. That ended up being a mistake. There he sacks Everett. He had 2 sacks on the day today.
And 4 pressures. Chuck Knox says we need him, don't we? Well, Jim Everett didn't need him. Cleveland Gary dropped the ball. Then Bruce Smith bats one down at the line, almost picked off. Then nose tackle Jeff Wright bats one down at the line. Everett finally gets one away. And Henry Jones makes the interception. Everett gets another one away. A waffler picked off by Nate Odoms, who had a pair, as did Jones. First half for Everett, 9 for 22. Tackle eligible. Kelly to Mitch Farrat. 27-7 Bills at the half. They snap the ball to Thurman. And he thanks the referee for his support. 4 touchdowns today for Thurman Thomas. So the drama. Could James Lofton get the 55 yards necessary to pass the legendary Steve Largent, number 1 on the yardage chart? Reich throws it there. He needs 3 more. Can't quite hold on there. But in the fourth quarter, as Reich has relieved Kelly, Frank looks, pumps, Lofton makes the catch. 13,091 career yards. And I'll tell you what, he got help from the defenders here helping him catch it. When you catch passes for 8 miles, you're allowed a gift 3 yards, all right? Congratulations. One of those guys that came into the league fast, and whenever he decides to leave the league, he'll leave just as fast. 40-7. The Bills shake, rattle, and roll the Los Angeles Rams. The Bills 35-3 in 4+ years at Rich Stadium. Lofton, this is how it stands now. 2 yards past Steve Largent, so 13,091 and counting for James Lofton. 6.5. The Bills at the Niners. Well, they said hello today, hoping that the next time they see each other,
would be January 31st in Pasadena. Joe Montana on the sidelines, but he knew something was up. Jerry Rice got nailed early by Kurt Schultz. He would later leave with a mild concussion and would not return. So the Niners offense went south, right? No. After Jim Kelly fumbles, Steve Young to Odessa Turner, the former Giant. Look at him bull his way into the end zone. His first catch as a Niner is a touchdown. 7-0 the 49ers. Jim Kelly ignites the Bills. And he goes to Thurman Thomas. 20-yard touchdown, 14-10 Niners. Already, Thomas 5 TDs on the year. Back comes Steve Young to Mike Sherrard. The seam pattern, Williams, Kirby Jackson collide at 56-yard pickup from Young to Sherrard. 15 seconds to go in the half. Young to JT, John Taylor. Touchdown, 24-13 San Francisco at halftime. But the Bills come out firing in the second half. Kelly to Pete Metzelaars. McKellar gets hurt. Metzelaars gets the start. And the tight end lumbers into the end zone 53 yards. 24-20. Niners lead to 4. George Seifert says, come on, we got to play D. Not on this day. Steve Wallace can't keep Bruce Smith away. And Henderson fumbles the football. Marv Levy's Bills have the momentum. Kelly. Forget Lofton. Forget Reed. Forget Thomas. It's Kelly to Pete Metzelaars. 23-yard, 27-24, Buffalo. The 49ers come back. Young to John Taylor. Breaks a tackle. Breaks another one. Let him go. He could go all the way. 31-27, San Francisco. Pair of touchdowns for JT. George is smiling, but he wouldn't when the Bills drove. Bad snap. Donnie Johnson chases down Kelly and makes the sack. Marv Levy says we got to get going, so on 3rd and 16. Kelly to Andre Reed. Tackled by Eric Davis. 4th and 4. Kelly to Lofton. First down. Next play. Thermal. Up the middle. It's a touchdown. 34-31 Buffalo. But on 4th and 1 with under 2 minutes to go, Steve Young, he can do this so well. The quarterback roll and a first down. 1st and 10 at the Buffalo 30, a minute 23 to go. Wallace holds Bruce Smith. So that pushes things back. And from 47 yards out, Mike Kofer will try to tie it. It's long enough. It's high enough. But like Norwood's 47-yard field goal in the Super Bowl sailed right, Kofer's 47-yard field goal, which could have put the game to overtime, sails right, and the Bills win on this twist. Buffalo over San Francisco, 34-31. Steve Young, 449 yards passing. Jim Kelly, 403 yards passing. No punts in the entire game. 1,086 yards in total offense. The record set back in 1950 by the Rams and the Yankees. That's right. 1,130.
11 sacks or 11 tackles on the night. He gets the sack here. Check out the little dance. For such a big man, a nimble dance. More trouble for Trudeau. Off Rodney Culver's hand. Henry Jones, 24-0 Bills. 4th quarter, Jim Kelly, already 1 touchdown pass, and he looks for the rookie tackle. John Fina, eligible on the play. 31-0 Bills. Rough homecoming for their former offensive coordinator, Ted Marchibroda. The Bills win it big. The hit list
had a chance to go for a perfect September. Well, the Bills are a little different this year. Yeah, they still look like the beast in the AFC, but last year and the last couple of years, they used to roll out to early leads and then kind of cruise a little bit. This year, they're thinking about being a 4-quarter team, which is what New England found out today. A sellout crowd in Foxborough to see if the Pats could stop Thurman Thomas and the Buffalo Bills. Leonard Russell, they hope one day that he will be a runner similar to Thurman Thomas for the Bills. And on the first series, they tried ball control, 9-yard gain, followed by a nice spin, 8-yard gain by the young running back for the Patriots. But Jeff Wright said, enough of this, it's a 5-yard loss. And Thurman Thomas, as the Bills start to shadow their own goalpost, bounces outside, heads for daylight 10 yards, gets him out of trouble. Thermal to the left side for 8 yards. This would set up a Christie 42-yard field goal. Later in the first half, Thermal goes through, then bounces right, key blocked by the umpire, and he's going to go for 30 yards. But, you know, he wasn't the only star in the field, Tommy.
Thurman Thomas is such a great runner, but let's watch Andre Tippett. He's been so good for so long. Look at him hustle down the football field in a game where you don't have to do that.
Well, the Bills have plenty of Pro Bowlers. Thomas, one of them. Jim Kelly and Andre Reed, 2 more. That's a 9-yard pickup. Then Kelly goes long to Andre Reed, 26-yard pickup. Reed caught 9 balls for 168 yards today. Then it's Andre Reed again. But after getting burned, Randy Robbins comes back. Dion Lambert will apply the Belmont hit, and Robbins comes back to recover the fumble. It's the first turnover the Patriots have caused all year. Early on, Hugh Millen was tough. To Greg McMurtry, to Ben Coates, to McMurtry coming up. You believe Hugh Millen was 13 for 13 in the first half, but guess what? They never get anywhere near the end zone. When he doesn't pass, Leonard Russell. It's a fumble, and the Bills recover. Dick McPherson's Patriots, they haven't been inside the 20 all year. Who needs an offense inside the red zone when you can't get there? 4th and inches to the 25. Stop. 4th and 2. Jeff Wright bats the ball away. 6-0 Bills at the half. So, Buffalo had some work to do in the second half, right? Well, they knew how to do it. Kelly to the veteran James Lofton. 4 catches, 113 yards. 29-yard touchdown makes it 13-0 Bills.
And Lofton right here with a sweet move down the middle of the field. Spins Jerome Henderson around. That's an easy corner route for a touchdown.
The play fake, and Kelly goes long to Andre Reed. 45 yards, a touchdown, 27-0. Kelly, the block by Carwell Gardner, and the touchdown to Lofton, 22 yards. Jimbo, 15 of 20 for 308.
Everything going right for the Buffalo Bills today. Millen can't handle the snap from center, fumbles the ball, and Mike Lodish rumbling, stumbling into the end zone.
Now watch this. Now Mike isn't in there that often. Come on, now think about it, Mike. Come on, think about it. You got a touchdown, so go for it. It's a touchdown, Buffalo. Dick McPherson wonders, can we get inside the 20? And if we do, can we score? And if we do, can we get an extra point? Well, this was the suspense that was left. Millen to McMurtry, inside the 20. Oh, my God. Would they score? John Stevens, stop. 3rd and goal. Millen. And here it is, Patriots fans. The touchdown to starving Marvin Cook. They even made the extra point. They couldn't do that last week. But the Buffalo Bills, second half, they rolled. 41-7. The Bills, the first team to get to 4-0. Thurman Thomas, 120 yards rushing, 27 more receiving. So a $147. Consider this. The Patriots have 2 touchdowns all year. Mike Lodish, John Fina, Mitch Farrat, combined of the Bills, have more touchdowns than the entire Patriot team all year. And the Bills are laying it on in the second half. I mean, a lot of teams would take their first half numbers, points for against points against, 56-31. But in the second half, whoa, netty, 97-14. No wonder they're the first team times. The Dolphins hadn't won in Buffalo since 1986. Thurman Thomas in the running game always kills the Miami Dolphins. So even though both teams were unbeaten, you had to be an idiot to think that Miami had a shot at the Bills at Orchard Park, New York. But they've never had Keith Jackson, and he can contribute a lot, Joe.
There he is. You see him in the slot. He'll go out and being used as a wide receiver on the slot side. Makes an excellent reception right here behind the defensive back. Then from the tight end position, he does a good job of run blocking. Now, this is something he hasn't really been known for. Now, on this particular play, it's interesting. Dan Marino's going to go to Bobby Humphrey on the left side of the field. You figure, geez, what a great move by Humphrey. But wait a second. Who's covering Keith Jackson? How about everybody? Keith Jackson draws so much attention, he gets double covered. That allows Bobby Humphrey to be open on the other side.
Not only did they get Keith Jackson, they got Mark Clayton healthy for the first time this year, and Marino loves Mark Clayton, that's for sure. Also appearing this week, Bobby Humphrey missed a team flight up to Buffalo, but he got there in time to make this run. An important part of the offense today, and Don Shula says, you know what, we got some big-time players here, all contributing. Meanwhile, the Buffalo offense, Thurman Thomas always kills Miami, not today.
Take a look at the numbers of the Dolphins that are on the line. Everybody up there to try and stop the run, just slamming Thomas. He gets stuffed by Brian Cox. Here comes David Griggs. He makes the move on the outside between Griggs and Cox. Thurman Thomas had nowhere to go.
He only had 33 yards. The Bills only 63 yards rushing all day. So they need to pass it. And Jim Kelly, some of them, frankly, just floated. Louis Oliver picked them off for the first time and makes some nice moves in Buffalo territory. That leads to Dan Marino. He can roll out of the pocket a little bit, especially if he can zip one. So, oh, Nelly, it's Keith Jackson. He dives for the touchdown. You couldn't have scripted it any better. Miami leads it 10-3. Kelly, next time, picked off by corner J.B. Brown. Jarvis Williams, 26, makes a block on Kelly, but Kelly eventually knocks him out at the 34. And Marino, turn the page. It's Tony Page. Touchdown, 17-3. Marv Levy is befuddled. Less than 2 minutes to go. The Bills so dangerous in this spot. Kelly to Andre Reed for 28 yards. Kelly to the other wideout, James Lofton for 13. Kelly has time, then moves, then tosses to Thurman Thomas for 20. Then to the end zone to Andre Reed. Touchdown, just like that. It's only 17-10 Dolphins at the half. But Don Shula's team came out fired up in the second half. 3rd and 19. When you're hot, you're hot. Doink! Into the hands of Mark Clayton. 511 catches lifetime for Clayton. A new Miami record. That allows the drive to continue. Remember, that was 3rd and 19. Then from the 9, who was 21 of 33 for 282. Here's 9 of them to Bobby Humphrey. 24-10. Miami over the shocked Bills. Here comes Buffalo. Kelly to Lofton for 16. Kelly to Thurman Thomas. Watch Thurman shake Kerry Glenn and pick up 12. But he had some blocking.
Oh, did he have some blocking? Watch this shot by Tasker. There's Thomas making the move. Steve Tasker from the left. Kaboom! Wow. Hello, Louis Oliver. It's me.
And then on the pitch to Thomas, 5 yards. And again, the diminutive Tasker's involved.
Well, you think Steve Tasker, I mean, he's a special teamer by nature. Now he comes down in motion, says, where's Marco Coleman? Louis Oliver was a little guy. Let me take on a bigger guy.
Poised to cut it to 7. Sorry. Louis Oliver 3 yards deep into the end zone. And don't tell me, but he just could go all the way. Tying the NFL record, 103 yards, an interception return for a touchdown. Tying the mark held by Vince Glenn, then to the Chargers. He's winded, but he can dance. So instead of 24-17, it's 31-10 with Oliver's play. He had 3 interceptions. The Dolphins forced 5 turnovers. For only the second week in the last 71, the Bills do not have at least a share of the lead in the AFC East. Oh my goodness, it's Miami running away at Buffalo, 37-10, and Buffalo didn't even register a sack. It was a whomping on both sides of the ball, and Jim Kelly knew it.
You know, what can you say when you play a game like today and they shut you down? You know, there's no excuses. We got our ass kicked today.
Taking it to the house. It's about time we get one out of here. Damn! We're gonna ride these Buffaloes all the way back to the house right now.
This week, the LA Raiders won for the first time this year last week. Well, would this become a trend? That's why we went out to the LA Coliseum to find out. Todd Marinovich in the first quarter has the Raiders driving, and he's going to throw a pass to Eric Dickerson. Only 6 career TD receptions for Dickerson, but it's 7-0. Now Marinovich back to pass.
And Marinovich is growing up fast when he has the good to throw the football. He throws a nice ball, Chris. It's soft. It's easy to catch.
Kelso and Tim Brown. It's Tim Brown by 18 lengths. And the Raiders lead it 14-3. Bills offense struggling. Second straight week. Jim Kelly's pass deflected off the hands of Thurman Thomas. Terry McDaniel picks it up. And he's going to rumbling, stumbling. Got a convoy with him. Finally, tiptoes out of bounds. Sets up a field goal. 17-3 Raiders at the half. Thurman Thomas neck spasms. Missed the third quarter. Raiders looking for pass. Kelly sacked from behind by Anthony Smith. That's a foul. And Greg Townsend recovers. Another Jaeger field goal. It's 20-3 Raiders. Fourth quarter, 10 minutes to go. Pete Metzelaars can't get it. Ronnie Lott breaks up the pass on 4th down. And the Raiders beat the Bills 20-3. The first time the Bills have lost 2 in a row since...
Great Monday Night Football game, or just another wacky flavor combo they wouldn't even touch at Baskin-Robbins. Let's taste test. But who was playing?
It's a classic contest. Who's playing? Well, it's your Bills, of course, and it's your Jets, of course.
Thank you, Dave. First quarter, Bruce Smith getting to know Browning Nagel. Nagel tries to get up, then Irv Eatman joins the pile, and then the whole tri-state area jumps in as well. Bruce Coslett getting physical as well, because Bruce wants a piece of somebody here. His team is inspired, and away they go. Well, Eatman would get a penalty. Bruce trying to take on anybody. Late in the first half, 3-0 Jets. Kelly, Andre Reed, 37 yards on the 3rd and 15. They're in business. Thurman Thomas rumbling for 20 yards down to the Jets' 2-yard line. So Thurman takes him down to the 2-yard line. Marv Levy said, all right, now you come out. They bring in Kenneth Davis, their designated scorer, 7-3 Bills. Jets look to answer. Browning Nagel, Rob Moore. Nagel again. Rob Moore. One more time, and one that will show up on the highlight reel. Rob Moore setting up a field goal, 7-6 Bills. Late in the first half, Kelly, Lofton, score. 14-6 Bills at the break. It was 17-13 Bills fourth quarter. Kelly to Andre Reed, drilled by Mike Brim. Mo Lewis recovers, gets to the Bills' 40-yard line. And don't count out the Jets, Jets. Nagel, Henry Jones. The great return after the pick. And trying to put this game out of reach for the Jets. Well, that wouldn't happen because the Jets do not give up the fake punt. Pat Chaffee gets the first down. He would also score a touchdown tonight. 3rd and 7. They run again. Thomas is short of the first down. What is Bruce going to do? 4th and 3, and Nagel just threw this one up. Bruce, what is he thinking on that play? So, Buffalo's ball, but the Jets would get another chance. Nagel shaken up, he would leave. Kenny O'Brien putting the O into O'Brien. And the touchdown, well, they call pass interference on Jamie Williams. Brad Baxter goes in from a yard out. 20-17 Jets. Nagel congratulating Ken O'Brien. Levy, he's still got another chance. Jim Kelly, how about some fourth quarter magic? How about some 2-minute magic? Don Beebe, maybe the fastest player on this team. 33 yards to the 49. Would he beat the play clock? That's it in the left-hand part of your screen. He got it off. There was a little bit of controversy because it proved to be the game-winning score. Kelly to Thurman Thomas. And the Jets, once again, they're creative. You got to give them credit. They know how to lose games in so many different ways. 24-20 the final. Kelly, the 10th time in his career he has had a fourth quarter comeback with less than 2 minutes to go. The 3rd time he's done so against the Jets. Jim Kelly, touchdown passes against the opponents. He loves the Jets. 25 touchdowns, including a couple tonight. He's also done quite well against Indianapolis. He has thrown more TD passes against the Jets than any other team. And, of course, you like what he does against the AFC East, Miami and New England. They struggled from 1984 to 1987 against the Jets, but from 1987 to 1992, they have been in control, 10-0, and averaging 27 points while giving up 12. They pulled this one out, and I think at the end of the season, it'll be one where they say, we were very fortunate to get past this one. It may prove very beneficial because Miami coming off that loss at home against the Colts, very, very big for the Bills.
And the Bills are now 1-0 in games which David Letterman joins the Monday Night Football crew, too. Don't forget.
One other note, congratulations. Al Toon has now caught passes in 100 straight games. Buffalo at home against New England, would it be a laugher? It was in week 4 when the Bills embarrassed Dick McPherson's Pats at Foxborough, 41-7. Cornelius Bennett ready to go. Leonard Russell tries to move outside, forget it. Cornelius strips him and stops him right there. Later, Tommy Hodson, the starter at quarterback today for the Patriots, sandwiched between Bennett and Bruce Smith. Ouch, babe. Jim Kelly didn't have better luck, though. Open man, but Dwayne Sabb. Tippett had a good game. Still no score late first half. Thurman Thomas has the ball stripped by Sabb. The Undertaker, Vincent Brown, rumbles in. The Patriots leading in Buffalo 7-0?
Yeah, and Vincent Brown does a good job of 2 things here. One, scooping up this ball, one-handed with his left hand, and then fighting off Jim Richard and getting the ball in.
Final moments of the first half. Could Kelly rally the Bills? He does to James Lofton. Final play of the half. The old Hail Mary. And can you believe the Patriots lead it 7-0 at the half? Thurman Thomas a badly bruised elbow, so Kenneth Davis getting the action at running back, and Kelly to tight end Pete Metzelars, his 4th TD of the year, tied at 7. Sean McCarthy can't handle the punt, falls on it, safety. 9-7 Buffalo, all those Patriots. 4th quarter, McPherson's club playing well. Can they pull out the big upset? Tommy Hudson goes deep and picked off by Kelso. He does it and then goes out of bounds. Bill's driving. But boy, when Jim Kelly looked off, he looked off.
Yeah, he had good numbers, but his passes were just wavering in the wind.
The all Tommy Hudson has to do is fall down here, and they kick a field goal to go ahead 10-9, but it's a fumble. Jeff Wright recovers as Bennett makes the play. And that sets up Kelly to Lofton. So quickly the Patriots could have had the lead, but instead they trail 16-7. Here are those numbers you talked about, Tommy, but Jimbo will be the first to tell you, through a couple of bad balls. Hodson, Irving Fryer slicing through the Buffalo defense for 17 yards. Hodson drops back. Henry Jones has 6 picks, and another day for the Birds for the Pats. 8 games now, all of them L's. This one a tough one. They played well. Buffalo beats them by the count of 16-7, and with Miami's loss, that means even despite the impressive win, Buffalo now tied with Miami for first in the AFC East at 6-2. Let's go back to the Jets. Well, they're 6-2. Remember they rolled everybody the first 4 games of the year, averaging 38 points a game and over 430 yards a game. The AFC is anybody. The winner of the Pittsburgh at Buffalo game today could own inside track on home field advantage in the AFC playoffs. Pittsburgh's been great, let's face it. But the Buffalo Bills, been to the Super Bowl last 2 years, said to the Steelers, not so fast, because the game was at Rich Stadium. Bill Cowher trying to settle his team down. A huge game. And Barry Foster, first game, first carry.
You know, Barry Foster's had some problems in the past, fumbling the ball. He fumbles this one on the first play of the game, but he got it back. Then you see Barry Foster again heading in there, and Bruce Smith led a Buffalo charge. No game.
The Bills have felt that their run defense has improved. They're waiting for the offense to improve. And Jim Kelly throwing as well as he had in over a month. Fires one out to Don Beebe. Fires one to Thermal Thomas. Then the bomb to James Lofton. Wide open, 22 yards, touchdown. Jimbo said, hey, fans, get off our back. 7-0 Bills. Steelers try to come right back. Neil O'Donnell to Barry Foster. Slips away for a nice gain before he's wrestled down. Now the Steelers have 2 nice tight ends. The large guy, Eric Green, makes the nice catch with Matt Darby. Not Darby the dinosaur. All over him down to the 10. Then Barry Foster with a halfback pass. Broken up by Kelso at the last moment. The Steelers settle for a Gary Anderson field goal. Bill Cowher talking to the defense himself. Kenneth Davis in to give Thermal a brief spell. It's a foul, but can't hold. The center recovers for the Bills. A big play. Next play. Kelly looking at Don Beebe. Last year, this combination ate the Steelers alive. Oh, but Beebe can't hold on. Looks like Beebe Rebozo. Kelly again, though, says, Don, I like you. He catches it, holds on despite the hit from Darren Perry. Then, for the second time this year, that famed passing duo of Kelly to Mitch Frerot. Touchdown, 14-3, Buffalo. 21-3 Bills end of the first half. Kelly looking for more at the foul. Hardy Nickerson recovers for the Steelers. This could have turned the tide. It was after one completion. They get an Anderson field goal at the gun. It's 21-6 at the half. Ron Earhart, the architect of the Steeler offense, trying to change things around. O'Donnell to Ernie Mills, 12 yards, touchdown. Steelers in business, 21-13. But Thurman Thomas, following the block by Will Wolford and company. He's never carried the ball 37 times. 155 yards for Thermal. Dick LeBeau says, no, you know what? Even though Thermal's running, we got to play pass defense. Dick, you're right. Lofton, wide open again on the same pattern, 46-yard touchdown. Kelly, 26 of 33, 290 yards, 3 touchdowns. The Bills beat the game Steelers 28-20. They battled back, as is their wont. But 458 yards for the Bills offense said September is back. And Buffalo got out of their month-long doldrums, up their mark to 7-2, put the Steelers back to 6-3. Offense looks stellar. They haven't for a month.
The lead in the AFC East in 36 of the last 39 weeks. Those 3 weeks came following Miami's victory in Buffalo back on October 4th. The Bills were in search of revenge and reclaiming sole possession of first place tonight at Joe Robbie Stadium, and the wind was gusting 20 miles per hour. It affected the passing game early. Jim Kelly can't connect with Thurman Thomas. Kelly to a wide open Thurman Thomas. Not even close. But Dan Marino, the veteran of those wins down there, knew what he was doing. He was on target. And so was Mark Higgs. The running and passing game looked very impressive for the Dolphins in the early going. Higgs gets 6 more. And then it's Keith Jackson's turn to get into the act. He will get the first down. And then he's the Jackson 5 as he gets exactly that total. Marino will then go to Higgs out of the backfield and watch the move on Nate Odom. Zip. That will put the Dolphins in scoring range. Instead of going with Higgs down at the 1, play action, Greg Beatty. First score of the year, 7-0 Dolphins. Marino, 9 for 9 after hitting Bobby Humphrey. Marino, 10 for 10 after hitting Keith Jackson. Marino to Mark Clayton, the 78th time they have clicked for this type of result. 14-3 Miami. Steve Christie trying to bring Buffalo back. 54 yards out, and this one touches nothing but net. It could have gone 64 yards. 17-13 Miami at halftime. Jim Kelly got back on track in the second half. Looking for James Lofton for 14. It's first and goal, not Thurman. It's Kenneth Davis, 20-17 Bills. Davis with that a couple of touchdowns. Biggest play of the game, Mark Higgs. The fumble, Cornelius Bennett recovers. Higgs would be taken out by Coach Shula. Marino picked off by Henry Jones. It's 23-17 Buffalo, just trying to hold on. Thurman Thomas looking for 6. And even though he gets his left foot in, they ruled he went out at the 1. 2 plays later, Kelly could have run it in. Instead, he throws to Pete Metzelaars, and they will call this one incomplete. They got a field goal out of it and led it 26-17, and that is the way it ended for 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks. Buffalo picks up the victory. Christie with 4 field goals, including the career-high 54-yarder. Marino throws for over 300 yards, but in the losing effort. Marv Levy, the Buffalo coach, he's done his homework when it comes to, again, facing Don Shula. He's 10-4 lifetime against Don Shula, including playoff victories. Raymond Berry next at 7-3. Walt Michaels 7-4-1. Only 11 coaches have ever had a winning record against Don Shula. Can't say enough about the job that Marv Levy has done coming back after the loss in Buffalo.
Some teams having trouble on offense today. Then there are the Buffalo Bills at home against Atlanta. Jim Kelly, Marv Levy, they had it cranking today. First quarter, Carl Gardner from Louisville. Sorry. Nice tackling, right?
Yeah, good tackling.
7-0 Bills. Atlanta offense? No. Phil Hansen sacks Billy Joe Tolliver. Buffalo back on offense. Thurman Thomas.
This is excellent tackling.
It's a 17-yard pickup down to the 3. And then watch this play, Tommy.
You see the nice fake there by Kelly. Metzelaars finds the open area, back of the end zone.
More problems for Tolliver. In and out of the hands, picked off by Henry Jones, his 8th pick of the year. This guy can cover at strong safety, and he returns it all the way to the 18-yard line. That sets up Jim Kelly to Andre Reed.
That actually was pretty good coverage.
That was a good coverage, but a better pass. 21-0 Buffalo. This is the first quarter. Falcons struggling. Did Drew Hill? No.
Nice catch.
Then Thurman Thomas.
Good tackling.
All the way down before Dion can catch him at the 1. Kenneth Davis scores a touchdown. 28-0 after the first quarter. As for the Atlanta Falcons, I think you get the picture. Andre Bad Moon was rising.
Nice catch.
Then Kenneth Davis. Oh, look at this, Tom.
This was the best tackling we saw all day, Chris.
Look at Kenneth Davis. He just got go all the way. He doesn't start. He's got 181 yards. 35-0 Buffalo.
Yeah, you watch the good blocking there by Jim Richer and Ken Hull. They open up a nice hole. Maybe even we could get through it, Chris.
You could meet me. The Falcons, 1 first down. Oh, but it was a big one in the first half. As for the Buffalo defense playing better, look at Darryl Talley introduce himself to Andre Rison. For Billy Joe Tolliver, more frustration. Michael Haynes, no.
Nice catch.
But then they go to the old playbook. Watch number 65, Roman Candle Fortin. To Tony Smith. To Deion Sanders. And then you know what time it is? It's prime time. Prime time. Prime time. Prime time. But Deion, you're down 38-0.
don't showboat, because even though your coach is smiling, watch what happens. Chris Hale. Hello, Dion. More Falcon miscues. Tony Jones. What?
Good catch.
Jason Phillips. What?
Good catch.
Billy Joe Tolliver. Bad day. Buffalo Bills. 28-0 lead after the first quarter. Then they just, coasted for the next 3 quarters. The Bills are up to 9-2. 41-14. Thurman had 103 yards before he left in the middle of the second quarter. Kenneth Davis, 181 yards. Both guys had over 100 yards in the first half. As Kenneth Davis now 4 touchdowns in the last 7 days. He had 2 on Monday night.
Magical week. And you know what's happened the last 6 times? Not too good. It wasn't pretty when they met in week 3 with the Bills crushing the Colts 38-0. And that was with Jeff George in the lineup. They would have to go, the Colts would, with Jack Trudeau because Jeff George still out with an injury. As we take a look at highlights from this one, and of course it was Jack Trudeau. He would perform well. Scrambling, Trudeau finds Charles Arbuckle for the completion. That led to a 52-yard Biasucci field goal. Jim Kelly, he had his problems. Misfiring long to Don Beebe, then passing wide of James Lofton, and then getting the pass deflected by Sam Clancy. Then the pass, well, to his teammate, Chris Hale, but he was out of bounds. Only good news, Don Beebe has the ball fall literally right into his arms. That led to a 52-yard Steve Christie field goal. Second half, Kelly got hot, going to Beebe for 12 yards, then for 15 yards, then long to Beebe. He beats Ashley Ambrose for the 65-yard score, 10-3 Bills. Bills began to take over. Bruce Smith in quickly for the sack. They would add a field goal to take a 10-point lead. Colts fans, they make a plea to the heavens. Would their prayers be answered? Jack Trudeau leading the Colts. The pass to Arbuckle for the first down. Again to Arbuckle. Look at this one-handed snatch. That sets up Rodney Culver. A 4-yard touchdown run. Bills still in the lead by 3. Just over 3 minutes to go. Kelly, he's picked off by Tony Stargell off the tip. 1:07 left in the game. Dean Biasucci, 23-yarder. It's good. Tied at 13. We're going to overtime. The first possession in overtime, Trudeau finds Jesse Hester. A big gain, 24 yards. The Colts prime for the upset. That sets up Biasucci, 40 yards. It is good. The Colts win 16-13. Go on with your bad self, Colts. In OT. Ted Marcher Brody, think he's happy? Oh yeah, just a little bit. 16-13 on OT, we kid you not. The Colts with the victory. The Buffalo Bills now 9-3. Jack Trudeau passed for a season-high 337 yards. With that in mind,
With 4 weeks left in the regular season, the wild card's the story. 5 with a solid shot behind Miami. The Broncos' loss puts Denver with Houston and San.
By Dennis Bird's week. Last week hurt in a game. The New York Jets defensive end was against the Kansas City Chiefs, partially paralyzed. Encouraging news the last couple of days. Surgery Wednesday. He has voluntary movement in both of his big toes and yesterday in his knee. That was good news. Before the Jets game in Buffalo today, owner Leon Hess, who rarely goes into the locker room, addressed the team beforehand, said he had talked with Bird before the game, that Bird would be watching from his New York hospital bed and wanted very much that the Jets do well and play hard. Well, there was no question that the Jets played with tons of emotion today in Buffalo against the Bills. A moment of silence before the game, too, as 80,000 folks prayed for his recovery. There you see the Ichthus and the number 90, the Bills, wore it on their helmets, too. The fans thinking of Dennis Bird. The game, 3-3, first half. Kelly to Thurman Thomas, 21 yards. Kelly to James Lofton, first down. And Kenneth Davis. First down, that's Metzelars, then Kenneth Davis. It's a fumble! Lonnie Young knocks it loose, but they rule it's a touchdown first. And Buffalo, in their longest drive, at least for time, 7.5 minutes, 7:32. The Bills lead it 10-3. Steve Christie tried a 35-yard field goal, but the snap can't be handled by Frank Reich. Incomplete. So maybe things turning the Jets' way. Browning Nagel starts the drive. Looks smooth here. Look at the gun to Rob Moore at the goal line. Tommy, what?
Uniform violation. I know a lot about it. Got a few.
Can't wear a cone hanging from your left shoulder pad. Second and goal Brad Baxter rustles his way into the end zone. We're tied at 10. Bills on 3rd and 1. Kenneth Davis fumbles. Lonnie Young, ever present, picks up the football, number 31. Bruce Smith tries to line up the Bills defense. 3rd and 17, Pat Chapin. Long run, just short of the first down. 4th and 2. The pass on the right flat to Rob Moore for a first down. Nagel to the former Bill Chris Burkett for a first down. Brad Baxter ran for 98 yards today. Into the end zone. Is it in? Yes, it is a touchdown. 17 Jets. The Coslet Jets lead. You want to talk about athletic ability? Look at Browning Nagel fire and complete to Mark Boyer. You had the feeling on this play it was going to be a Jets day. Brian Washington, extra effort to make a tackle, out of bounds. Cost a penalty. 2nd and goal, Kelly to Pete Metzelars. We're tied at 17. 2-minute warning. Bills 1st and 10, tie game. Kelly in the wind, almost picked off by Mike Brim. Tommy, you said at the time he looked tentative, throwing in the wind, and Brian Washington picks it off. The defense doing it for the Jets. 23 yards, it's 24-17.
You look at the replay here, you can see Kelly never sees Brian Washington. He makes the nice catch. Kelly comes over to try to keep him out of the end zone, and that's no contest.
So the defense has given the Jets a 24-17 lead. Minute 20 to go. Remember, Kelly on a Monday night brought the Bills back against the Jets, but defense again. Bill Pickell with the hit. The recovery. The Jets celebrate. And afterward, both Jets and Bills prayed on the field in a certainly emotion-filled afternoon at Rich Stadium. The Jets, for the first time in 11 tries, beat the Buffalo Bills 24-17.
Fall with quarterback John Elway still laid up with an injured throwing shoulder. Reeves had Tommy Maddox and Sean Moore alternating snaps again. The youngsters had kept the Broncos in the game until Dallas's final drive last week. Today, though, they weren't at Magical Mile High, and they were playing Buffalo, a team which suddenly found itself not in position to have the home field playoff advantage. So they were up and fired up. And again, it was the quarterback shuffling. In goes Moore, Maddox on the sidelines with Reeves. Moore, not a very good start to his day, fumbling the snap. Cornelius Bennett recovers and threw a couple of badly thrown balls for interceptions. Mark Kelso picking them both off. John Elway watching his club head toward an 0-4 mark without him. Ball, who's got the ball? Jim Kelly, Thurman Thomas, Andre Reed, back to Kelly. No, Don Beebe's got it, and who's got him? Nobody. The Bills are up 7-0. And then they turn to Mr. Humble.
Last 2 weeks, I think if I would have carried the ball 25, 30 times a game, we would have won the last 2 ball games.
Well, okay, so they give it to him this time, and as long as you put up, you don't have to shut up. And Thurman Thomas turns in an 11-yard run. It's 21-0. The Broncos come back. Tommy Maddox for Sterling Sharp. Great catch as it bounces off of Henry Jones. Broncos are within 7. So Thurman Thomas says, give me the ball. And they give it to him, and he busts 32 yards to put the game away. The Bills go on to win it 27-17. The Bills now are all but assured of getting into the playoffs. The Broncos, on the other hand, have gone from 7-3 to 7-7. And should the Raiders beat Miami on Monday night, Denver will have fallen from 1st to 4th in the AFC West in only 4 weeks. Thurman Thomas scored a touchdown, rushed for 120 yards, caught 3 passes for 39 yards. He and Jim Brown are the only men ever to lead the NFL in yards from scrimmage for 3 consecutive seasons. This would be Thomas's 4th, and it could be his best. If the playoffs were to begin tomorrow, Buffalo would win the East, Pittsburgh the Central, and Kansas City the West by virtue of having swept the season series against San Diego. The Chargers would make it as a wild card along with Miami and Houston, but there are 3 games to go for these teams.
Time for the Buffalo Bills to really reestablish their Super Bowl credit. Well, they got together for a little tussle down on the bayou. Let's see what happened. Way down yonder in New Orleans. Jim Kelly looking at the no-huddle offense, the hurry-up offense for the Bills, the victory. And on the first drive, a swing pass to Thurman Thomas. The blockers are out in front, and Thermal is going to churn it up for 23 yards. Then Thomas going right, slips inside the linebacker, goes for 12 yards, sets up a Steve Christie field goal. 1 drive, 3-0 Buffalo. Bruce Smith couldn't play today, bruised ribs. And then a ball bouncing the Saints' way. Ironhead Hayward, it's but Eric Martin. Johnny on the spot for New Orleans. Then Hebert, play fake. Wesley Carroll makes the catch. This sets up a Morton Anderson field goal. We are tied at 3-all. Thank you, says Jim Mora on that drive. They get another field goal at 6-3. And then Pat Swilling, Ricky Jackson, These linebackers aren't bad either, right, Tom?
Ricky Jackson with a career in the first half. You watch him constantly putting pressure there. He forces Kelly to actually throw a lateral that Thurman Thomas is alert enough to grab. He and Swilling. Did I say Marshall and Seth Joyner the best two? Let's make them the best four.
And Patrick Newman on special teams taking his cue from those linebackers, flattens Hal Edwards. Then the Bills hurt further. Cornelius Bennett makes the tackle, but Cornelius holding his right leg, pulled hamstring, no further word right now. And the Saints' Bobby Hebert throws to the rookie, Torrance Small. Pass interference, and then the ref throws another flag for taunting. It's a touchdown, though, so Hebert's happy. It's 13-3. Only 35 seconds to go in the half. Kelly to Don Beebe, 16 yards. But one play later, Reginald Jones steps in front of Andre Reed and makes the pick.
This is great coverage by Jones. There he is lined up. He's looking at Beebe, but he's following Kelly's eyes, comes off his man, leaves him open, and goes and gets the INT. That's a great play defensively.
So 13-3, Marv Levy's Bills trail at the half. The Saints one touchdown away from blowing out Buffalo. Swilling pressures Kelly in an incomplete pass. Then toys in the attic. Cook almost makes the pick. So on 3rd and 10, what do? Thermal. Yeah, good idea. Zip! He's just through the middle linebackers. He's through the secondary. And Thurman Thomas churns for 44 yards.
We talked about it this morning on game day. One of the ways to get at a team that has a tremendous pass rush is to draw, let the defense go by, and then blow a runner like Thurman Thomas through into the secondary.
And then give it to Thermal again. He cuts back up the middle behind Kent Hall, the center. It's a touchdown. Thurman with 115 yards today. His 5th straight 100-yard game at 13-10, the Saints. And then the Bills defense stepping up. Jeff Wright with the stop of Vaughn Dunbar. Hebert looking deep. But Nate Odoms is there to corral the ball instead of in front of the Saints. Saints did add a field goal, make it 16-10, but Kelly rallies the Bill. The short pass to Thomas for 9. Kelly to Beebe for 8. Kelly to Lofton for 12 and a first down. But then here's head man again, Ricky Jackson, working against House Ballard. Ballard does the job, but Jackson swats it away. Kenneth Davis, spelling Thurman a little today, picks up 9. Davis had 8 carries for 26 yards. Davis stuffed on 3rd down. So what do? 4th and a foot. Do we run? Big decision of the game. We play fake. We go deep. Andre Reed can't make the catch, but pass interference said it was a good call. Bills get the ball on the 1-yard line. And Thurman Thomas going left. Gardner out there blocking. Then he slips in, gets stuck. But the Bills lead at 17-16. Bennett pumped up. Kelly excited. The Bills tack on a field goal. And Bobby Hebert loses to an AFC team for the first time in his career. The Buffalo Bills with a large victory in New Orleans over the Saints, 20-16. The Bills continue to own upper hand in the race for home field advantage in the playoffs, although a loss the next week could mean they could slide to the wild card berth. But nobody's worried about that now. And afterwards, Jim Kelly posed the first question.
I get to ask the first question. How many people here, seriously now, raise your hand, how many people thought that we could win this game? Right here. You're a liar, you're a liar, you're a liar. Swilling and Jackson were getting a jump, and I felt that they might have been keying on me getting up under the center and being able to time it pretty good. Plus, the crowd noise was definitely, it wasn't a big factor, but it was a factor as far as those guys getting off the ball. There's not many people that thought we could win this one, and I'll tell you what, it feels good.
You know the tag that keeps unfortunately being laid on this team. You can't win the big one or the one. What do you say to that? You've heard it enough. How do you disprove that if you can't do it?
I don't know. We're 11-4, and our guys are playing good football, and we're not going to get down about this game. That tag will be there until we probably win a playoff game or do something of that nature. And our guys are going to keep fighting, and we'll get rid of that tag. But we're 11-4, and there are a lot of teams that wish they were 11-4 in this league.
That's true. A couple of 11-4 teams. A big win by Buffalo coming back. And let's put this into perspective. In September, early in the year, they win at San Francisco. In December, late in the year, they win at New Orleans. Big step-up job for Buffalo.
Tremendous.
The NFC in 1992, in 91 against the Central, and 90 against the East. I mean, the last 3 years, the Buffalo Bills 10-2 against the NFC. They're holding up their part of the bargain, except in the Super Bowl. They may have a chance to redeem the pain for the Bills. Biscuit never made it. Steve Tasker never made it to start. Corner Kirby Jackson never made it to start. Bruce Smith playing hurt with the bruised ribs, pretty much ineffective tonight. Warren Moon, first action in over a month, took advantage of the injuries. When he played in the second quarter, he hooked up with Haywood Jeffries. Touchdown. At this point, the Oilers led at 14-3. But the bigger story for the Bills, the injuries. Jim Kelly, sprained ligament in his right knee. They really won't know for 2 or 3 days what his status will be for this next week or the coming weeks. Don Beebe, and there's the bad sight for Bills fans. Don Beebe, sandwiched between Mike Dumas and Marcus Robertson. Darryl Talley left the game. Thurman Thomas left the game a couple of times. That sums up the night for the Buffalo Bills, and a big win for the Oilers, 27-3. It sets up Houston at Buffalo next week, but it sets up a rough route the AFC to it. The Oilers at the Bills. That's how the day started. In a word, wow. Who knew when they were going into Rich Stadium in Orchard Park, New York, that they would see history by the time they left the stadium? Here we go. It was an association day because everyone knew it was windy. Warren Moon, back from injury, his first start in over a month. He was sharp on the opening drive of the game. Duncan, Slaughter. Then he goes deep to Haywood Jeffries. 31 yards. The Oilers in business. Webster Slaughter for 5. 4th and 2 from the 27. Low White is popped by Kurt Schultz, but he gets nothing. He sees nothing. White picks up the first down.
Yeah, Lorenzo White shows great balance here as he's hit by Schultz. And not only that, he spots the marker right there, is able to turn the corner and go get a crucial first down.
So Warren Moon back to work. Haywood Jeffries for 5. Warren Moon red hot in the chill of Buffalo. Goes, pumps, avoids the rush, fires to Jeffries. 7-0 the Oilers. We move to the second quarter with the Oilers with the wind at their back. Moon. 24 yards to Ernest Givens from
Louisville.
24 yards. Moon drops back and looks for Webster Slaughter. Touchdown. 14-3 Houston. 2 drives, 2 touches, Joe.
Slaughter on this play, he gets Clifford Hicks going one way, little shake to the left. Where'd I go? No, I'm not there. Here's the ball. I got it, you don't.
Good throw, good catch. The Oilers in command. Just over 4 minutes to go in the half. Moon back. Throws to Curtis Duncan. Slot by Kelso, but it's a touchdown. 21-3, the Oilers, and it's over. It's all over. Jack Hardy and the Oilers are going to roll. They're up 21-3. 39 seconds left in the half. Moon wants more. Goes to Haywood Jeffries, 14 yards.
Bruce Smith here, not much of a factor in the first half here. He's dominated a little bit by Don Max, but things would change as the day would go on.
But Moon had the time, Tommy. 20 seconds to go in the half. The Jeffries, it's a touchdown. Now it's really over. 28-3, Houston at the half.
How over is it? Ask Nate Odom. Wow, look at that. Look out, here we go. He shook there, he'll shake here. Nate says, where are you? Webster. Oh no, there you are, you're in the end zone again.
Tell you who is shaking, Joe, at the half. Look at these numbers for Warren Moon. 19 of 22 for 218 yards, 4 TDs at the half. In the second half, Jack Hardy says, let's really crush it to the AFC defending champs. And his defense does the job. Frank Wright playing instead of the injured Jim Kelly. Off the hands of McKellar, into Bubba McDowell's hands, and he could go all the way. 58 yards, touchdown, 35-3. It's over. It's over for Houston. Thurman Thomas out. But the Buffalo fans refuse to see a fat lady sing. Who wants to see her sing anyway? Right. Goes to work. To Pete Metzelaars. The tip, the slide. Down to the 25-yard line. Then on 3rd and 15, 16 yards to Andre Reed for the first down. Several plays later, Thomas out. You saw Kenneth Davis. Rumbles down to the 2-yard line. Then number 51, Jim Richer, pulls out from the guard spot with the block. Davis to the corner, 35-10, but they really have no shot. Marv Levy says, well, let's have fun. It's the onside kick. Christie kicks it. Rick Graff, it's off his hands, and Christie, the kicker, falls on it. Buffalo in business, but Jack Hardy not worried. What the heck, you got a big lead. Right. To Don, beep, down the sideline, touchdown, 35-17.
Chris, the rule states that once you step out of bounds, you become ineligible as a receiver. Don Beebe here steps out, should have been ineligible. You can see the official looking the other way, doesn't spot it. Result is a touchdown if you don't see it.
35-17. 3 plays and out for the Oilers. A bad punt by Montgomery. Right. To Reed down the left sidelines. It's 35-24. The Bills are down by 11. They feel they have a shot. On the ensuing Oilers possession. Second play. Here's one that Warren wanted back. The wobbler
tipped off Slaughter, picked off by good old Henry Jones, number 20, the Pro Bowl safety, makes the pick.
On this play, Webster would have been better off having it miss his hands, but he tries to make the play, and Henry takes it on, and Jack's still wondering.
Warren wondering, no, this can't be. 4th and 5, down 11. Marv Levy says, go for the end zone. Wright delivers over the middle to Reed. It's 35-31. You've got to be kidding me. Ridge Stadium in a frenzy. 4th quarter, Oilers at midfield. Picked off by number 54, Carlton Bailey. The INT stepping in front of Leonard Harris. Is this really happening?
Well, the interception didn't go because Bruce Smith got called for a personal foul, but I thought it was borderline. He only took one step to Moon after he released the ball.
So the Oilers get a break. They bring on Al Del Greco. Greg Montgomery, the punter. He can't handle the snap. Darryl Talley picks up the football, and look at him picking the ball up, number 56. He's rumbling, bumbling, stumbling, weaving, bobbing his way down toward the goalpost. Well, they would call it back, but the bad hold.
Well, nothing wrong with the snap. A case of Montgomery missing the ball, and as our Joey T has told me, that's why they make quarterbacks do it.
Right. So Montgomery couldn't hold, couldn't punt on the day. Bills, 5 minutes left. 3rd and 4. It's a draw play. Kenneth Davis cuts back inside, and he rakes it for 35 yards before Steve Jackson trips him up. Right. In a zone with Andre Reed. Looks for number 83. Fires. Reed behind Jackson. Touchdown! Buffalo leads 38-35. You cannot be serious. The Oilers have 3 minutes now, and they've got to try and mount a comeback after they've been up by 32 points. Moon. Ever the gamer. To Webster Slaughter. Stops the clock. Moon. Duncan. Stops the clock. 4th and 4, minute 43 to go. Over the middle, complete to Webster Slaughter. 18 yards and a first down. 15 seconds to go. Al Del Greco on to try the 26-yard field goal. Montgomery gets it this time. It's right up the middle. Tied at 38, and we'll go to overtime, but the Oilers still stunned. They do win the coin toss. First possession. Moon. Picked off by Nate Odoms, and the Bills are in business, Tommy.
Yeah, and you watch on the replay here, after we finish watching Nate run the ball, a little bit of holding on Ernest Givens right there by Talley. Just enough to throw him off stride and allow the ball to go through for the INT.
And then Steve Christie nails it, the 32-yard field goal. The greatest comeback in the history of the National Football League. In the regular season or the playoffs. A stunned Warren Moon can only wonder, why me? The Bills never have a group of men work so hard for a 3-hour bus ride to Pittsburgh. Buffalo beat Houston 41-38 in overtime in a game that will be remembered throughout the ages. At halftime, Gail Gilbert, the backup in this game, quarterback to Frank Reich, said, Frank, you've done this before in college. Do it again in the pros. Frank said, fine with me.
We don't have any quitters on this team. And the guys on the team were just so encouraging, kept me up when it could have been real easy to get down, especially after the interception to start the second half. But, you know, it was a very emotional, still is a very emotional time for me.
Number one, we had to play for ourselves because we were getting embarrassed, and that's what we wanted to do. And obviously the crowd added a lot to it.
Greatest game you ever been in?
Absolutely.
If there was any breakdown in any part of our football team that second half, we wouldn't have won the football game. And it took almost perfect execution on all 45 players out there in the second half to win, and that's what happened.
You just have to continue to play one series at a time and hope that things turn out well. You just can't say, hey, we need 4 touchdowns or 5 touchdowns. You just take it one play at a time.
I thought our pass rush, when we needed it the most, maybe wasn't as fierce as I would have liked, but their protection schemes, I think, helped them that way.
If you're not executing properly on defense, maybe we'll get a play here, a play there, a touchdown here, a touchdown there. But when a team scores like 4 or 5 touchdowns in 7 minutes, I mean, you can't even chalk that up to our ineptness. You more have to chalk it up to them executing. So they really played well.
So you really can't say no next year, you know. I don't know what's going on. It's as simple as that. We choked. We choked as a team. We choked as management. Everyone in this organization just choked.
Here are the stark numbers. In the first half, when the Oilers led the Bills 28-3, they'd outgained the Bills 284-79 in yards. In the second half and the brief overtime, The Bills outscored the Oilers 38-10, 4 touchdowns in less than 7 minutes. They gained almost 300 yards and allowed the Oilers only 145. 41-38 in overtime, and we all watched it. I'm still not sure that it happened. How did it happen?
Well, I think certainly as you look at the beginning of the game and saw Jim Kelly out, Thurman Thomas out, you're looking at a situation where this team was looking to come back from a 32-point deficit without their 2 star offensive players. So other people had to step up, and Joe talked about that in a little bit. But I think if you're looking for a turning point, one key in this game, after the Bills scored their first touchdown, as a team, the Oilers had to know that you were going to get an onside kick. Watch their front 5 here as they start to retreat from the line. They're not even suspecting the fact that they might get an onside kick. Here, we'll take another look at it from another vantage point. Rick Graff here, you see him moving away from the line, then he comes back. By the time he comes back, it's a little too late. At that point now, you've got 17 points if you're the Bills after the touchdown that they score following that kickoff. Now the crowd gets in at that 12th man, and suddenly you start to believe we've got a chance to win this football game.
Tommy, I also felt like there was clock management problems. I don't think the Houston Oilers can only look at their football players. I think they have to look at the entire staff as well. At the end of the game, when they were driving down for what turned out to be the tying field goal, it appeared to me that they were content to try for the field goal. They never really attempted to put the ball in the end zone. They didn't use any of the timeouts. They wound up finishing the game with a timeout or 2. That's not very good. When you're trying to win a football game, you try and win it, not try and tie it. The other thing for the Buffalo Bills, where has Andre Reed been for the last 11 weeks? Right here in this game, Andre Reed finally gets into the ball game. In the one place, Frank Reich does an excellent job of holding Robertson with his eyes, hits Reed in the end zone for the touchdown. 3 touchdowns, 8 receptions, 136 yards, and there's the number. 3 touchdowns today, 3 touchdowns all season, but only one in the last 11 weeks. That's what's happened. Andre Reed's finally a part of their offense again.
And he will continue to be a part as they move on to play the Steelers. You got to wonder now, can the Houston Oilers ever recover from this? You heard Chris Dishman talk about it a little bit. I mean, this year alone was a bookend season for the Oilers. They blew their opening game. They were up 14-0 to the Steelers before losing. Blew leads at Denver, against Pittsburgh later, Miami, and of course today, the worst oil disaster since the Valdez. And this is a team that, lost at, not even Exxon could bail them out of this. I mean, they lost at Denver in the playoffs last year. They lost against Pittsburgh in the playoffs in 1989. So you must wonder, how can they ever regroup from this? And oh, by the way, we did get a call from the Buffalo locker room afterwards, and the whole team suggested that we call Frank Lloyd Reich, the architect of comebacks. He truly is, because he's already engineered or built the largest comeback in college history, leading Maryland from a 31-0 deficit against Miami in 1984 to a 42-40 win. And today now, he has done the largest comeback in professional football history. And this is a guy who now in his NFL career has started 7 games. Pretty good work with not a lot amount of time. All right. Next week, Buffalo now moves on to play Pittsburgh, a team they defeated at Buffalo earlier this year by 8 points. Then Sunday, you already know, it's Arnsparger against Shula at Pittsburgh. Playoff veterans against playoff neophytes. For the Bills, in the last 5 years, this would be their 11th playoff game. For the Pittsburgh Steelers, in the last 8 years, only their 3rd playoff game. But yet, a team that had to expend so much energy in their miracle comeback last week against a team that had a week off because of the bye. Would experience or rest be more important? Here we go from Three Rivers. The terrible towels, the fans. Yeah, they took these things out of the closet, the terrible towels. Barry Foster, he's been out of the closet all year long, the leading rusher in the AFC. They're going to run him until he stops. 8 yards to the right side. 5 yards to the left side. Barry Bananas Foster, getting his just desserts, would have his 13th 100-yard game on the season before it was over.
Yeah, and as you watch the offensive line blocking here, Duval Love and Carlton Hasselrig pulling, they get outside, and what they do is just let him kind of pick a lane. Here he looks backside behind Hasselrig, makes a good 7-yard, 8-yard gain.
Well, Foster was good, Tommy, but Neil O'Donnell in his first playoff start, well, he was rusty. First series is sacked by Darryl Talley, one of 7 on the day for the Bills. They had to settle for a field goal, 3-0 Pittsburgh. Second possession, Phil Hansen played a good game, tipped it. Nate Odom's played a big game at corner, made the pick. Pittsburgh's third drive on 3rd and 8. O'Donnell sacked by Jeff Wright, really coming into his own as nose tackle. The sack put Pittsburgh out of field goal range.
On their fourth drive, O'Donnell this time gets blindsided by Bruce Smith, who did a great job with sore ribs.
Now, as you watch what the staff did in Buffalo with Bruce Smith, here they line him up over the guard rather than outside the end. He makes a good move outside to do ball up, comes in and chops the ball out of O'Donnell's hand.
So O'Donnell was pressured, but the other Maryland quarterback, Frank Wright, had plenty of time. Look at him, double pump, then finds on beep, right down near the goal line, Joe.
Frank Wright this time pumps left, looks down the field, moves the defense, does a nice job of reloading, scans the entire field. Now, BB, he loses Woodson. Woodson says, where are you? You little bugger, get back here. Oh, there you are. I'll get you. Oh, too late, too far.
Well, a guy who's not a little bugger, Mitch, the touchdown machine for Rott. That's right, number 59, his third touchdown of the year, and it's 7-3 Buffalo second quarter.
Watch John Fina, number 70, do a great job on David Little, creates the screen so that Mitch Hands for Rott can make the play in the end zone.
Pittsburgh's fifth drive. Neil O'Donnell's pass intended for Ernie Mills. He's blanketed by J.D. Williams to pick. In the first half, 3 sacks. He was picked twice. He lost the fumble. Not one that you would write home about. Second half, though, Bruce Smith ribs continue to bother him. He's out. Rod Woodson injured on the sideline of the third quarter. So, Sammy Walker in a corner. Frank Reich knew that. Immediately in front of Walker is James Lofton for 12 yards. Hey, that worked. Why don't we try the youngster again? Lofton doesn't get it, but they flag on a close call against Walker. Then Wright for Don Beebe in front of Walker again. Thurman Thomas wants to pick up here to make this play. Number 34 blocks Hardy Nickerson, but here's the big play of the game. Wright looking for the sideline. Richard Shelton, oh, he almost has the interception, top of the TD.
And Wright, who did a great job of looking people off most of the day here, stares the receiver down. Shelton misses the interception and the touchdown. And it would be important, Chris.
It could have been 10-7 Pittsburgh, but instead, they go to Walker again. Lofton is there, touchdown instead of 10-7 Pittsburgh, 14-3 Buffalo, a 14-point swing, Joe.
The key is right at the line of scrimmage. Lofton loses Walker. Now Walker can't find the ball. He can't find Lofton. Now he finds nothing, but Lofton has it for 6.
So 14-3 Buffalo. The Steelers have to get something going. They do, courtesy of a flag on J.D. Williams' interference on Ernie Mills, but the Bills hold them to a field goal attempt. And for the second straight week, a punter holding for a field goal attempt against the Bills botches the snap. Mark Royals doesn't let him get it off.
Yeah, well, the snap was a little low by Gammons, but still, you got to make the play. You just coached. You can't have punters hold, period.
You mean quarterbacks should hold, Joe?
Yes.
I thought so. 17-3 in the fourth quarter. The swing pass to Barry Foster. Look at Darryl Talley. Nail it. Meanwhile, Thurman Thomas, he had 54 yards, but Kenneth Davis, the block from Garner and Metzelaars and company, look at him rumbled up to the Steeler 45-yard line. And the ball is booted out of bounds. Davis then, we tried right, let's go left. Davis cuts it upfield for 17 yards, a hard charging run right there. From the 6, Davis to the goal line. Looks like he's in, they say he's not. But I'll tell you what Davis did do. 100-yard day, 10 carries, 104 yards, Tom. And so, what do? You got to go to a guy from
Louisville. And you bring Gardner in, Carwell Gardner, he comes in, and that's the tough yardage, and he gets it right there.
24-3. Bill Cowher's team had a heck of a season. But today they met a team that was deeper and more talented than them and played a 60-minute ball game, the Buffalo Bills. And they beat the Pittsburgh Steelers 24-3. It was a week of personal emotions for the Bills. Certainly the comeback, they're thinking about it all week. Darryl Talley, he and his wife, a baby girl on Wednesday. Cornelius Bennett, his father had a stroke early in the week. He's okay. Lots of things on the Bills' minds.
My father on Monday had a stroke, and last night in the team meeting, in the defensive meeting, Walt made a suggestion that go out and play hard and dedicate the game to my father and give him a game ball. So I'm like I said, I appreciate the guys for busting their tails to do that.
I watched Reich over the year, and he's kind of like in what Steve Young's place used to be, a great backup who's just sitting there waiting for his time to come. You know he can start anywhere else and do a great job. And that's what he did today. So it wasn't like we sat around and said, oh, Reich's playing. We got this game. Reich's a great quarterback, man. He just happens to be a backup for another great quarterback, so we knew what he could do.
What was your thought when you let the one go that Shelton nearly took back all the way?
Drop it.
Well, I've said it 100 times. I'm going to say it now for the last time for the world. When Jim Kelly is healthy and can practice during the week, we'll do that, and he'll be our starting quarterback.
We felt with it we were going to move the ball. The problem was we didn't score points, and like I said, that's the difference in a ball game.
I think they can go all the way. I really do. I think the two teams that are left in the AFC, I don't think they match up well with Buffalo. So I wish them luck.
The difference in this game, well, one of the ones you would point to, Pittsburgh's plus-minus ratio, the second best in the NFL in the regular season at plus 11. The Bills were -2, more turnovers than balls that they recovered themselves. But today, in the turnover department, Buffalo was perfect. Didn't cough the ball up at all. Pittsburgh coughed it up 3 times. They rely on turnovers. They did not get it. And now the Buffalo Bills have a chance. They're the first team since the Raiders in the mid-'70s to make it to 3 straight AFC title games. And they can be only the second team, Miami 71, 72, 73, the only team ever to make it to 3 straight Super Bowls. One more win, and the Bills could do that. Tom, I was in Buffalo this week, and I didn't think they would be winded. That was the opinion that I got from their comeback. It was more carrying them down to Pittsburgh, and they played that way.
Yeah, Chris, I think the first thing we have to speak to is the preparation by Marv Levy and that coaching staff, getting that team mentally set to play, coming off the enthusiastic win they had against the Oilers last week. It was made even more difficult by the fact that it was a short week, a Sunday to Saturday game, and they had to travel. So a great job by Marv Levy and his staff, Joe.
Tommy, I also think when you really take a look at this thing, the way the Steelers came out flying, they just came out so high. You knew they were young. It was Neil O'Donnell's first playoff game. The adrenaline was flowing. They moved down the field. They get on the board. And then right after that, they started just downhill. You could see the air just slowly come out of the balloon. But yet Buffalo never got unraveled, never got upset at all. Frank Reich just kept a nice, even keel, and they just rolled along. And what I thought was Buffalo's most complete game in a long time.
Well, I agree. It was a tale of 2 quarterbacks. One quarterback under tremendous pressure, and that was Neil O'Donnell. He threw most of his passes having to be forced out of the pocket, this time running and moving to his left, trying to throw on the move. Very difficult to do. And as you take a look at his numbers on the day and the things that he was able to accomplish, here's 7 sacks, 2 INTs, a couple of fumbles lost. It's just a situation where I thought one quarterback didn't get the protection. Frank Reich got the protection. The offensive line of the Bills got the game balls, and Frank Reich made all the right reads.
Speaking of Frank Reich, let's take a look at his pass chart. For example, here's a guy who concentrated. Look at that, the 15-yard. Look at all the passes below 15 yards. 4 for 5 to the left, 3 for 4 in the middle, 1-to-1 on the other side, 3 out of 5, 3 behind the line of scrimmage. That is classic Frank Reich. There is a guy who knows exactly what his limitations are, knows exactly what he can do. The other side of the coin, Neil O'Donnell, I thought really felt the effects of his first playoff game. He did not protect the football when they got into areas where they could score, whether it be a sack to make them punt instead of try a field goal, or whether it not have an opportunity to get the ball in the end zone.
Yeah, Frank Reich now 6. You know what I thought was interesting listening to Rod Woodson say he didn't think the other 2 AFC teams matched up well with Buffalo. Neither really did Pittsburgh. Buffalo gets bothered, as we pointed out last week, by big teams with big fronts on both sides of the ball, like Houston. Pittsburgh didn't have the big front, and you mentioned the offensive line got the game ball. They controlled it, not the Pittsburgh D-line, and the same thing with the 7 sacks. I think we all would like to congratulate Bill Cowher and the Steelers on a season where they just overachieved. Congratulations, they can hold their head up high. They were in against what looked like a better team today, and that's the way the ball game came out. One other note, John Jackson, the left tackle, a very scary moment, taken out of the game on the stretcher later on. It was a precautionary move. He had a lower back strain. X-rays in the hospital negative, will be held overnight, observation CAT scan, but the news is good on John Jackson, and that certainly is good news. So the Buffalo Bills now move on in the AFC Championship game. They know they'll be on the road, and they'll be in a warm weather site, either San Diego or Miami, whoever wins the late game tomorrow evening. Jim Kelly, what about his situation? He was just anxious to throw before the game. His right knee is still a little bit tight. And you heard Marv Levy said if he's ready to practice on Wednesday, and Jim thinks he will, but they don't know, if he's ready, then he starts, and not Frank Reich, who is now 6-2 as a starter. Should he start, Joe?
I love it. I love Marv comes out and he says, I'm going to say this for the last time. If Jim Kelly is healthy, he's going to play. I'm going to say this for the first time. Jim Kelly should not play. Frank Reich should start. Give Jim 3 weeks of rest, and if you're going to make it to the Super Bowl, have him 100%, not 80% ready to go.
Although I think the key to the game may be on the other side of the football and getting Bruce Smith healthy, because whether it's Stan Humphrey or whether it's Dan Marino, the key to the game is going to be pressure on the quarterback.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, as we go inside the numbers, you talked about all sorts of keys to the game. Think of the first half last week that the Bills defense had against the Oilers. They gave up 28 points. They got only 1 sack. They didn't take the ball away. They were on their heels. If you take the second half of last week's game plus the smidgen of overtime and the 4 quarters today, they allowed a total of 6 points. They've had 10 sacks, 5 takeaways. Defense stepped into the forefront, oh, by the way, for the Buffalo Bills. When we return, all right, let's start with the AFC. The first game today played in sunny Florida between a pair of teams that were growing dislike for each other and also a lot of familiarity. 8 times last 3 years, the Bills have played the Miami Dolphins. There have been 77 wild card teams since the merger in 1970, including 5 this year. Only 3 made it to the Super Bowl. The 78th wild card team, the Buffalo Bills. Long odds, yes, but maybe their best player wears number 78, Bruce Smith. And also, this little-known fact, the last wild card team to make it to a Super Bowl won the AFC title game in Miami. Those are the 85 Patriots. Could the Bills follow suit? Well, Joe Robbie Stadium packed to see if the Dolphins would make the big step. Jim Kelly instead of Frank Reich. You know it's Dan Marino for Miami. First possession for the Dolphins. Marino steps up, zips to Tony Martin, but he gets stripped by the football by Nate Odoms, who makes the recovery, the turnovers, and Buffalo is in business at the 25-yard line. Next play, Kelly. No, but it's J.B. Brown who be a pain for Jim Kelly, stepping in front of Andre Reed for the pick, and he brings it out to the 35-yard line. Joe?
J.B. drawing a beeline on Jim Kelly's eyeballs. When you watch this, he's looking all the way into the backfield. Ball's a little bit underthrown, knew he had it all the way.
Don Shula's offense was not very sharp today. It certainly made the Chargers pay last week, but despite the time, Marino, Mark Clayton can't come down with it at the 8-yard line. Looked like he would have had 6 had he held onto the ball. Needs those isotoner gloves. Another missed opportunity later. Tony Martin! No, he can't pull in Marino's bomb. Walt Corey's defense, last 2.5 games, been a different story. Bruce Smith first beat Sims, sacks Marino. It's a fair move. And the veteran Darryl Talley falls on it, Tommy.
You see the quickness here of Bruce Smith. He lines up inside over Keith Sims, gives him the good outside move, gets by him, and applies the heat. Talley with a nice recovery of the fumble.
So Bruce Smith and Darryl Talley involved. You knew who's coming next, number 97. From the outside, Cornelius Bennett steps up, makes the sack of Marino. Second quarter, Phil Lookman, no Hansen, the tip and the interception.
This is great individual effort by Hansen here. He gets up in the line of sight of Marino, bats the ball in the air, and look at the concentration as he pulls it in for an INT.
The Pro Bowler on special teams, Steve, a Tisker, a Tasker. Blocks the punt by Reggie Roby. So again, the Bills, the story of the first half, great field position, Joe.
The block is great, but watch the move he puts on Cox. See the little fake, how he dips the shoulder and then lays out? This man knows exactly what he's doing. Knows he has it blocked, gets up, gives the safe signal.
More problems for the Dolphins. After a field goal, the kickoff, Aaron Craver boots it about 20 yards. A great play by Craver allowed him to recover the football, but still not careful with the ball. Marv Levy's offense well-crafted today. Short passes to both Thurman Thomas and Kenneth Davis. The screen from Kelly to Thermal. House Ballard with a big block, 19-yard pickup. If it wasn't to Thermal, it was to KD, Kenneth Davis. The little flare to Davis, good for 13 yards and a first down. 2 plays later, Kelly to Thomas. Jim Richer and company with the block. It's a touchdown. Buffalo leads it 10-3.
A couple of things happened during this screen pass. The first thing we're going to see here is Reed go in motion, take his guy out of the area. Then once you get the screen, you want to form a triangle around the receiver, the ball carrier. That means somebody has to come up from the outside. Brian Cox can't get past the 2 blockers, allows Thurman to get outside. Then you get the great downfield block by Lawson on the goal line to allow him to get in.
At this stage, it's 13-3 for Marv Levy. And Jim Kelly, who says his knee was bothering him, the rollout. Andre Reed, it's a touchdown, but holding on the play.
They miss a field goal. Don Shula's squad lucky to be this close. Shula nervous as Kelly looking for BB, but once or twice Jim will overthrow and Louis Oliver makes the pick. 13-3 Bills at the half. Could have been 27-3. Second half kickoff. And the Dolphins think they're in business. But ex-Miami Dolphin Mike Williams hits the hole, and Mark Pike strips him of the football. Carwell Gardner from
Louisville
recovers for the Buffalo Bills. Bills try to take advantage. Up the middle, Thurman Thomas, but it's about Marco Polo. Marco Coleman makes the hit, but then loses the ball, and Don Beebe recovers.
This is a good job here of Louis Oliver stripping the ball. Coleman makes the nice pickup for a defensive lineman. Trying to make too much happen, though. Tries to get up and run with the football, fumbles it. Bill's recovery should have just stayed on it.
Well, it really cost him, Tom, because just 3 plays later, Kenneth Davis watched the burst of speed. Zip at the 3-yard line into the end zone. It's 20-3 Buffalo. For Thomas and Davis, wow. $166 for Thermal, $113 for KD. That's almost 300 yards combined. As for Steve Christie, the young man from outside of Toronto, Canada, he didn't hit 1, 2, 3, 4. He hit 5 field goals. Lightning striking again and again and again. Ties a postseason record held by Matt Barr and Chuck Nelson. Marino tries a drive from the shotgun. Buffalo laying back in coverage. Your basic prevent D. There's the big play they were looking for from Tony Martin, 34 yards. Then, Keith Jackson down inside the 12. But then Marino looks to Bobby Humphrey. Clifford Hicks in his hot licks. Another turnover forced by the Buffalo Bills defense. And he returns it up near midfield. For Dan Marino, 22 of 45, under 50%. Hey, only one team has gone to 3 straight Super Bowls before these Bills. The Dolphins of Shula in 71, 72, 73. It was no question today at Joe Robbie Stadium. The Cards are wild in the AFC. The Bills are moving to the Super Bowl, beating the Dolphins 29-10. Jim Kelly, very careful with the ball except for the one overthrow. And afterwards, after the controversy, was this maybe his best win ever?
This is probably, without a doubt, the sweetest victory I've ever been associated with because, like I said, it's almost like at the beginning of the week I should apologize for everybody for feeling good. And then I said to myself, hey, just do what you're capable of doing. Don't try to do it all yourself. And without a doubt, this is one. It's one sweet victory, and this one is going to go down in my mind forever.
I think the key to today is that we went into this ball game wanting to contain Dan Marino. We wanted to make sure that he didn't have the opportunity to step up in the pocket. Marino is a pure pocket passer. He likes to step up into the pocket to avoid the rush. So I think the fact that we were able to keep him from stepping up, that had a great impact on the game.
I talked about that being a key to the game coming in, that you can't turn the ball over against Buffalo. When we beat them in Buffalo, they turned the ball over to us a lot. That's the reason why we won. And today, the reason why they won is because, we were giving them the ball on our side of the field all day.
There was no rattling at the beginning of the game. This team just made mistakes and the fumbles and things started rolling against you. Football's a game, momentum, peaks and valleys, and what happened was we fell down in the valley and never could get out of it.
Yeah, 5 turnovers, one of the differences today, but also Buffalo defense held the entire Dolphin team to 276 yards. Thermal and Kenneth Davis alone, 279 yards, when 2 beat 47. That's not good. And so the Buffalo Bills, by the count of 29-10, are moving back to the Super Bowl. They know what's going to face them there at Joe. And Tommy, we talked on game day that maybe, just maybe, Jim Kelly watched Frank Reich win these couple of games. Saw him maybe not go as deep as much, but the short passing game, you said, I don't think so. After the game, maybe he did pick something up.
I think he did, and he pointed it out. He said he was a little bit more patient. He decided that he would allow other people to get involved in it, and that's exactly what he did. Take a look at the pass chart. The 3 times he tried to go over 15 yards and deep, he wound up with 3 incompletions, 2 of them for interceptions. Take a look at the completions under 15 yards. That's a total of 13 for 17, only 15 yards down the field, and you can see 4 for 4 from behind the line of scrimmage. Jim Kelly exhibited great patience today, Tommy.
Yeah, we also talked a lot this morning about the matchup with Bruce Smith and Richmond Webb and how he would have to dominate. Now, the Bills moved Bruce Smith around quite a bit, but he did dominate at the line of scrimmage. You look there at the 7.5 sacks, the 1.5 sacks and the 7 tackles that he got. He was dominant wherever they put him on the field. And then we talked about the 125 yards rushing that we'd have to get from Thurman Thomas and Kenneth Davis. At the moment that they got that, the score was 20-3. So domination by the offensive line of the Bills.
Now also, you take a look at the other fact, 17 passes to running backs today. 17 of them, 10 completions. This one being one of their featured moves all day. Little screen pass. Jimmy goes back in the pocket, just dumps it off to Thermal, as Christopher has anointed him. And he runs down and picks it up. Now, that was a big part of the entire offense all day, was the fact that these two guys could just take those little swing passes, 10 for 17, 116 yards, just to the little guys out of the backfield.
Well, I mean, when are people going to give a little credit also? He was warm today, Thermal was, down in Miami. When are they going to give credit to Marv Levy and this coaching staff? The adjustment Walt Corey's defense made since halftime at Houston. I mean, Marv Levy's team has played with maturity now. Not sure whether these Bills could have gone wild card route, win a title game on the road, come from behind 32 points a couple of years ago. These Bills look different than other Bills. It's been rougher for them this year, but maybe that's what they need. So the Bills are back. And if you look at the 3 AFC title games the last 3 years, boy, this is a game that they own. Today they beat the Dolphins, of course, 29-10, giving up 1 touchdown. Last year, they beat the Denver Broncos 10-7, giving up 1 touchdown. You had to be an idiot to think that the Raiders were going to beat them in 1990. That was 51-3. Like we say, wow, was youth ever served in Super Bowl 27? The Dallas Cowboys served the Buffalo Bills a meal that they will never forget. You talk about stopping to smell the roses. The Dallas Cowboys got to smell an entire bouquet as quickly as you could spell the word. We go out to Pasadena, the site of Super Bowl 27. That's Thurman Thomas's helmet. He had it on to start the game. The Bills got the opening kickoff. Now that that's out of the way, Darryl Talley and the Bills defense said this would be different. Watch the pursuit. The screen to Emmett. Marquis Patton makes the play. Then Emmitt Smith hit by Bruce Smith and stopped by Darryl Talley early. Dallas making mistakes. Pro Bowler Steve Tasker blocks the punt by Mike Saxon. And the Bills get the ball. 3rd and 3. Kelly is hit by Charles Haley. That's a fumble. Will Wolford sits on the football. And even though Buffalo keeps going on the drive, it was a sign of things to come. There was a holding penalty, kept it going, and Thurman Thomas scored a touchdown. Hey, 7-0 Buffalo. Joe, take a look at Wolford.
Well, the great job by number 69, Will Wolford, clearing the way out for Thurman. He gets in just far enough.
Cowboys offense is still sputtering. On the second series, Emmett slips on the turf, made slightly wet by last night's rain. Darryl Talley with the blitz, and Troy Aikman throws it away. But Charles was in charge. Here, Kenneth Gant makes the stick on Kelly. James Washington makes the pick late in the first quarter. Tommy?
Yeah, this is just a case here of the receiver slipping down. Metzelaars, you get the interception easy. Not a bad throw by Jim Kelly, but the results are the same.
After the score, 7-7. Look, the hit by Haley. Leon Lett makes off his helmet, and Jimmy Jones hits the touchdown. And very quickly, in a span of 18 seconds, 14-7 Cowboys.
Kelly does not see Haley coming around the corner. He turned the corner so quick on the house Ballard. Just ruined Kelly's day.
Burning down the house is what happened. 1st and goal, Carwell Gardner is snuffed. 2nd and goal, Thurman Thomas just misses. Kenneth Davis stopped by Ken Norton Jr. Left to the face on the right to the jaw. A big hit by Norton Jr. And then, watch, here's the hit, Tommy.
Yeah, you see Kenny Norton Jr. And the thing about this hit, he hits him high. You would expect the running back, Kenneth Davis, to run him over, moving for that half a yard. Couldn't do it, Chris.
So 4th and goal, here's the play. Kelly rolls right. It's picked off by Thomas Everett. So instead of getting any points, the Cowboys hold, and it's still 14-7. Next Bills possession. Kelly nailed by Norton Jr., and this time it's Jim's right knee again. The right knee that was hurt late in the regular season, and Jim would not return.
Norton comes up. Now Davis tries to get him low. Very similar to what happened to Kelly in the Houston game. Somebody just falling down on the knee. Can't blame him, can't blame the defender.
So Frank Reich comes in after a word with Jim Kelly. Reich's first play, and could he do it again? The Miracle Man. First down to Pete Metzelaars. Next play, Reich to Andre Reed, who played a good game for the Bills, goes deep into Dallas territory until Kevin Smith stops him after a 38-yard pickup. Dallas defense hold, and 3rd and 1 on the 3. Here's the big play. They stop Thurman Thomas. So after being denied on 4th down once, Marv Levy says go field goal. They do. Christie's kick is good. It's 14-10 late in the second quarter. But finally, after having trouble on his first 8 or 9 carries, Emmitt Smith turns it upfield. Kelso can't pull him down. It's 38 yards. 2-minute warning. Then Aikman. Zip to Michael Irvin. Touchdown. 19 yards, and very quickly the Cowboys up 21-10, Joe.
We talk about the discipline of Troy Aikman. Takes a 3-step drop, lets the ball go before Michael turns his head. Doesn't matter, it's still 6.
On the Bills' first play, we're talking inside of 2 minutes. Can they get back in it? The screen pass to Thurman Thomas. It's a fumble, and the handyman, Jimmy Jones, is there to recover.
And Leon Lett is the guy here who strips the ball, Chris, but look at the guys around the football. We talked all this week about the Dallas Cowboys swarming defense. There's a good example of it right there.
And so they go for the jugular. Right away, Tommy, Aikman, Urban, look at the move he makes on Williams, the touchdown, and a 14-10 lead at the end of the half is now 28-10. And Thurman Thomas knows you do that at the end of the first half, and you're in deep trouble. The Cowboys up by 18. Now it's 31-17, third quarter. Aikman to Harper. It's a touchdown. And, wait a minute, can he do it? Can he do it? It's a slam dunk. It's in for a 2-pointer. Bills' next possession. Frank Reich picked off by Thomas Everett, his second of the game. He almost goes a large percentage of the way. Fourth play of the drive. Emmitt Smith goes the rest of the way. 45-10. On the Bills' next possession, could there be more? You got it. Ken Norton Jr. picks it up, rumbling, stumbling. He goes all the way. 52-10. He doesn't dunk. He dunks it off Casillas' head. 2 possessions later. Reich hit by the veteran Jim's Jeffcoat. Leon Lett. And he just could go all the way. No! Don Beebe, at least trying, knocks the ball out of the end zone. We fooled the crowd here, but that was the only ones that we fooled. Jimmy Johnson's hair was even a mess. Are you kidding? That was the only thing that was a mess today for the Dallas Cowboys as they shook, rattled, and rolled the Buffalo Bills 52-17. Troy Aikman playing where he played his collegiate games at the... But the same spirit in Buffalo. This team is so resilient. 3 Super Bowl losses, each one worse, but they come out opening day like nothing's bothered them. Patriots were game. Here we go from Orchard Park, New York. The last time the Bills saw Bill Parcells, they didn't like it. Norwood's field goal missed. The Giants were champs in Super Bowl 25. Now, a couple of years later, it's a fumble by Leonard Russell, recovered by Cornelius Bennett, and he could go all the way, but he fumbled. He just dropped it. Biscuit, what are you doing? He recovered the ball, though. Bills in business, 3rd and goal. The new Bill receiver, Billy Brooks, catches the touchdown from Jim Kelly, 10-0 Buffalo. Everybody talking about the way Drew Bledsoe looked in the preseason, Tommy.
Drew Bledsoe shows his skills here. He gets back in the pocket, gets a lot of pressure, shrugs off Bruce Smith, and then look at the rocket that he throws down the field.
And then to starving Marv Cook. Takes a little off it, nice touch pass. Patriots are driving. 4th and 1, Bledsoe calls timeout. Gets an earful from Coach. And then he dumps it off to Ben Winter-Coates. And look at him push Nate Odoms out of the way. And he goes into the end zone for a touchdown. Bledsoe's first touchdown pass. There'll be many more. 10-7 Bills. Back to the other quarterback. They're both born on Valentine's Day, 12 years apart. Kelly hits his Valentine, Andre Reed. Look at Andre. 1, 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, 8. Patriots miss him, including Parcells, who tried to hit him at the 2. He's into the end zone, 17-7 Bills. Now 17-14, first play, 4th quarter. Kelly to Reed. Touchdown. Andre had 6 catches, 3 TDs, 110 yards. There was the duo. By the way, how's Bruce Smith been doing? Well, Kelly, Thermal, and Bruce with new contracts. Say hello to Drew Bledsoe. Buffalo pouring it on in the 4th quarter, 31-14 Bills. Mike Saxon's punt is going to be fielded by Russell Copeland. And look at the great moves. The youngster from Memphis State. He turns, heads the other direction, gets a block from Matt Darby, and he could go all the way. Touchdown. The Bills win their 6th straight opening game, and they always come out roaring, averaging over 30 points a game in the opener. The last 5 or 6 years, they beat a game New England Patriots team 38-14. So Buffalo comes on and wins that opener again. Kelly with the 4. A real bad meal. Well, what happened? Week 2 at Dallas, it came time to eat again. Would it be better? Would the seasoning be right? Marv Levy has a few tricks up his sleeve in the Super Bowl rematch. His new receiving weapon is Carwell Gardner from Louisville. He's the big fullback in a 10-yard play action. Kelly hits him 7-0 Bills. 3rd and 3. Kelly has the option to scramble with the bad knee to throw to Kevin Smith. Carwell Gardner then puts him down with the scissor hold. It's a sleeper hold, I think, Tommy. Aikman took his licks today.
Yeah, and Troy Aikman took a lot of those licks because Emmitt Smith is not there.
Why was Troy passing so much? Well, without Emmett, Derek Lassick, he ran okay, but then he found out. Even his brother Nate Lassick was frustrated. Emmitt Smith, yeah, I think people remember him. Even Thermal has number 22, Emmett, number on his ankles. 10-3, Buffalo with the half. Cowboys in trouble on 3rd down, 3rd and 1. Not, says Darryl Talley. Lassick is stacked up, 3rd and 6, Aikman to Urban, but Michael drops it, trying to run before he catches it, and Jerry Jones, well, I tell you, it's a rough room. Still 10-3. Lynn Elliott. Ex-Dallas kicker Lynn Elliott misses wide to the right. His 2nd miss of the day, and Jimmy Johnson feeling a little pressure, not quite like last year. A Tisker, a Tasker. Steve Tasker, a Pro Bowler at the special teams position, shows why, makes the down on the 2. Troy Aikman tries to go to work. Play action to Jay Novacek, the Pro Bowl tight end. 1st down. Aikman. To all-everything receiver Michael Irvin. 1st down. Even Derek Gainer gets into the act with an 8-yard gainer on a draw play. Dallas marching toward the goal line. Aikman to the fullback Darryl Johnston. He bobbles, but holds on. 3rd and 4. Kevin Williams, the youngster, in motion, takes the handoff, and it's a touchdown. And we're tied at 10, a 98-yard drive. The East look like the defending champs. But on a punt, Tommy, he fumbled Monday night, and Williams does the same.
Yeah, Kevin Williams here trying to pick up some extra yardage, finds himself in the thick of the defense, and finally coughs the ball up. The Buffalo Bills recover, and although he was trying to get extra yardage, that will put you in Jimmy Johnson's doghouse.
And a field goal by Steve Christie made it 13-10. A minute 3 to go. Last chance. Aikman to Alvin Harper. First catch of the game with a minute to go. Then Gainer gets the Cowboys even closer inside the 10. Under 20 seconds to go with the magic there at 13-10. Aikman's pass for Novacek, tipped, intercepted by Matt Darby, the dinosaur. His first career interception, none bigger in Buffalo Bill history. Jerry Jones has seen his team fall to 0-2. And the Bills extract revenge there, 2-0. Buffalo winning in Dallas, 13-10. We repeat, no team has ever begun a season 0-2 and made it to the Super Bowl. More on that in a moment. Chargers at the Broncos. Big game. I mean, they've met 8 times in the last 3 years. 2 of them in the playoffs, including last year's AFC Championship game, won big time by the Bills 29-10. This rivalry has been fueled a little bit by the all-pro linebacker, the Miami Dolphins' Brian Cox, who hates the city of Buffalo, hates the team, at least to hear him speak, and today he decided to take on the fans.
I heard they're going to throw batteries in me, but if they throw something at me, they better be prepared for me to come up on the stand.
Well, hey, we're number 1, says Cox. The Miami Dolphins, remember they went up there last year in impressive fashion. The weather was not very nice. Winds gusting to 25 miles an hour. It rained up until game time. But very early, Dan Marino says, who cares about the bad weather? Terry Kirby for 11 yards. Then a shotgun, the throw to Mark Ingram. Beautiful throw over Henry Jones, 26 yards. Then connecting with Irving Fryer for 10 yards. Then 3 plays later, a bad snap. Get rid of it here. Keith Sims recovers it. And fortunate for Miami, they settle for a field goal. Fortunate they didn't lose the ball. Dolphins keep on firing. The wobbler to Keith Byers. Then from the shotgun, the throw to Irving Fryer, knifing through the Buffalo defense for a touchdown. It's 9-0 Dolphins. They missed the kick. Still the first quarter. More. Marino to Fryer. 7 yards. Then to the rookie running back from Virginia, Terry Kirby, across the middle.
seams galore in the Buffalo defense, 36 yards. Then Marino, bootleg. And my goodness, Marino's going to run on a bootleg for a touchdown, 4 yards. 16-0 Miami. What a quarter for Dante. 9 of 14 for 170 yards. He passed for one and ran for one.
Nice job here by Keith Byers. He's looking for the pass, But once he and Marino might make eye contact, he realizes he's going to run, and he absolutely pancakes Mark Kelso right there.
Meanwhile, while one member of the class of '83, Marino, was brilliant, Jim Kelly, another member of the class, had an awful first quarter. Brian Cox with the sack. Then, number 91, Jeff Cross gets into the act. Thurman Thomas, well, not a great day for Thermal. On the inside handoff, didn't do well. Draw play pursuit. Larry Webster on the stop. Tom Olivadotti's defense doing a good job. And now with the win. In the second quarter, Kelly's pass picked up by Louis Oliver. Shades of last year when he picked off 3, including one of over 100 yards, ran for a touchdown. Kelly angry. And
Brian Cox taking it out on him right there.
Don Shula's team up now 19-0. Kelly looks to come back, but he's picked up by Louis Oliver. And he was dazed, confused. The Bills looked out of sync. One highlight for Buffalo, the end of the first half. From 59 yards, it's lightning striking again for Steve Christie. Third longest field goal in NFL history. Marv Levy's so excited. Shula's guys against the win in the third quarter. Could Buffalo come back? Mark Higgs, 11 yards. Then Kirby plows ahead for a first down. And the play action. Look at the time and the zip to Keith Byers. Boy, Marino just zips the ball. There's nobody better than him. Then Byers again makes the tack, makes the catch, shakes Mark Maddox. Bulls down to the 12. Another field goal for Stojanovic. Shula's Dolphins lead 22-6. Marino. 9 for the history books. Irving Pryor, 24 yards. He's passed Johnny Unitas, says Dan Marino, for third on the all-time passing list. Save that ball. Marv Levy's Bills. 10 minutes to go. Can they mount a comeback? A little shovel to Kenneth Davis. Forget it. But then Davis playing when Thurman got nicked. Darts to the middle for a first down. Then he's hammered by Dwight Hollier. The Bills look elsewhere. Wearing the old number a lot than Billy Brooks. And Kelly finally has time. Looks for Brooks. Good pass over the middle. Could the Bills' magic come through again at home? 22-13. They're down with 7.5 to go. Marv Levy decides the onside kick. Now watch this. An interesting setup by Steve Christie, but the wind blows the ball, well, not off the tee, but off the way he set it up. Basically, he went as a kind of scolded out of the sand trap, and that didn't work, and not much did for the Buffalo Bills. So the Miami Dolphins beat them impressively, we shall say, at a rich stadium by the count of 22-13, by far and away the best the Dolphins have looked this year. So now each team is 2-1. We told you about the historic passing of Dan Marino. Marino threw for 282 today, 20 of 32. Now his 40,306 yards gets him past Johnny U into third place. The only guys ahead of him, Dan Fouts and Fran Tarkenton. And, oh, by the way, Brian Cox, he was fired up going in. He was fired up going out.
That's what I've seen. Just I gave him back to him. The hell with him. I don't love him. I got no love for him. You know, I ain't no punk. I'm a man.
Big game early, considering, you know, that you guys could have gone up effectively 3 games with the fourth week. Does that bother you that that opportunity gets away?
No, it doesn't bother me about the opportunity. It bothers me about getting my ass whooped. Excuse the expression, but that bothers me.
I thought we were in Super Bowl 25 when the Giants came out and held the ball for so long. You know, anytime that Dan Marino can have a 75% chance of having a good running game, that's going to make him more effective.
I'll leave it to Thurman. He knew the Dolphins had the ball for almost 40 minutes, Tommy. The Bills just over 20 minutes. And frankly, from Miami's point of view, I mean, on all sides of the ball, they were the better team today.
Yeah, they were. You know, when I talked to Gary Stevens last night, who coordinates that offense, he said, we have to come out and run the ball. It's not even so much of an idea of figuring out how to stop Thurman Thomas. If we can control the tempo of the game, you're going to see more Terry Kirby. We did until Kirby left for a while. Higgs took up right where he left off. And as far as the
Miami Dolphins stopping Thurman Thomas. This was the first time in 8 games that they were able to hold him under 100 yards.
Yeah, had 63 today, and we talked about the new weapons for Miami. Pryor, 7 for 103. Kirby caught 6 for 91. Maybe it took a while, but maybe they knew what they were doing. Yeah. And there was a big game for Miami. You heard Greg Garber's question. They're now even with Buffalo atop of the division at 2-1. Let's go inside the numbers for more on this ball game. And the Dolphins, rushing defense. When the rushing offense, I should say. When they win, they rush well. When they lose, they don't rush well. I mean, they rush real well at 183 yards a game.
Today with 3-0, 3rd and 1. Sims passes tipped, intended for Howard Cross. Henry Jones picks it up, and a few of his close friends dance 85 yards for pay dirt. 10-0 Bills. Looked like they were going to blow out the G-men, but the Bills offense couldn't get going. Jim Kelly, Keith Hamilton. Kelly, 3 of 9, 40 yards in the first half. Phil Sims, Mark Ingram, 3rd and goal. It's 14-10 Giants. Sims is pumped. 4th quarter, just under 2.5 minutes. Kelly, Pete Metzelaars, a brilliant drive. Helped out by Thurman Thomas, still hobbling on that sore ankle, and Jimbo crosses himself and says, we got one. 17-14 the final. The Bills are 12-2 in their last 14 games against NFC teams. Welcome back to SportsCenter. Warren Moon said tonight's matchup with the Bills will be a good gauge of things to come for the Oilers. If we play well and don't win, that could be a positive sign, said Moon. If we play bad and don't win, then you've got to start thinking, and I think it's time to start thinking. Would last year's collapse be hanging over Moon and his Oilers tonight? First quarter, Moon. The pass is tipped by Cornelius Bennett, times it perfectly, gets a help from the paw of Jeff Wright, and then picked up by Bennett. But should the play have counted, Bruce Smith looked like a late hit on Moon. Next play, Jim Kelly makes the Oilers pay for it. Don Beebe takes it in, 7-0 Bills. The Oilers came back. Moon to a wide-open Leonard Harris, 17-yard touch, and it's 7-7. Thurman Thomas, big night. Vintage Thurman. Look at the moves. 25 yards on the play. Didn't matter what Buffalo did. Everybody was clicking on offense. Same drive, Kelly looking for Andre Reed. Second TD pass of the night. 14-7 on this one. Reed would later score another one for his second on the night. Then Kelly, in fact, he'll do it right here. Reed takes it in, and the route is on. Buddy Ryan, is he the next head coach? He better worry about his defense right now. Bills up 21-7. The offense not clicking. Haywood Jeffries, put the ball away. He does. Darryl Talley hits him. Bills get it back. Thurman Thomas, no TDs on the year. Jim Kelly says, Thurman, go on ahead, get one. Bills roll. Winning in convincing fashion. Spike it, get rid of it. 35-7. Kelly, ho-hum performance for him. 3 TDs, 247 yards, made it look easy for the Oilers. 6th straight loss at Rich Stadium. That spans over 10 years. The home team has won 10 of the last 12 Monday Night Football games. Buffalo idle next week. The Oilers will be at New England. Warren Moon, long night, and the controversy continues. Who should be quarterbacking this team? First 5 games of this year, you see what he did last year. You see what he's done this year. A reversal of fortune. He was 16 of 25, 177 yards, had the 1 touch, 3 interceptions, a fumble, and sacked.
Just in. I know they don't play till next week, but this time the Jets are trying to build up that lead even earlier than they have for the rest of the season. We'll see what really happens next week. We know that what happened this week in the Saints. With surprise, the Jets got the early lead. Boomer Esiason on 3rd and 10. Hits Terrence Mathis for the 12th of never for 12 yards. 3rd and 3. Boomer to Chris Burkett for 6. First down. 3rd and goal. Brad Baxter speaks out into the end zone. Touchdown. 7-0 the Jets. The Bills. Well, the Jets, you see, they converted all the 3rd down. Now, what do you do if you're the Bills? You give the ball to Thermal Thomas. Gets a block from Carwell Gardner from Louisville. Hits a touchdown. But the Jets, and more importantly, the refs, call holding. It's a field goal instead, 7-3. Jim Kelly to Thermal for 32 yards down to the 5-yard line. And then Kelly has his man, Tom.
Yeah, he goes here to Don Beebe, and you won't see this very often. Beebe dropping the ball. It looked like he almost thought he was trying to keep his feet in, had to keep running. All he had to do was stop, make the catch.
So instead of the touchdown, it's a field goal, 7-6. Buffalo moved the ball all day. They just couldn't score. Kelly
to Thermal. Look at the fancy footwork. He continues to be the best. A gain of 12. Buffalo threatened, but Kelly. Ball tipped at the line by Fraze. Brian Washington picks it off in the end zone, returns it 30 yards, and again the Bills are stymied. Somehow, Kelly and the Bills are trailing 7-6 in the third because they just don't score in the red zone. But Walt Corey's defense, big play playing. For example, here's one of them, number 56, Darryl Talley. He makes the pick, and he could go all the way. 61-yard touchdown, 13-7.
Darryl Talley does a great job here of holding up the tight end, James Thornton, and he runs a better pattern than Thornton does. Gets the hands out step, makes a great catch.
Now watch Bruce Smith. Oh, line him up as a wide receiver. Marcus Patton with the hit, and look at the play by Bruce.
It's the athleticism of Bruce Smith. Look at him reach out, lay out, and soft hands on the big man to make the interception.
And then it's Bruce Smith who knocks it out of Boomer's hands. Eventually, rumbling, bumbling, stumbling, Darryl Talley recovers. The Jets, well, they only led by 7. Bruce Smith and company shackled them after that first drive, and Buffalo ups their mark to 5-1. They beat the New York Jets by the count of 19-10. The Bills outgained the Jets 4.
Them and team that beat them in Super Bowl 27, the Cowboys. Tonight's opponent, the team that beat them in Super Bowl 26, the Redskins. Chili, Orchard Park. Gloves optional, even for a tough guy like Bruce Smith. Jim Kelly warmed up, finding Andre Reed. Darrell Green misses the INT. Brad Edwards misses the tackle. 65 yards later, Reed has given the Bills a 7-0 lead. He had 4 catches, 122 yards in the first quarter. Darrell trying to figure out the problem, calling for help. Rippon calls for Desmond Howard. 32-yard connection. That set up Reggie Brooks, the former Notre Dame Fighting Irishman, 7 yards out, squeaks in. He had 24 carries, 117 yards, which tied at 7. The Bills come back. Kelly, Andre Reed, 20-yard connection. Setting up, 11 yards to Billy Brooks, 14-7 Bills. Second half, still 14-7. Classic Bills drive. Thomas, 6 yards. Thomas, 5 yards. Kelly, Brooks, 20 yards. 3rd and 10. Kelly, Thomas, 13 yards. Carwell Gardner, 6 yards. And finally, Thermal from a yard out. 12 plays, 75 yards, 5 minutes and 53 seconds, 21-10 Bills. Richie Pettibone, not pleased. Still in the third, Rippon. Looking for Ernest Biner. He's got him for 20 yards. 3rd down, Rippon gets greedy. Looking for Ricky Sanders. And Nate Odoms reads the play perfectly. Second INT of the game for him. Rippon had 4 INTs. There was a historic moment for Bruce Smith. Career sack number 100. And he gets it, sneaking up on Mark Rippon. It was Buffalo's night, beating a banged-up Washington Redskin team. Rippon, 15 of 39, 169 yards, 4 interceptions, limited to 10 or fewer points in the last 4 games. Kelly, 18 of 24, 238 yards, 2 touches, 1 pick. Thermal, 28 carries, 129 yards. Andre Reed, of course, the big story early in this one. But Buffalo, as I mentioned, they've exercised their demons. Hey, get them in the regular season, they can beat anybody.
Have that Super Bowl look in the AFC. They're 6-1 going in against the New England Patriots, who had won only once. But one thing for sure over the years, the Bills always struggle at New England. As a matter of fact, they lost 8 of their last 11 at Foxborough. Going into today, could New England pull the major upset? Well, Bill Parcells and company, they played the Bills tough for 3 quarters opening week before the final score got large. And the Patriots tried to take a lead, but Scott Sisson, the youngster who's been on again, off again, was off again. The field goal, 28 yards. Parcells, well, I think he might have a word with the young kicker. You think so? Yeah. Woes continue for the Pats because Bruce Smith, playing as well as he ever has, going up against Scott. Won't you let me take you on a Seacules? And he takes him on one right there. More bad time for Seacules. Chase it to the pocket of Tommy. Cornelius Bennett's got Seacules. Who's faster?
I'll take Bennett.
Biscuit nails him, and Seacules had to leave the game with a separated shoulder. So for the first time in a month, Drew Bledsoe, he has to come in relief of Seacules, who came in relief of Bledsoe when he got hurt.
And the Foxborough fans, that's who they want to see anyway. And the Bills, did they want to see him? Well, judged by Mark Maddox. Boom! Oh, Tommy, watch it.
Yeah, you watch here on the replay, you talk about the toughness of Bledsoe. He had to be tough to get up from this one. Ouch.
He did not miss a play. Bledsoe came back in the third quarter on the bootleg 15 yards before Darby knocks him out at the 5-yard line.
This is a favorite of quarterbacks once they get into plus territory. This was probably called by Bledsoe as a sweep. He just kept the ball on his own.
And that will set up a play for the workhorse, Derek Russell, good-looking running back who had 95 yards today, tough yards on 25 carries, a touchdown, 7-0 P-Man. Patriots lead 10-0, 10 minutes to go in the game. Marv Levy's team rolling up the yards, but no points. Then Jim Kelly to Thurman Thomas, over the middle for 16 yards. That sets up Kelly to Pete Metzelar's touchdown to the tight end. 8 minutes to go. The Patriots lead it, but now just 10-7. Bills get the ball deep in their own 13, 104 to go. A couple of plays, and they're up to the 30. And then, here it is. Russell Copeland, the rookie wide receiver. It's a 55-yard game with just 30 seconds to go. That sets up Steve Christie from 26 yards. It's good, and we're going to overtime. The Patriots win the toss, don't go anywhere. The Bills go somewhere, then they fumble. Patriots have it again, they don't go anywhere. Now it's the Bills' second possession. Andre Reed beats Renee Thompson for 46 yards. Every time opponents have got inside the 20, the Patriots give up points. Would this be the time they'd stop them? Well, Steve Christie for the winner, and lightning striking again for Christie. It's good. The Bills shut out for 50 minutes, go on to beat the Patriots 13-10. The Patriots were so game. It's the 5th game they've lost this year by 3 or less, the second in overtime. But for Buffalo, they up their mark to 7-1 and dodge a bullet between Monday night games from Washington and next Monday night at Pittsburgh. And for the Patriots, like we said, they were game, Tommy, but not quite. I mean,
Game will get you caught up to date on the NHL, the strike that is going on, also the lone night in the NBA. But we bring you the game you just saw. Jim Kelly grew up 60 miles from Pittsburgh in a town called East Brady, Pennsylvania, population 1,218. And prior to Monday night's game, Kelly had never played an NFL game at Three Rivers, but he did play a USFL game there in '84. And as a 10-year-old, he won the punt, pass, and kick competition. But he would be an innocent bystander. The Steelers controlled the football. But bad news for the Steelers. Barry Foster, catching the screen pass, turns his ankle. He was carted off the field, x-rays negative, but Foster did not return his replacement. The former Penn State Nittany Lion, Leroy Thompson, takes the handoff. Great move. Darts in, 7-0 Steelers. Steel D playing like the Steel Curtain. David Johnson knocking away the Kelly offering. Cornell Lake, perfect coverage. And then the breakup. And look at Gary Jones. Do you think Don Beebe will remember this? Probably not. They're going to have to replay it for him tomorrow. Late in the second, Kelly swarmed by Kenny Davidson. Kelly would suffer a concussion and not return. Second half, it's 10-0 Steelers. Neil O'Donnell looking for Dwight Stone, the all-purpose player, 20 yards. And then on the reverse, Ernie Mills picking up a first down. And look at Neal out there trying to throw a block. Neal, get out of the way. O'Donnell then, Eric Green. Eric Green will take it down to the 1-yard line. So Neal says, well, Eric, you took us down that far. I'll give it to you. 17-0 Steelers. Later, Cornelius Bennett trying to tell the officials, look, I'm being held. Next play, O'Donnell gets picked off by Mark Kelso. But roughing the passer was called. Watch the late hit by Oliver Barnett. Well, now Bennett's really mad. I mean, really mad. Well, not as mad as he is now after seeing the final score, 23-0. It's nice to have a guy step in for Barry Foster. Thompson goes for 108 yards, a touchdown, and the first time Buffalo's been shut out since 1985. The Bills 7-2, the Steelers 6-3. And Pittsburgh will visit Denver next week. Buffalo returns home, and they need to return home after this thumping. They will host the Colts. Chris?
They played well early, but the Bills wore them down. Jim Kelly, the former Colt Bill Brooks, for 31 yards, helped the Bills get into scoring position. But at the 2-yard line, Kelly, who did start despite being knocked out of the game Monday, is picked off by Ray Buchanan. But then, on the very next play, Jeff George back in the end zone. He is blindsided by Henry Jones for the safety. Bills trail 6-2 in the second. Bills fans looking for some action. They would get it from who? Thurman Thomas delivers with a 20-yard run up the middle, and that would lead to a 1-yard touchdown run by Kenneth Davis to put the Bills in front by a score of 9-6. On the ensuing kickoff, Clarence Verdun with the ball. He's hit from behind by Richard Harvey. He fumbles. The Bills recover. A typical play for the Bills defense, TJ.
Yeah, and this becoming an art form, Robin, in this league, chopping the ball out from behind, as Harvey does right here on Verdun.
Then 2 plays later, Kelly finds Brooks in the end zone. A 23-yard touchdown, 16-6 Bills for Mr. Kelly. Just another day at Rich Stadium. 274 yards, 2 touchdowns. Jeff George, he would try to lead a comeback. He fires to Jesse Hester, but it's low and ruled incomplete, TJ. What do you say?
Yeah, this would not have been overruled by replay even last year. This is a good call by the officials.
And the Colts would settle for a field goal. Late in the fourth, Colts are threatening, but Bruce Smith is there to sack Jeff George for a big loss. The Bills stymied the Colts inside the red zone. They were inside the 11-yard line 5 times. No touchdowns, only 3 field goals. Bills win 23-9. Tight end Keith McKellar with a 13-yard touchdown reception in his first start of the season. Thurman Thomas cracks the top 20 all-time rushing list. He had 116 yards, a
7-3 Kansas City. 2 teams with 2 real Super Bowl hopes. How real? Well, Kansas City trotted out Mr. Super Bowl, Joe Montana, for his first start since Halloween. And obviously at Arrowhead, they were fired up when they saw number 19 run out. Yes, Joe is starting against Jim Kelly and company. But Kelly and the Bills, Kelly started very hot. To Billy Brooks over the middle for a first down. Kelly to Brooks behind the first down marker for another one. Then Kelly beats the blitz, finds Brooks for another first down. That sets up Kenneth Davis. With the 8-yard stutter, it's a touchdown, and Buffalo leads at 7-0. Good blocking.
Yeah, beautifully blocked play by the Bills here. Pete Messlar seals block on Neil Smith, then John Davis blocks Lonnie Martz, and then Billy Brooks with a little brush block on Kevin Ross. That'll get you a touchdown.
And then Montana, though. All right, we're down 7-0. No problem. A little flare to Marcus Allen. Marcus Allen beats Matt Darby. He's no dinosaur, but Allen's in the end zone for a touchdown. 10 TDs for Allen this year. Pretty impressive to tie the game at 7. Watch the play here, Tommy. The fake by Montana, the flare out to Fred Jones. Then Montana, play action. Deep to Keith Cash. It's money. Pulls it in with Nate Odoms all over him. Odoms does get his revenge on the next play. Joe throws it outside of Burnham, then Odoms is there. His 8th pick of the year. That's a career high. Joe has thrown 2 interceptions. He's not happy. It's rare to see Joe throw the picks. 10-7 Kansas City at the half. Montana, all the time in the world to Jonathan Hayes. 22 yards over the middle. Montana eludes Bruce Smith, stepping up just so slightly to J.J. Burton. Pass interference called on Odoms. Puts the ball at the 1. Rather than run it, Joe, play action. Dumps it to Cash. 17-7 Chiefs.
Yeah, and this is something that you'll see Montana be able to do. He trips coming away from center, but keeps his composure and then delivers a nice, easy touchdown pass.
Then Kelly's pass, intercepted by Albert Lewis, wrestles the ball away from Andre Reed. Pass tip. Dan Saliamua with the interception. Boy, he is always Johnny on the spot. He rumbles for a short return. Scary moment for the Bills. Kelly scrambling. Watch this one. It's tackled up with Lonnie Kmartz. Sprains his left ankle, but he comes back. Jim always the battler. Kelly comes back, and a deep ball intended for Bill Brooks. Dale Carter leaps high for the pick. His first pick of the season. Kansas City defense persists. Kelly under pressure. Sack. Kelly under pressure. It's a barely incomplete pass. Chiefs would get sacks when Frank Reich re-enters the game. Derek Thomas with the sack. Neil Smith with the loss for the sack, and there it is. We're worried if Neil Smith would be healthy enough. I guess so. He socked it to the Bills on this day. For Joe Montana, 18 of 32 for 208 yards. On the surface, didn't look impressive. But what looks impressive is a resounding 23-7 win for the Kansas City Chiefs. They up their mark to 8-3, and the Bills fall one behind the team with the best record in football, the Miami Dolphins, sitting stomp on the Raiders in Orchard Park, New York at Rich Stadium. Thurman Thomas gets the crowd fired up. 1st and 10 in the second quarter. Jim Kelly to his favorite receiver this year. It's true, Pete Metzalot. Look at him rumble for 51 yards out of the 14 of the Raiders. And a few plays later, 2nd and goal from the 3 to hit up to Thurman. Look at the little guy work in the end zone. 7-3 Bills, an 80-yard drive. Thermal, the 8th player in NFL history to amass 1,000 yards in 5 straight seasons. Congratulations. 7-3 in the second quarter. Jeff Hostetler took a beating but stood tall. It's Tim Brown for 11 yards, first down. Same drive on 3rd and 16. Haas waits, hits Brown, comes back. He's got to make the first down, and he does. Next play. This time, waits for no one. Lofts it, does Haas. To Brown, where's the defense? Oh, it's backing up, way back. And finally, Brown is submerged at the 12-yard line. On 2nd and 9, Haas scrambles. You know he can run. He looks for the corner, gets there. He dives in. 10-7 the Raiders. Marv Levy's offense needs to get it going. Kelly, they've had trouble going deep this year. Not here. Done. 65 yards. Beat Dan Land 14-10. Boo.
Yeah, you look at the bottom of the screen here. Land just took a little bit of a glance back at the quarterback. DB flew by him, and you almost got the impression that Land thought he was going to get safety help, which had bit up in the middle of the field.
Second half with the Raiders trailing 17-13. Haas evades the sack, sees James Jett, but Nate Odoms with the nail. Ends up holding Archell's club to a field goal, 17-16. Bills still lead. Kelly goes to Beebe. And Torn Dorn looks like a pretty good play, but he gets flagged for interference, Tom.
Yeah, you watch the replay here. Dorn comes over the top. You don't see the left hand getting just a little bit right there. That looks like a no call to me, Chris.
Well, it sets up a touchdown, though, Tommy. Bruce Smith and company know they can tee off because the Bills lead by 8, 24-16. After field goal makes it 24-19, the screen to Nick Bell. And look at Nick Bell, for whom the bell tolls. He moves upfield 18 yards. There, next play, Hostetler to Jett. Look at Jett. You know, like a team with a jet and a rocket as outside receivers. Then with under 5 minutes to go, Hostetler, Tim Brown, 29 yards. Caught 10 for 183. The Haas Super. The Raiders land. This time they extract revenge, winning 25-24. Raiders now 7-5, and the Bills 8-4. And afterward, Thurman Thomas, some words.
I don't know what everybody's talking about controversy. There's no damn controversy around with the Buffalo Bills. Let's put that straight, right? It's a frustrated offense where we wanted to put up some points and things wasn't working for us. Now all you have, y'all want to talk about controversy, I'll give y'all some controversy. A good football team, if nobody don't like it, you don't have to write about it, all right? There's no bickering Bills or whatever, the main Bills going on around here. We're just frustrated on offense because we haven't scored some points. That's all that. We're not pointing the fingers at anybody. We're not saying, oh, pointing the fingers at anybody.
Well, that's pretty clear that the Bills feel back into a little bit of a corner here. Although at 8-4, a lot of Warlick when he caught passes from Jack Kemp. Bet in Philadelphia. Of course, the Philadelphia Eagles have had more injuries than anybody all year long, but I'll tell you, last few weeks, the Buffalo Bills have been catching up. Big question here, not only who would win, but would they have enough players left to do it? Here we go from Philadelphia, the Buffalo Bills. And Marv Levy wondering, well, where's my missing offense? Opening kickoff, by Sikahema asked himself, why did I get out of bed? He fumbles. The Bills recover on the 23-yard line of the Eagles. And actually, they go nowhere, and Steve Christie, usually pretty good, but lightning striking again and again and again the wrong way for him today. Missed from 41, 29, and 51 yards, 0 for 3 early. Eagles, though, in the first half, Matt Barr. Remember he hit both uprights on Monday night? Well, on Sunday, doink. What, does he have a magnet in the ball? It just goes to the upright? Scoreless at the half. Randall saying, you know, if I was out there, we could probably get some offense. But he says, Bubby, why don't you try a new weapon? Herschel as a receiver. The ball to Herschel and good speed and good power and good shift. 26-yard game for Herschel, who caught 11 today for a $109. Next play. Brister pumps, hits Calvin Williams, touchdown, 19 yards
Eagles lead it 7-0, Tom.
Yes, watch at the top of the screen here on the replay. Calvin Williams right there in the slot position. Look at the coverage come off of him. Safety too late getting over from the middle of the field. Touchdown.
Still in the third quarter, Jim Kelly. Look at Jimbo hang in, make the tough completion to tight end Pete Metzelar's leading receiver of the Bills, but Jimbo hurt his ankle, sprained an ankle, came back once, but then it was Reich warming up. Marv Levy worried, but why? Frank Reich is the architect of comebacks. 4th and 5 in the fourth quarter. Nice pass to Kenneth Davis for a first down. He was in there because Thermal Thomas bruised his left forearm, although x-rays were negative. Davis runs for the first down. Then on 2nd and goal from the 2, Metzelars for the touchdown, and Kelly loves it. We're tied at 7-all. And the ensuing kickoff by Sickham, it says, well, let me atone for that opening kickoff fumble. But no, he's still Vi. Did I get up? His second fumble of the game, and the Bills recover it.
Yeah, you watch the replay here. He's hit by Carwell Gardner from
Louisville.
Makes a nice strip of the football, gets it out, and the Bills recover. Another opportunity to score points.
Little roll reversal never hurt anybody, Tom. And then 3:44 to go. Steve Christie, his fourth chance. This time it's good. 35 yards, so the Bills lead it 10-7. Can Brister forge a comeback? Well, the Eagles tried it. Under 2 minutes, Victor Bailey, first down. Then Brister driving. Nice pass to Calvin Williams over the middle, first down. At Barr getting ready on the sidelines. Marv Levy hoping his defense can hold. Barr comes out. 45-yard field. They have no timeouts left. Do they rush it? The kick is up. It is on the way. It is short. Rich Kotite's team has battled week after week after week, and they just come up a little bit short. The Bills win a game that, frankly, they should have lost. Buffalo wins it. Frank Lloyd Wright, architect of comebacks, and the Bills beat the Eagles 10 years as the AFC East come down to this. Both stood at 9-4, again atop the division. Last year, of course, they met for the right to go to the Super Bowl when Buffalo beat Miami 29-10. Both teams staggering in a bit. Miami lost 2 straight home games. The Bills had lost 3 of 5. But when the going gets tough, the Bills get going, especially if it's at Joe Robbie Stadium. It just seems that's where they like it. They like the suntan. Don Shula's team try to play for playoffs by Jim Kelly and Brian Cox. And then Chuck Klingbeil and John Davis on the undercard. Early first quarter. Jim Kelly, leading receiver this year for the Bills, Pete Metzelars. Tight end hasn't been a leading receiver on this team since 62, and Ernie Warlick did it. But Metzelars had a big year, Tom.
Yeah, you see him highlighted here against linebacker Dwight Hollier. Runs a nice bend pattern out, bends it back in. Kelly delivers it right when he has to.
Well, that led to a Kenneth Davis touchdown, 6-0 the Bills. They missed the extra point. Scott Mitchell making his first start in a month. The lefty to Mark Ingram. Touchdown, 15 yards, and the Dolphins make the kick and lead it 7-6. Now they lead it 10-9 in the second quarter. And Jim Kelly, a victim of the tip drill. The ball is tipped and into the hands of J.B. Brown. 2 of the starters in the secondary for Miami are sidelined with injury, but Brown is there and he makes the pick. Henry Jones got hurt for 1 play, the all-pro strong safety. So with him out, you go right to the tight end, Keith Jackson. Oh, nutty. The Dolphins lead it 17-9.
Yes, you watch the Dolphins line up here. Kurt Schultz and Henry Jones right there in the defensive backfield, going to get caught inside. And that's going to allow Jackson to run free to the front corner of the end zone.
Unfortunately on that play, Tommy, for Marv Levy's Bills, Kurt Schultz knew nothing. He saw nothing. But Kenneth Davis saw plenty. A 12-yard run off the left guard. It's a touchdown. The 17-16 Miami lead, then a field goal by Christie makes it 19-17 Buffalo. Scott Mitchell now gets into trouble. Late second, picked off by Mickey Washington and letting him go. 27 yards. Cornelius Bennett plows Mitchell, and the Bills are very quickly up 26-17. 26-20 at the half. Walt Corey trying to get his defense to make more picks. Here they come. Scott Mitchell to Keith Jackson. And the strip is made by Darryl Talley, and Nate Odom picks up the ball. The turnover, the touchdown, 33-20, Buffalo. Then, Shula sees it go from bad to worse. Mitchell, the wounded duck. The Bills wondered if his arm was strong enough to go long. It's not. Matt Darby, the dinosaur, picks it off, and he's down to the 18-yard line. Sets up a Davis scamper, 40-20, Buffalo. They scored 31 points in 7.5 minutes. Steve DeBerg in, trying to rescue the Miami Dolphins. The Keith fires, hit by Cornelius Bennett, hits into the fumble, and the Bills have it, and Don Shula says when you turn the ball over this many times, especially to a team that has 42 takeaways to lead the NFL, you're going to be in trouble. Ensuing Bills drive.
Jim Kelly to John. 29 yards, 47-20. The Bills were way down, but now they're making it a laugh-up. 31 points at 7:09. Just like we said, we don't lie. Dolphins come back. DeBerg to the fine rookie running back from Virginia, Terry Kirby. Kirby does a lot with the football after he catches it. 34 yards, touchdown, 47-27. Most receiving yards today by Kirby ever for a Miami back, more than Tony Nathan and others who caught a lot out of the backfield, 148 yards. Marino, DeBerg trying to come up with some strategy here, and here's Berge.
Yeah, DeBerg does a great job here of eluding the rush and throwing the ball as he's falling down to Mark Ingram for a touchdown.
It's a touchdown. It's 47-34. Marv, the perfectionist, is saying, wait a minute, this is getting a little too high scoring. So on fourth down, Keith Byers is nailed and stopped short of the first down. But Byers wants a better spot. He gets something better holding on the defense, and the Miami keep possession. Marv not pleased. But it's been a day of turnovers, and I guess it is better to give than to receive. That's what the Miami Dolphins thought today. And Nate Odoms, number 9 in the interception department for the Pro Bowl corner, makes the pick. Steve DeBerg upset. This is the time with Jim Kelly. His mom had a heart attack a couple weeks ago, blows a kiss to his mom, and that's nice. And the Buffalo Bills look nice. The highest scoring game this season in the NFL. The Bills 47 and the Dolphins 34. The Bills have a home game against the Jets, a road game to the Colts. If they win them both, or even if they tie with Miami, they right now hold the tie-breaking advantage. They're in the driver's seat. In this game ever at Rich Stadium, an awful cold place. It was 9 degrees on the thermometer. Wind chill was 28 below. For the Bills, they're trying to win the AFC East for the 5th time in 6 years. And oddly enough, for the 4th time, if they could do it, it would be against the Jets. But the Jets are no easy task for them, especially since the Jets, too, were in a playoff hunt of their own. And here we go from Buffalo, where how cold was it? Whatever you had in the top drawer, bottom drawer, in the trunk, bring it out. It was 28 below wind chill. Jim Kelly, screen pass to Kenneth Davis. Was not going to be a day for the long passing. Look at KD, cut back, and he almost scored before he's knocked out of bounds inside the 5. And first and goal, the pitch to Thurman Thomas. Gardner with the block. He cuts in. It's a fumble, but they call it a touchdown. Good call on that, Tom.
Yeah, a big break for the Buffalo Bills. Mo Lewis did a great job of stripping Thurman Thomas right there at the 1-yard line. You see the ball coming to loose. Was not called a fumble, called a TD instead.
For the Jets, this argument was a lost cause. As they're down 7-0, they left them with a touchdown. Johnny Johnson had a big day. He rumbles for 16 yards. That sets up Esiason to Johnny Johnson. Picks up lots of yards, 24 yards for a touchdown, and we're tied at 7-all. The Jets' first touchdown pass in 6 games, and it happens when it's 28 below zero. You explain it, Tom.
The beauty of the play is the quickness with which Esiason turns and spots Johnson as the outlet receiver on that play.
Bill's trying to warm up, fans. Showing off his Christmas sweater, I guess. 13-7 Bills, third quarter. Boomer to Johnny Mitchell. Look at the tight end. Make the move on Darryl Talley and pick up 20 yards.
You know, in this kind of weather, the thing as a linebacker, you can't get your footing there. Darryl Talley slides right by Johnny Mitchell. Johnny Mitchell goes for the extra 10, 15 yards.
Same drive. The Jets down 6. Boomer to Terrence Mathis. It's the 12th of never, but it's a big catch. Sets up. Second and goal from the 7. Boomer to former Buffalo Bill Chris Burkett. He skates into the end zone. 14-13 Jets. They're holding onto the ball. Pete Carroll's defense trying to do the job. And Ronnie Lott, well, he's been doing the job for a dozen years. Here's the knurl of Billy Brooks. Brooks down for a while, got back in. Marv Levy looking for his offense to move the ball. 14-13 Jets, 3rd and 11 the 4th quarter. The dump to Thermal Thomas. And he warms up for a first down. Glenn Parker with a big block, number 74. From 40 yards out, it sets up a field goal by Steve Christie. 16-14 the Bills. Osler and Esiason talk over the final drive. 2nd and 15. Johnny Mitchell over the middle for 16 yards and a first down. 2nd and 10. Johnny Johnson off right tackle. First down. Marv Levy having glove trouble. Gary Blanchard having field goal trouble. Bruce Coslet on 3rd down. What's the call? Johnny Johnson runs wide, and he's stacked up, which means Blanchard got to come in the wind, in the cold. He's missed 2 from 42 yards. It's up, and it's no good. It's no good. The Bills celebrate their 5th AFC East title in the last 6 years. The Jets again play well enough to win, but they don't. Buffalo wins it 16-14 in a day surprisingly so cold. The teams combined for close to 500 yards passing, 6 straight playoff berths. Maybe they didn't look as formidable as they have in past years when they represented the AFC in the Super Bowl, but they knew that going into their game at Indianapolis against the Colts, if they won, they got a home field advantage throughout the playoffs. Let's go to action from the Big Horseshoe, where the Bills renewed acquaintances with an old friend, Ted Marchibroda, and yes, even Indianapolis fans at the road to the Super Bowl in the AFC goes to Buffalo. Jeff George had some good numbers, threw for 330 yards. Here he hits Foghorn Langhorn. Then to Jesse Hester to the 2. Looks like the Colts are going to score, but oh, those Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, Rodney Culver here gets stripped of the ball by Phil Hansen. You see the nice effort there by 2 or 3 Colts, and a Bill, and finally Henry Jones comes up with it. A big play by a Buffalo Bill.
Unbelievable, Tom. So in the first quarter, Ted Marchibroda says, my goodness, we gave that away. They haven't scored a touchdown all season in the first quarter. Good starters. Well, Thermal Thomas, he always starts well. Look at him bob and weave his way for 10 yards, and then Thurman for 12 more in a 3-all game. And then from the 3-yard line, Thurman Thomas up the middle, it's a touchdown. The Bills lead 10-3 at the half. After a couple of field goals by Steve Christie, made it 16-3 Buffalo. Marv Levy's squad got going up top. And from the leading receiver this year for the Bills has been tight end Pete Metzelaars. Good defense. Kelly to Metzelaars, 23-3 Bills.
Yeah, and what made this play for Pete Metzelaars, the great play fake there by Jim Kelly, pulling the defense up and slipping Metzelaars into the deep flat.
After the touchdown, first play from scrimmage for the Colts, George to Reggie Langhorn, but guess what? It's a fumble. And Marcus Patton picks it up.
Yeah, another big play by the Buffalo Bills.
Well, Ted Marchibroda used to see them make plays like that when he was their offensive coordinator. He also knows that backup Frank Reich can lay it on the money to former Colt Billy Brooks. Perfect pass, perfect catch. It looks pretty. 30-3 Bills. They win it 30-10. And yes, they're the Freddy Krugers of the NFL. They're back. The Bills, home field advantage throughout the playoffs in the AFC. They beat the Indianapolis Colts 30-10. Thurman Thomas' first 100-yard game in 6 weeks. His last one was against the Colts. Thurman had 110 yards and wins his 3rd AFC rushing title in the last 4 years. And I'll tell you what, a lot of people out there saying, oh, my goodness, the Bills are... They truly are the Rasputins of the AFC. No matter what you try and do to kill them, you can poison them, you can put sugar in the gas tank, you can take the wheels off the car. They're there because they know what it means in crunch time.
They have players who make plays. I think the biggest factor in today's game, the return of Thurman Thomas. You can see that physically he's feeling better. Defensively, people came to the forefront and made plays. The road to the Super Bowl, again, is going to go through Rich Stadium. Bring your long johns.
Yep, bring your long johns indeed. And the other 2 times the Bills have had home field advantage throughout the playoffs, they made it all the way to the Super Bowl. So it'll be a tough assignment in the AFC. For the Colts, I know they don't have the worst record, and we know Ted Marchibroda, there's nobody nicer than him. Jimmy Irsay, good friend, good general manager. 4th straight Super Bowl appearance. That would be an NFL record. They began it, their first assignment today at home against the LA Raiders, a team that beat the Bills at Rich Stadium only a month ago in Week 14, coming from behind to do it. Well, today, you figured the weather was on the Buffalo Bills' side because the situation at Rich Stadium was better suited for a polar expedition or the Iditarod than it was for a football game, seemingly playing right into the Bills' hands, or at least mittens. How cold was it? No matter what headgear you wore at Rich Stadium, it wasn't enough. 26 below with the wind chill. But it was the Raiders that came out fired up. Forget the West Coast la-la land. They could play in Buffalo easily. Toss to Tyrone Montgomery for 20 yards. Then Bruce Smith beats Wisniewski. He sacks Haas, and they're rumbling, bumbling, stumbling, fumbling. Who's football? It's the Raiders. They maintain possession.
Yeah, Bruce Smith, now the all-time leading postseason sacker, does a great job here of getting inside Gerald Perry, outside of Steve Wisniewski, making the sack on Hostetler.
Jager missed a field goal, but the next possession, the screen pass to Nick Bell for 13 yards. Then later on in the first quarter, again the dump. Haas buys some time, the flip to Tyrone Montgomery, 10 yards before Jeff Wright makes the tackle downfield. A scoreless first quarter, but Art Shell's club had the better of the play. Same drive, second quarter, Haas throws it away, and he and Bruce, Joe, exchanging some pleasantries.
Well, you know, it's cold out there, and Jeff is saying, geez, you hit me in the nose. Look at it. You hit me in the nose. My nose is cold. Stop it, will you, Bruce?
This time, Jeff Jager hit the field goal with a 30-yard shot, and it was 3-0 Raiders. On the next play, watch Steve Tasker, the Pro Bowl special teamer for the AFC for the Bills. And look at the play he makes. He snares the line drive. He goes right past Yeager. He could go all the way, but he doesn't. Knocked out of bounds by Willie Gault at the 3.
And Steve Tasker makes a great play on this kickoff, grabs it up above his right shoulder, tucks it away in the off arm, the left arm, and then shows great speed down the sideline. The only guy to catch him, the gold medal winner, Willie Gault.
Kenneth Davis does the Fosbury flop. Touchdown, the Bills lead 6-3. Steve Christie, the Canadian, no problem in this weather. No, he looks like Booth Lustig today. 6-3, they missed the extra point. Undaunted, the Raiders come back. Jeff Hostetler. You thought the Navy guys wouldn't work in iceberg conditions, but look at Napoleon McCallum for 14 yards. Then, the Hoss will keep it himself. His running worried the Bills, and yes, they were very worried when they saw what he did all day, Joe.
This is what Jeff Hostetler brings to an offense. When the receivers are covered, he's got the moves, he does a good, smart thing, tucks the ball away, makes the play.
5 carries, 29 yards for the Hoss, and then Napoleon McCallum up the middle. Touchdown. He had 3 last week. Here's his first today, 10-6. The Raiders. Jim Kelly's favorite receiver this year, not Andre Reed, but it was tight end Pete Metzelaars. Kelly throws the bullet in traffic to Metzelaars, but it's a boo-boo, and the Raiders take over on the turnover. The Raiders bring the ball down to the 1. Napoleon McCallum get a lot of the calls. On first down, stopped by Marcus Patton and Mark Maddox. Second down, it's Patton again that stops him. Third down, it's anchors away, but no, he's not in the end zone. What do? Archell says, let's kick the field goal. Let's go up by 7. But the 2-minute warning came, and they thought about it again. And they went for it on 4th down. And it worked. McCallum on 4th down, 17-6. The Raiders looking for the upset. Last 2 minutes of the first half. The Bills get it going. Here's the big play. Kelly the bomb to Andre Reed. Torn Doran called for the long pass interference call.
Yeah, we take another look at this. Torn Doran with the hand in Andre Reed's back, and this is either an interference call or a great job of acting by Andre Reed. Either way, they got the penalty.
And on the very next play, Thermal Thomas on a frigid day scores a touchdown. The Bills outplayed in the first half, are within 4, 17-13. The Raiders had the ball for over 23 minutes. The Bills only 6.5, but the Bills are in striking distance. That was more than enough for Jim Kelly to Billy Brooks for first down. Then Kelly to Pete Metzelaars, who would fracture a finger on this day, but he stayed for the first down. Thermal Thomas stacked up by the Raiders. That sets up Steve Christie's 43-yard field goal. And on this one, it's up and it's it looks like Gene Mingo. It's wide to the left. 2nd and 13, the Raiders. After the missed field goal, Haas has plenty of time. To Alexander, if loving you is wrong, I don't want to be right. 25 yards for the Raiders, but no. Illegal man downfield, and it was a punt. Then, after the Bills were held, Steve Tasker makes the play on a fellow Pro Bowler, Tim Brown, and look at the respect between the two. They know they're each about as good as it comes in the business. Still with the score, 17-13 Raiders. Kelly to Andre Reed. Beautiful curl pattern, 20 yards. Same drive. Kelly to number 80, Bill Brooks. He used to go to number 80 all the time when it was James Lofton. This time it's Brooks in the end zone, and the Bills have the lead 19-17, Joe.
Watching Jim Kelly throw the ball, you don't know it's 25 below 0. Look at that perfect spiral. Look at that perfect catch. Look at that touchdown.
And the Bills have the lead. McCallum. Then here's the turnover. It's a fumble. The Bills recover, sets up a Steve Christie field goal. He made it that time. No blowing smoke. The Bills are up 22-17. Fourth quarter. Haas to his favorite receiver, the Pro Bowler Tim Brown. Over the middle. And Haas, look at him. He's like Gila Fuller going in on Mark Kelso. It was an 8-deep zone. He deep, he fakes, he shoots, he scores! It's a touchdown. Touchdown. The third longest play in postseason history like that. 86 yards. Jim Kelly had a snap go over his head. Brooks falls on the ball, but the Bills get a break. Actually, they saw the flag before the play started. The Raiders hurt by penalties. That was another offside. Jim Kelly finds Andre Reed for an 18-yard completion. 2nd and 8 with 12 minutes to go in the game. Kelly to Brooks. Touchdown! The Bills regain the lead, 29-23. Christie makes the kick. Archell's Raiders trying to come back, but Bruce Smith with the biggest sack of the game on the Haas. In the end, yeah, there's the name, says Don Beebe. It's Bill Brooks. He was in the end zone twice. The Bills ran out the clock for the last 5.5 minutes when all of a sudden their hurry-up offense became very, very slow and deliberate. And the Buffalo Bills remain undefeated at Rich Stadium in the playoffs 7-0. They beat the Raiders 29-23. After the game, Jim Kelly knew where credit was due.
without a doubt, my hat goes off to the offensive linemen. They did one heck of a job.
Well, there was no question that the story of the game was it was two games. It was the first half and the second half. The first half, the Raiders dominated us, and we were very lucky to go in, 4 points down.
I missed the talk. I had to take care of some personal business. And, with all those layers of clothing on, it took the whole halftime to take care of my little business. So I missed the speech.
What team can't play in the cold? And once they're scheduled to play in the cold, when things are on the line like they were today, you play in any kind of weather. You play in any kind of weather. We're a better team. We're a much, much better team, period, than they are, yeah. Much better team.
In your face, guys, all those people that are non-believers, it's just in their face. That's all I say about that.
Well, home field, and the Bills certainly know they'll have it next week. A good football game. And once again, we're going to say what we did a couple weeks ago. Buffalo Bills, the Rasputins of the NFL. You can't kill them. You can't get rid of them. There they are, right in your face. And I think the last 2 minutes of the first half, here they are. They only gained 102 yards. The Raiders gained 205 against them. They hardly had the ball. The Super Bowl for the 4th straight year. No team in NFL history has ever done that before. But the world was rooting against the Bills. They've seen them get worse and worse and worse in each Super Bowl appearance. And this time, the world included the Kansas City Chiefs and their all-world quarterback, Joe Montana. He ain't no ordinary Joe. Could he get into his 5th Super Bowl? Jim Kelly, early on looking for Pete Metzelaars. Charles Mincy makes the play. Albert Lewis and Andre Reed blanket on the Bills' first drive. And Kenneth Davis, no, forget it, Martin Bayless makes the play. The Chiefs open that defensive effort, continued from last week. Marv Levy trying to warm up. Kelly goes long, and this started to soften things up. Nice pass to Reed down the left sideline.
Yeah, the key to this route initially is Andre Reed's release at the line of scrimmage. There you see him get outside of Pickens. Great concentration on the football and a great job of tapping his feet inbound.
And at the other end, look how Jim Kelly looked down the middle of the field, Tommy, then comes back out to Reed. Also, if a quarterback has enough time to throw that football, he will complete passes.
Well, then he has enough time to hand the ball at the Thermal Thomas, and he's in there. Touchdown, Bills lead it 7-0 first quarter. 12-yard run for Thurman Thomas. We told you on game day to look for him early and often. Then Montana fakes the handoff, and on play action, there's plenty of time here. Willie Davis can't make the play and takes a stick from Henry Jones. Montana this time feels the pressure. Number 97, Cornelius Bennett, and the dump is behind Marcus Allen. And then the Chiefs try another short pass, but Darryl Talley playing a big game, bats the ball away. So let's try to run it with Marcus Allen. He bolts up the middle. Look at the move he puts on Kelso, and he goes for 24 yards. So with the run working, let's go pass. But Montana buys time, ball tipped. Look at the catch by Keith Cash for 11 yards. Maybe the worm is turning. Marcus Allen for 7 down to the 6. Then on the ground, Bruce Smith nails Allen, doesn't wrap him up, but slows him down for Maddox and company. 3rd and 10, 10th play of the drive. The dump to Allen, it's incomplete. Marty Schottenheimer settles for Nick Lowry, field goal at 7-3 Bills. Russell Copeland gets the ensuing kickoff. And he takes it to the 21. Benny Thompson makes the hit, and the Chiefs recover the fumble. Could this turn it around?
Benny Thompson brings a lot of emotion to the Chiefs special teams. There, a hit helmet right on the football, pops it out. Chiefs recover.
Chiefs trying to make the Bills pay. Joe looking for the end zone to J.J. Beast of Burton, but he can't come up with it in the left side. Then 3rd and 9. Montana to Burton. Nate Odoms almost has the pick. Chiefs settle for a field goal at 7-6 late in the first quarter.
Boom. The Bills are in a 2-deep zone. There are the 2 safeties that are deep. There's a corner up there. There's a corner down here. There's a square in the middle. The circle gets the square. Now you got to try the completion. There Joe goes back in the pocket. He looks at the circle. He looks at the square. He throws the ball. It's nowhere.
Charlie Weaver and Walt Corey for the block. Is that what you're telling me, Joe?
Right.
I think so. Rough beginning for Joe Montana, who started slowly in the other 2 Chief playoff games. But not a rough beginning for Thermal Thomas. On the delay counter, look at him go up the middle, pass Kevin Ross. He rumbles for 33 yards, Tom.
Yeah, offensive line of the Buffalo Bills, a great job all day creating small seams for Thurman Thomas. Here, watch Ballard, number 75, right there, shield the linebacker off, get Thurman Thomas through the hole, and it didn't matter all day whether it was Thurman Thomas or whether it was Kenneth Davis. Here again, you see the pin block right there, the huge hole, Kenneth Davis with a nice game.
So on the second quarter drive, it's Thomas from the free touchdown. No one touches him, 14-6 Bills. Let's see, let me write this down. Stop Thurman Thomas. So what do? You take Derek Thomas, one of your best playmakers,
and leave him on the sidelines. While Derek watches, Thurman squeezes for 5. Thurman running up the middle behind center, Kent Hull. And Derek Thomas still on the sidelines. They need big plays through the Chiefs. Thurman gets some more yards. Try 11. Sets up a Steve Christie field goal, rebounded from last week's tough game to have a good one, 17-6. Even Jim Kelly says, Thurman, I can do that. 20-6 Bills with 2 minutes to go in the second quarter. And then Joe, here's the drive that will get the Chiefs back in the game. Montana to Willie Davis. Montana, mission impossible to Todd Barbara McNair. And he turns it upfield for 31 yards. Chiefs looking for the touchdown, pull it within 7. It's to Kimball Anders. But it's intercepted by Henry Jones. Kimball Anders, be nimble, he wasn't quick. And so the Chiefs were on the short end of the stick. 20-6 Buffalo at the half. Second half, Bruce Smith, Bills defense decide it's their time. The pressure on Montana, complete to Keith Cash, but Joe goes down, Joe.
Oh, didn't he go down? What happens when Bruce Smith, or Bill Smith, Jeff Wright, Bruce Smith, Jeff Wright, Phil Hansen hits you? You get a headache. That's exactly what Joe got. He said everything went white. Then it went out. Now he wonders, am I in Kansas City?
That'll be the end of Joe playing today. Dave Craig came in as he did a couple of weeks ago, and he looked good. He hit Cash on a 4th down play, and the 90-yard drive is completed on a Marcus Allen touchdown. Hey, 2 minutes left in the third quarter. Schottenheimer's Chiefs have pulled it within 20-13. After a field goal makes it 23-13. Too much Thurman. First down. Too much Thurman. 8 yards. Too much Thurman. His 3rd touchdown. Again untouched. The Bills win it 30-13. Jim Kelly, 2 games in the playoffs, no picks. You see he's combined for over 400 yards. Bills D psych, and the man of the hour, Thurman Thomas, his first 100-yard game in the playoffs since the Kansas City game in 1991. The Buffalo Bills remain undefeated at Rich Stadium in the playoffs, and they go back to the Super Bowl as AFC champs for the 4th straight year, dousing the Kansas City Chiefs 30-13. RESPECT.
Because no one mentioned the Buffalo Bills. That's all we would hear was seeing the USA Today or local papers that they want to see Joe Montana and the 49ers, or Joe Montana and the Dallas Cowboys, and we thought we had something to go out there and prove.
I still don't remember much about the play. I remember right after it, just that my head hurt, and everything went white for a couple seconds, and then I had there was a real sharp pain in my head. I couldn't seem to get a grip on the ball and throwing the ball, and every times I had guys open, I just couldn't get the ball to them.
We've done something no other team has done, but we're not happy. We're not happy until we win it.
First of all, a couple numbers on Thurman Thomas. 186 yards today, the 4th best ever in a championship game. Keith Lincoln, 206 for the Chargers at 63. Thurman now the 4th back over 1,000 yards in postseason rushing. He has the 2nd most touchdowns, 14. Franco Harris is 17. The Buffalo Bills, the Rasputins of the NFL. You can't kill them. You can't poison them. You can't put sugar in their gas tank. You can't take the wheels off the car. And you know what? They're made of brass, not paper mache, Joe.
You know something else, Boom? America is in denial right now. They did not want the Buffalo Bills in another Super Bowl. Well, tough, you got them. The Buffalo Bills are the best team in the AFC. They have been the best team in the AFC, and all indications are they're going to be the best team in the AFC. But the truth is they got some help from Kansas City today. Kansas City just couldn't hold on to the football all afternoon. When they had opportunities to make plays, they couldn't. Here's Joe to J.J. Burton. Just goes off his fingertips. Now before the half, Joe hits Kimball out of his hands, into Jones's hands. That was a score at the end of the half that would have put them so close. As it turns out, they were so far away. When you get down 20-6 at halftime, Teach, there's no catching up.
Yeah, and on the other side of the football, the Buffalo Bills did very little.
136, that's in 2 games.